Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the Underlords Pro Battle Buddies. Week number 1 officially. We have made it. I was looking the wrong direction, already an amateur. Look to the left, at the camera right here. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We're at week number 1, of course, kicking things off last week here for the duo mode. A special event, had a lot of fun with it. Figured, let's go ahead and keep things going. At least Underlords Pro has decided that. So I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy to be joined by my couple of co-commentators, as I'm Breaky CPK. But first things first, joined by Zexorus, of course. How you doing, buddy?
Doing absolutely fantastic. I am excited for this first week of the Battle Buddies Duos tournament. If it's anything comparable to last week, it's just going to be absolutely insane.
Yeah, it's, and our other co-commentator, Blue Sapphire, by the way, you were talking about how, you have your notes here as far as maybe what to expect.
Yeah.
And you're talking about like round 20 action might pick up. No. Round 10, the Duos is a different breed, and you'll find that out shortly enough, but we're happy to have you on, by the way.
I'm certainly sure it's going to be a different breed. Knowing that there's going to be a double pool, double the players, and being able to share obviously will ramp up the pace. So it's going to be quite interesting to see. I haven't personally seen a duo before, but I'm sure the experience will be just.
Yeah, it's going to be fun, and we're going to be kicking things off shortly. We're getting our first lobby set up, of course. Now, as mentioned, it's officially week number 1 here in this event. Zex, I'm going to go ahead and let you really explain what is the deal, because last week, we had a lot of streamers, some bigger name people, but this is an open event. I believe we took 32 teams in total, or was it 32 players?
We have taken 32 teams.
That's right.
Yeah, so 64 total players. We're going to be separating it over 4 rounds. It's going to be a similar point system to what you're used to in the singles Underlords Pro League, but we're going to go first round will be 4 lobbies. Second round will also be 4 lobbies. Then I believe we move down to 2 lobbies in the third round, and then the last lobby will be top 8.
Okay, so what you mean by that, so there's going to be 4 lobbies going simultaneously. So we're like in Group A here, and then obviously Group B, Group C, and Group D going on. And there's the point system that comes into play, as we obviously saw last week, and of course with all the Underlords Pro tournaments that happen. I believe it's 15 points for first place, and it starts to go down from there. And that keep a tally of that throughout the event. Whoever has the most points at the end, of course, ultimately victorious. And are we doing the doubling for the final round, by the way?
I don't think we're doing the doubling. I think we're doing 1.5 for the last round. I believe.
Okay.
I'm currently looking into that.
We'll see. There's still definitely some time. We have 3 rounds before that, and I'm sure all 3 rounds are going to be crazy. So
yeah,
hoping to see some unique duo strategies.
Well, speaking of that, here we are. It's been, it was so crazy last week, because not only was it the first Duos event ever, but Duos had only been out for not even 24 hours when we started the event. So, obviously, that was right after the big patch. You got the Underlords in the game, you got Duos, just so many new crazy things. Now, we've all had a little over a week to grasp what's happened within the game, and I've leveled up our Underlords. At least I've leveled up one of mine. I've unlocked all the abilities. Hopefully you guys have as well, and hopefully the competitors have. But
I'm a big Hobgen.
I was going to say, Blue Sapphire, talking about the Underlords, it sounds like you're a Hobgen fan?
Yes, I'm a massive Hobgen fan. I believe, in my opinion, honestly, he's a bit underrated right now, even before the changes to Anisix and the Hobgen in the most recent patch. I honestly believe that the current problem with Hobgen is that not a lot of players actually understand how to survive the early game. Anisix is much easier to follow through because, again, she just secures your early game with all of the healing, the sustain. Although, if you take a look at the numbers, Hobgen actually does way more damage later in the stages of the game. So, again, I think it's just the case that just players haven't adapted to how you can play him in later stages.
Zax, what are your thoughts on the Underlords?
I hear what you're saying, but I kind of disagree. Like, trying to win with Hobgen, just feels really difficult. And I don't really get that feeling from Anisix, honestly. Like, Anisix feels pretty smooth the whole way through. Like, Hobgen kind of feels like a constant struggle. Like, with all of his abilities that slowly drain the HP's target, like with those buffs and stuff. Um, like it's really hard to keep your team active in a Hobgen comp. I almost feel like you're forced to go Warlock or healer comp when you're
Uh,
when you're running Hobgen, just to kind of help with the sustain.
Yeah, I did run a lot of numbers. I did analyze a bunch of Hobgen, right? Obviously, I've been playing him a lot. I've unlocked all the talents. But I think that the key thing to note there is the HP reduction via supercharge is actually traded very well if you have a hyper carry in the mid game or the late game. In fact, in the early game, as long as you survive, in a lot of cases, you don't even have to thrive in general. Losing 1 or 2 HP is perfectly fine. Winning is actually extremely good for Hobgen. If you ride that early game wins with Hobgen, if you manage it, you will have an amazing mid game, even against several Anisics. Again, I've analyzed it through. I've played assassins, knights, warriors, the F4 build or the good stuff build, as the players call it. A lot of the times I don't actually see a warlock with Hobgen. In fact, mages are more common, and this is because again, trying to offset Hobgen's like damage output is not necessarily a good thing because that's kind of the point. Is you have to be aggressive. You have to pump out that damage, and that's quite sort of the point, right? And especially since Explosivo actually does, I believe, a 1600 damage. Once you get that double damage talent, which is ridiculous. That's an instant kill on something at least.
Yeah, Hobgen, it sounds like that. You really just got to commit to the idea that you're all about damage. And the mage strategy certainly was one of the early Theorycraft ones when we were even talking last week. And so you've had some time to play it out. And it wasn't there, I guess he wasn't really running Hobgen, but I remember 1437 kind of talking about strategies that we saw from last week's duo. Again, it was only a day after it came out, so it's things I'm sure have evolved and changed, but he went mage every single game that tournament, and then his partner kind of adapted depending on what was given to them. So now he actually ran an Essex in that case, but I do got to kind of wonder if he ran Hobgen. That almost seems like more sense in that you're committing to this mage strategy. You get the 6 mages, you get the 100% amp damage essentially, and his ultimate and everything else is doing that much more. So I'm curious to see if that comes into play here. As far as our duels today.
A thing you have to look out for as well is that mage amplification for magic damage actually works on Hobgen. So that Explosivo, that double damage, that 1600, does 3200, especially when you have the full mage buff. And that's something you have to look out for. And the bombs do, I believe, 1600 per shot if they do land. So Hobgen does a lot of damage. Again, the problem is surviving those early few rounds, getting to that composition you really want, and of course, Anisics just buys a lot of time for her hard carries to join in on the action, while Hobgen himself is actually a hyper carry.
Yeah, and Essex is it's interesting as far as the difference, I guess you could say, and ultimately that's the idea, right? That's Valve's intention. They want to give you the option. Do I go for this or this? Obviously, when more Underlords come out, we're gonna have that many more options, and they make them unique enough. But Essex does seem more about the sustain, more about supporting, of course, her initial ability, the boon or whatever it's called. Healing everybody, at least unless you don't take the damage talent, which they did buff recently, and I think the latest patch, a 5% damage increase up from 25% to 30%. So, but definitely more about sustain. There's even the whole mana per second increase, and she's the one that I personally have actually leveled to 11 at 11. I haven't actually got Hobgen up there yet. I think I'm 7 at 11 right now, so I have a little bit more experience with. And I gotta say, it feels like we saw the evolution of it in the last weekend's event as well. Again, very short after, but initially there was like 8 Hobgens in the game, or I guess if there were 16 players, it was like 12 Hobgens and 4 in Essex, and by the final round, it felt like more than half were in Essex, and we had less Hobgens. So it seems like just even in that tournament, the evolution took place from one Underlord to the other.
Yeah, I think once again, and this is just a much cleaner early game, right? It's very, very straightforward especially in the early game, right? You look at her talents, you look at her abilities, and you say, right, she's gonna be my sustain. If I have a warrior frontline, my carries will carry your game, right? And that's just sort of the general idea that a lot of people grasp to very easily, and it's not something too complex to think about. It's just that again, Anisix is by far the superior early game. I do not doubt that at all, and
Yeah.
I think that's what people are looking for, is that I win early game and then I ride that train to victory.
So is there an update? I know you mentioned something about that, Zex. Are we looking at an update or?
Well, it looks like some of the teams are not used to the duos mode yet, so they're like trying to get everything, getting the teams sorted out by more than just color at the minute. So,
Man, I'll say this: if people are going into this not having practiced with their partner yet,
Oh
woo, they're in for
to be a bad time.
They're in for a rough one. Yeah, Blue Sapphire. I'm actually intrigued to see your reaction almost. Because again, as you say, you haven't played it yourself, and this is definitely new to you even. But I just watching streamers even before last week's tournament, prepping for it. You need communication because you're constantly talking back and forth with what options you have to choose from. Am I going to give you some of my bench heroes to ultimately give you a 2-star, eventually 3-star? What strategies are each of them going? And then I assume you know about you can share golds. You know about that, right?
Yes,
okay.
Absolutely. I do know about that.
So, yeah.
I think what I'm looking forward to seeing is if these certain duos have a support and a hard carry sort of player. I'm not quite sure if that's actually how it's going to work, but I feel like when you have shared gold, shared life, there has to be someone who takes all of that and then does all the damage while the other one sort of basically their objective is to survive, and that's sort of interesting concept, right? Because if you share equally, of course you're not going to be both as strong as maybe potentially someone who's been pumping another player with a bunch of 3-star units. So it's definitely something I look forward to. Also, I also look forward to maybe very visible arguments going on between duos, not necessarily like in comms, but as in build wise. Like if a player goes mages and the opposing and your partner is also going assassins or something, that's a bit contradictory. But yeah, we will definitely see.
Ladies and gentlemen, I believe, hopefully at least, we are going to be good to go. I just jumped into the game, so I don't know if you guys need to join off of me or whatever, but we should be good to go. I'll try to keep you updated as far as who I'm looking at, but I'll also switch. Feel free to let me know if you want to talk about somebody else when it comes to who we're watching. But one thing to note is that look at this funky little thing over here. You press the tab button, and we get a scoreboard. That's pretty cool.
I think what we're going to have to take note of is actually these Hobgin and E6 pairings. I believe they'll probably have better success than the single E6 or the single Hobgins. I think that's just because, again, there's clearly one support or one hard carry, or maybe I'm crazy because I've never seen the duos before. But yeah, that's kind of my assumption, is that one of them will operate like a hard carry, while the other one will operate as a support. And, it's going to be interesting to see if that theory holds true.
Well, that was it. Actually, the item selection popped up on my screen. It almost confused me for a second. So we can actually even see what items they possibly have to choose from. That's going to be nice to have as well.
That's really cool. Yeah.
But yeah.
Only thing that's going to be difficult to see is their bench. Obviously, the bench is not really necessary for battle buddies, I guess. Or rather, yeah, it's just for battle buddies or battle duos. But like, I mean, yeah, it's going to be a bit interesting. I'm just going to have to pop through, but shouldn't be an issue.
Yeah, I'm referencing the scoreboard quite a bit because, again, I know you weren't here last week, but we actually did this without a scoreboard. Not having a scoreboard, having to jump around from player to player, it was pretty brutal. So the fact that we can actually see what everyone has by just simply pressing tab is so nice right now.
That is absolutely a relief.
Yes.
Just looking at some economy. Again, you did mention that they do share gold.
Yes.
So yeah, it's going to be, again, quite interesting to see. We might get some classic Warcraft 3 sort of thing where the other player just gives all of his money to the opposing his teammate, and then that investment comes through, and then it gets paid back, sort of like a banking system. Although I'm not quite sure. Again, I've never played duos. Maybe that's not how it works. Maybe they have preventions against that. Yeah,
it's up to the players.
Yeah, I think that's a very good idea, actually, is to have someone hold all of the gold and then just split the gold every time a round ends. Again, I'm not quite sure how gold swapping works.
Well,
so,
there is no. So to answer your question, there is no penalty. You can only do one at a time. So in that sense, it might, if you try to pull up one person every round, it might take a little bit too long because you only have so much time in between the rounds. But what you will see teams doing is, of course, working for the econ game. And say one player has 17 gold, the other one has 3 gold. The 3 gold player gives his 3 gold to the 17, and he has 20. And then they get the +2 interest as a result. So you want to you need to be looking at that obviously, and switching it back and forth in between the rounds just to make sure you're ready for that.
It seems like nothing has changed, even with the new jail system. It looks like people still do really enjoy this like warrior frontline. I mean, if we take a look at jail, I believe that is
Troll
yeah.
Warlord's
So if we look
warrior.
Troll Warlord is banned, which means these F4 builds are good stuff builds. I'm not just for everyone who doesn't know what that is. So the F4 build is a strategy where you have hard carries like Troll Warlord, Orc Warden as your backline. Perhaps sometimes Medusa, and that's usually what your hard carry is late game. This is kind of the theme we saw last week in the Underlords Pro League for solos, and it looks like even in duos, people have sort of the same idea. Although again, it's kind of a problem because Troll Warlord is now banned, so I'm kind of hoping to see adaptability from players here.
Yeah, we didn't even mention the banned hero, so glad you brought that up. But one thing to also point out with that in mind is that after this round, Jail Hero switched because it's at 8 p.m. Eastern, which is in about 40 minutes from now. That's when the jails rotate in the 24-hour period. So it's fun how it's working out that way, where players are going to have to adapt on the fly when it comes to these banned heroes. But that, of course, means that the heroes that are banned likely will be unbanned, so we'll be able to see them in the later rounds. But as far as this round is concerned, you mentioned a couple noticeable ones. Lena certainly stands out for me. Beastmaster, certainly in the Hunter strategy. Phantom Assassin, if you're thinking about Assassins, can't run her. So a couple that are up there more on the list as far as, okay, we got to make some adjustments seeing those bans.
Absolutely. Because of the Beastmaster ban, I doubt we'll see any Brawnies. I believe it's a common consensus for a lot of players that if Beastmaster is banned, then you can't play Brawnies. Of course, you have Bristleback, but again, he takes too long, right? So I'm kind of thinking if we're gonna see some Hunter strats, we're still gonna see some Hunter strats rather. Although, yeah, we have 3 Knights on the board right now, so it's gonna be definitely interesting to see what sprouts from these jails.
Man, and this is the lethality of duels right here. Fight Friends took 10 damage in the first PvP round. They took 10 damage.
Yeah, that's just brutal. Like, that makes you really reevaluate what you're doing right there as we go into this 5th round. Like, yikes.
Yeah, I mean, another reason for that could be decohesion, right? Maybe they're not actually communicating. They're probably like, right, we'll worry about it later in the stages. But I mean, duos feel like you have to work together at all times, or it's not gonna work properly if you kind of understand what I'm going for here. Like, for instance, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. If you're dominating and your opponent is not, then any benefit you get by doing very well is immediately nullified by your partner just doing crap. You know, so like, and that's how how scores are divvied up at the end of the rounds, like who loses how much health, you know. And I really like that because sometimes you just get a game that ends quick, like that first week where we had a 3-way KO at the end of a round.
Yeah, it just ended all of a sudden. Yeah,
it was absolutely nuts. It was just like, okay, that's the end.
Yeah,
next round, here we come.
Absolutely. Something I'm curious about is no mage strats yet. Someone did pocket a razor, but it looks like it's a common consensus for all of these players that mages are not a thing for this round, or maybe they're just not finding any. Could be a possibility, but
well, I want to ask you. I mean, with Lena, we talked about her. She seems more one of the significant kind of staples of a mage strategy. Do you think that's a possibility?
Perhaps the fact that now they have to kind of force an Ogre Magi into their lineup when they play mages, maybe that is scaring a few players off. But again, I think a major ban would be Coddle. I feel like if Coddle or Lich was banned, you could justify not going mages. But Lena is, personally, I don't think she's the biggest deal. Ogre Magi can be your front line as well. Like, it's just. I guess it's all about perspective, right? Again, when Chaos Knight was banned, Knight strats were still perfectly reasonable. It was just that players, I guess, are too afraid, or perhaps just don't think it's viable. And you know, again, that will probably come down to experience, or rather, just preference, right? Someone picks up an IO, combat comrades got an IO.
Yep.
Gonna be interesting to see where that. IO Tiny. Oh, too bad this isn't Dota.
Right.
But yeah. But that would have been solid. But Tiny getting tethered is not very good. Unfortunately, not.
Even with the increased attack speed, because I would think just even upping his DPS a little bit would be massively beneficial.
Well, I think if he had Avalanche, maybe it would work better because then that'd buy him time. But as you can see there, the damage reduction and the attack speed doesn't really work. If something attacks slowly, giving it more attack speed doesn't really change anything. I think tethering the Wind Ranger probably would have been better because in a lot of cases, attack speed actually scales quite nicely when you already have a good base attack speed, while trying to boost someone who has like a 0.8 is quite difficult.
Noticing a couple things here. First off, only one team remaining with 100 life. That's Brawl Besties. I was watching them right there, and you see they have one player very heavy on the Assassins. In fact, Mankata, he's already got two 2-star Nyx Assassins.
Wow.
And that 3-star, I'm telling you, by round 10, there's a good chance we're going to see at least one 3-star, if not multiple. That's how fast the duos works in this game.
Yeah,
But one Assassin's, the other a little bit spread out, but you certainly see they're working together.
Yeah, the assassin strategy is probably gonna have to work without an elusive buff. Again, the elusive buff was kind of important with the. It was an indirect buff because anti-mage turned into an assassin. Essentially, any assassin build is guaranteed to have an elusive buff, and I often see insects with assassins because that just means all your assassins have evasion, theoretically. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see assassins without that elusive buff, and there are no mages, so they can't get. These elusives would have been useful because again, mages don't care about evasion as much.
Yeah, I actually didn't even realize how elusives was changed initially, and it took me a while to pick up on that. And I tried on one of my games, like, yeah, this actually feels pretty good. I like the idea that it even increases their attack speed, and it seems like you could make it potentially work at least. So. I've only ran it one game myself, and we don't see it too much, but
I've run a couple of games of elusive, and yeah, like I was pretty down on it at first, but I'm slowly coming around. I'm kind of seeing the benefit of elusives in that 3 seconds, I believe, of just pure evasion. So yeah, it definitely it's feeling better slowly, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the changes to elusive sort of obliges you to go the 3 assassins. I call them the trifecta, which is TA, anti-mage, and PA, right? Because that elusive buff actually helps PA and TA quite a lot. That attack speed bonus obviously good for TA, higher chances for it. TA in general gets those attacks off while her shield is up. I'm not quite sure if her attacks still have bonus charges or while the shield is up. I'm trying to remember, but unfortunately it's not coming to me at this point. And yeah, Mischief Maker's already at 59 HP. That's scary.
Yeah, they happen to be matched up against Scuffle Squad. I'm watching Sobaka's perspective right now. He's got some troll demons going on, but it doesn't seem like it's going to get much better for them right now, at least in this battle.
Yeah, this is, you can clearly see the problem with Hobgin here. He's not very much, he's not going to sustain these hunters, right? You kind of have to have a good front line if you want to run Hobgin here. Doubling down doesn't necessarily mean make everything squishy. Of course, Anis's just sustains through, and there's really nothing you can do. Oh, the punch got tossed in the back. Maybe that was the problem. Unfortunately, unable to do anything in the corner.
Oh, but his teammate won there, actually. So... Scuffle Squad ended up losing 4 life, by the way, on that fight.
Wow. Thing I'd like to note is with the recent change to Primordials, with them being a 6 alliance now, Primordial Troll feels so toxic.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately,
I'm not saying it's good. I'm just saying it feels really toxic.
It's cheese. It's absolutely a cheese draft, and I completely agree. It's one of those strategies that when you see, you're like, oh god, here we go. Right?
Yeah,
It's very
yeah.
cheesy. It's very cheesy in the sense that the Eidolons are now pretty much effective. They're the equivalent of a 2-star Drow, which is quite impressive, right? And when you have Enigma, they Maleficent. And they're
Yeah.
not necessarily gonna win rounds dominantly, but they're certainly gonna take some off you if you're not careful.
Yeah, it's like picking Tiny Centaur in
Oh,
Dota.
oh,
Like you just run at people, man. You don't care if you die. You just run at them.
yeah, absolutely. I was gonna compare it to a Bloodseeker with a Tusk Ags. Actually, you just kick them away while they're ruptured. So, um, I think that's more in comparison.
And swap them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a better comparison because again, it takes a while, but once it gets there, it's really obnoxious. So, we're gonna definitely see how that will go. A thing to note is quite a few players do not have economy. Obviously, the other player is sort of their money or their bank, I guess you could say. Melee Mates at 37 gold.
Yeah, so I like to call that too big to fail. It's where someone is just your bank. You keep pumping them. You get them econed up as quickly as possible so they reap the benefits of that. And then they like kind of just start feeding you the interest after they hit 50.
Absolutely.
Like I've seen that a few times.
Is the leveling doubled? Like the experience required doubled, or is it the
Yes,
same
it is.
amount? Oh,
It's
it
good
is.
thing you brought that up.
Okay.
Yes, it is doubled. So yeah, you can't go as quick.
Yeah, so yeah, I was gonna say you could cheese to extremely high levels, but that that would be a bit crazy.
Yeah.
So I didn't think so. Punch Pal's at 46 HP. I'm one Hunter Strat with an E6, or no, that Punch Pals has Knights rather with an E6. And one is a Warrior. Again, unfortunately, Troll Warlord, a lacking of Troll Warlord means that they're not gonna scale up as much. Oh, poor Knight strats. Not working out very well for Punch
I ran
Pals.
Knights recently for honest the first time. It feels so weak right now. Knights just doesn't feel good. I did not get a Sven in the game I tried, but still,
Yeah.
it doesn't feel too strong. By the way, we did get a couple of our first 3-stars. Anti-Mage just picked it for Guy Zeno on Combat Comrades, and you see Battle Buddies having that 3-star Nature's Prophet, which is actually a
Ooh,
3-star.
That's dangerous. I want to point out actually something that we discovered on the way. So last week, Venomancer is actually one of the strongest savages, and the reason why is because he's ranged and he has amazing attack speed base. So I think Hobgen is actually a better pairing, but regardless, right? So essentially, what you do is you put a Mask of Madness on your Venomancer with at least one level of
Really?
Savage buff, and he will be doing over 200 damage after 5 seconds, which is quite crazy.
I actually, and you're right, because I am a Savage fan, so like whenever I grab a Veno, like whenever I see Veno, I tend to grab him. And you're right, he does put out ridiculous amounts of damage as the game goes on.
Well, didn't they just nerf him too, by the way, where I guess his Gale, his ability was actually giving every tick, it was giving him a tick of Savage proc?
Yes,
where they took that away.
Yes,
so
it was.
he was actually even more powerful just a couple days ago. But that's interesting with the idea of a Mask of Madness on a Savage hero. Honestly, I didn't even think about that because most you want them to cast their abilities. But I guess Venomancer, you can get away with it.
You don't really need the Gale. Yeah, absolutely. Right. I think the reason why the Savage buff feels a bit weaker than normal is because the Savages are just mostly melee, right? Except for the Bear, which is kind of the issue. But Venomancer doesn't have that problem, and his attack speed is perfectly solid. So he's kind of an extra Troll Warlord, if you want to think of it that way.
Yeah.
Two teams just took 24 and 23 damage just now in
Oh,
round
gosh.
13.
19 HP.
We warned you, Blue. We warned you that this was going to be just
Oh no.
breakneck pace. Round 13, Punch Pal's definitely in danger of getting knocked out here
Yeah,
as
I'm
we-
watching
as we
them.
head into this round.
I'm going to watch
Beater
better
Yeah.
Bokek's perspective, by the way.
Yeah, we will see. Again, he has to win this round, or at least consolidate here, because if he goes down, this will be a disaster, and they will be the first one going out. Assassinate comes out here, eliminates the Weaver, but that's not really the biggest issue at the moment. The Weaver has the Helm of the Dominator, is going to be perfectly fine. The Pudge, front line, going to auto-attack. Hobbin gets hooked in, but I think it just really helps him here, because the Lycan and the Tusk, they have the Savage buff, or, yeah, yes, they do have the Savage buff, and that just pummel through, killing everything in their sights, and the Hunters unfortunately do not have enough sustain to actually survive.
Yeah, you just see that Savage buff adding up, and I know you're a Dota player calling it the Helm of the Dominator, Helm of the Undying.
Oh, I called it the Dominator. Whoops.
But
oh boy.
It happens.
Okay, yeah,
and
sorry.
that is a knockout by the 19 damage exactly. That's the life that they had.
Oh, that feels bad. That's just like, man, let me get one more round, please. Yeah. And the game's just like, nah.
No, we're good.
I think to look at as well is that I believe they died with their money, so that was quite unfortunate to see.
Sure.
Didn't really expect to lose that hard, I guess. But when you're at 9 HP and the odds of you dying is also based on your partner, you got to spend that money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We do see everyone at level 6 currently. So everyone making a point to be the same level right now.
Ooh, 2 people competing for primordial strategies here. Melee mates, Saishu and Kill Up for Mischief Makers, both trying for primordial strats, except Zaichu is actually also going for mages. It's going to be interesting to see where that takes
also
him.
Disconnected.
He's also disconnected, yeah, absolutely. In fact, someone is a ghost. I believe that's Dan 4A.
Yeah, that's the team that just got knocked out. I think.
Oh, I see.
Maybe. No.
I'm not quite sure how these ghosts work in duos, but yeah, there's a ghost. Not.
Yeah, no,
not
it works the same. What do you mean? Because it's just one of the teams that chooses them randomly, and then their players as the ghost.
Okay.
Because we already had one knockout, so it's uneven teams.
Oh, right, absolutely. Okay, that makes more sense. Sorry, I was lost there for a second.
That's fine.
-20 on Scuffle Squad right there. -26 on the
6 on Battle Buddies. Yeah. Oh boy. Unfortunately, Kill Up. Sorry, that was not Kill Up. That was Battle Buddies, right? So that was Hunter Rico and Buenor here. 4 Savages and 4 Knights. Looks like Knights are not doing very well here, and I think the main reason for that is that sustained Knights is just not very good anymore. I think sustained Knights is just dead, I think, in my opinion, right? They don't do enough damage. It's just the big problem is that so many things do so much damage now. Assassins, mages, normal hunter strategies are just doing much more damage than Knights. And Knights are a late game composition, but even in the late game, they get destroyed by just, again, higher damage compositions. If Luna and your Dragon Knight is your only damage output, then what's really... You know what's really the problem for opposing teams, because Glaive doesn't do that much. The Luna's base damage is not very high anyway. So
and he doesn't even have the DK yet either on the board. So
absolutely.
And again in duos, that is something else that you have to take in consideration, as we've stressed and we're already seeing. It is a faster game, so if you need to wait for these even 4-cost units to get your damage in, then you're probably doing it wrong.
Hunter Rico got a 3-star Venomancer. Again, unfortunately, no attack speed bonuses for this Venomancer, so it's just your everyday average Joe, I guess. Punch Mouth's... Oh, they're dead. Whoops, I forgot. But yeah, so Claymore and the Venomancer, again, an attack speed I probably would have been better, but yeah, I guess you got to prioritize the Lone Druid here, who is 2-star and looking for the Bracer of Desperation. Gonna get 2 bears off on the board, so yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see.
Coin flip and whether or not he's a 3-star. Certainly, you want him over the Enchantress. So
he does have the 4 Druid buff, so it is kind of the IO.
It is
takes
a coin
one
flip,
of that.
yeah,
you're right.
The IO, yeah.
No, that's quite unfortunate. 1 IO away doesn't really isn't really willing to spend that 10 gold to hunt for the kind of finishing that. So we will see if they will be eliminated here. They are fighting Fight Friends, who also are not in a very solid boat in terms of their HP, but that's a tier 3 Treant Protector. Just gonna punch down these Tusks here. Leech Seed finally gonna come out, and look at that sustained. Requiem also comes out, and E6 in the back. healing him up as well. The Train Protection is actually not going to die. The bear has to die, though, because it's going to get stronger as long as the fight keeps going. Warlocks, the Nature's Prophet Wrath, destroying everything in sight there. Shadow Fiend going to die immediately. Unfortunately, not the tankiest unit in the game. And look at this. 3-3-star units still on the board. The Bracers of Determination haven't even been procced yet. Gale comes out, killing off the lower Venomancer tier. And it looks like Hunter Rico will be securing this victory against Wernor. Active Spear and Dan 4A. Unfortunately, looking like Active Spear will also lose this fight, but no, the Warlock 3-star is unable to do anything because it's a Warlock.
By the end of that round, Venomancer was dealing over plus 300 damage on top of the base damage. So it's obviously, if you're running Savage, the idea that you can sustain is certainly a valuable strategy, and they were able to do that there. That's where an Essex also certainly comes into play if you're going to run Savage.
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
again, the longer the fights, the better you are, and she makes the most sense there.
And the Wrath of Nature actually secured the kill on the Shadow Fiend as well, which is so much damage. It's ridiculous.
Is Bracers of Desperation on the Lone Druid the best move here? Like he's got Force Staff on Furion. I almost would like Bracers of Desperation onto Nature's Prophet more than the Lone Druid almost.
I actually completely agree with that statement. I believe double Nature's Wrath will do much more here than a second bear at this point, because the first bear doesn't even die right now. As you can see here, Lone Druid is tanking all of the assassin damage, but the assassins are just getting all popped. Hopkin, where's your team, my dude? Report them all, because you're going down, and all your assassins died before killing off a single unit.
Answer me this? How do Rob and Tin Man deal with you? That was the most energetic. Like, I need to actually turn the sound on when I'm helping you guys out, because energetic, man, energetic. I love it.
One note on the it's interesting you say that, because I actually had this scenario recently when I was running the Druid strategy with the Nature's Prophet and the Bracers. I thought about that same thing and actually put it on my Nature's Prophet, because in theory you think it's good, but he's one of those, his cast time actually is a little bit more of a wind up than some other casters. And so it's one of those, and he needs 30% life for it to proc, right? So by the time, depending on what he's up against, he potentially actually could just die as he's trying to get the cast off. I found that actually being an issue when I put the Bracers on him.
I completely agree, right? Because Druids are nerfed inherently because their passive is literally hit 3-star, and of course that's why their HP pools at 3 stars, for lack of a better term, trash. They're not very good. So yeah, I can see that kind of being an issue, but yeah, I think if he had mages, perhaps Bracers would be much more effective. But I do agree, right? If he dies before he gets that off, there's really no point. But
all right, I'm watching Guy Zeno, by the way. Let's jump around. There are other players, and in fact, his team right now is actually in Combat Comrades. They are at 12 life, so on the verge of possibly being knocked out. But at least Guy Zeno's going to come out on top of his match, running 5 assassins. Doesn't have the 6 buff, but clearly enough here. We'll see if his teammate comes through or not.
Unfortunately, Active Spirit did not come out on top. Dan 4A takes 29 damage.
They dealt 29 damage and killed the other team. Okay.
Yeah. Nah, they both won their sides. Unfortunately, Dan 4A and Active Spirit did not have a very tanky, or at least not enough damage output, due to the I guess just damage output was the issue there.
All right, guys. So what's the over/under on this ending before round 30?
It's gonna end before round 30. 100%.
It's 100%. People are dying left and right. Guys, Zeno and NATO actually managing to survive with a hyper squish strat. They're all in. I mean, they're both Hobgins, so it's kind of a given that they both do this unrelenting, all-out assassin and hunter strategies. But we'll see if it works very well, because they're going to be going against Mischief Makers. I'll be following Gaizino versus Bakana here. We're going to be seeing if these assassins will do enough work here. Actually, the hunters stand no chance against that anti-mage in the backline. The Explosivo is going to come out, but they really just trade off damage. Hunters are not outputting enough here. They have to do more, but no, they will not, as Windrunner will get double waveformed to death. And Supercharge comes out for Gaizino, getting that secure for his round.
What about his teammate, though? His teammate actually looks like he is going to come through with a win, so they might knock out Mischief Makers. Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be enough damage. We'll see. Okay, that's 14 damage. So they get them
14.
low.
They get them low enough so that another team potentially, if I think the lethal range for duos is probably like around 30, right? Because everyone's taking 29 damage and such.
Okay.
And that's kind of the scary thing. I think the lose one round and just be eliminated, I think is around sub 10 HP, because again, you both have to win at that point, right? If one of you loses, it's over.
Absolutely,
Yeah,
and something else to notice last round too, as still on Guy Zeno, is that he got the 6th assassin out. I believe he got a Slark finally, so he does have the 6th assassin buff that he's working with. Everyone is level 7 as well, as we're round 20. So we'll see what item. I'm going to be on Zeno's perspective and see what he happens to get or choose from. We'll see.
And yeah, I think what's really hurting him here is the fact that he does not have that elusive buff, right? If he got a PA instead of a Slark here, he would... actually, no, never mind. He wouldn't have that elusive buff. He does not have TA yet. So, I mean, it wouldn't really do much difference, but I think at the moment, PA does more damage than Slark, just because the nerf to
she
his,
can't get Phantom
fail.
Assassin, remember. Phantom Assassin's banned.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, that's kind of the issue, right? Is that he has to kind of live with the Slark here. So
he snap picked the Mask of Madness, by the way. He saw that pop up. He's like, yes, please. I'll take that.
Yes, absolutely. Slark, Mask of Madness, I guess it's kind of a given. But that's a 1-star Slark.
I would put it on...
Wait,
okay, now it's 2-star, yeah. If it was a 1-star, I would put it on the Anti-Mage, actually. He does a lot of damage at 3-star.
Yeah, I was thinking Helm of the Undying on one of the Morphlings, Mask of Madness and the Anti-Mage, but getting that 2-star Slark obviously going to be better than a 1-star one. Gonna buy some time for that. But yeah, we have 2 people on the chopping block here. We'll definitely see if they both go out or neither will, or just one of them. I mean, we're actually going to see.
Guy Zeno is like 1 Nyx Assassin away from the 3-star too.
Oh, he just got it.
Got it,
before the round started. Or after the round started.
Yeah, so it's still a 2-star. He is going. They're going up against a level 8, by the way, as well, right here. So.
Yeah, he is going against VR01, and you can see the druids. They just are on a movable wall, and you see Hobgen actually Explosivo point blank, I believe, 3 assassins, and they just all die.
That's an awful matchup for the assassins. They can't get in there. They
absolutely.
can't do nearly enough upfront damage, even with the burst, and they actually get knocked out. Unfortunately, lose 24 life.
24 HP's worth of damage. Again, I actually absolutely... Again, if we press tab here, we can see that at the top is a 2 at the top, actually, is... I think my theory is kind of proving right here. 1 support and 1 carry. We have melee mates with side shoot with the 6 primordial strategy. Now that's scary. With the and Antonio with the hunter, the standard hunter strategy. So again, I believe having 1 of each is actually proving very useful.
I just saw another team get knocked out. That was Mischief Makers. They lose at the end, so suddenly there was 4 teams as we're now round 22. Let's watch one of the top teams you mentioned. I want to watch Antonio's perspective even, as he's got those 300s. But the 4 Heartless. 4 Heartless is not an alliance, in 4 at least, that we see too often, but you are running the Hunters. It has the Warrior on top of that. We're looking at minus 10 armor for everyone with those Hunters. That's potentially some pretty good damage output.
That is absolutely massive. However, Tidehunter's only 1-star, which means that Ravage is not going to do very well, and he needs to buy time for these Hunters to do anything. That's only a 1-star sniper. He will be going against Hunter Rico here. Hunter Rico, I believe, with a composition, the Druid composition with 3 3-star Druids. That's the Venomancer is actually the thing to look out for. An E6 gets hooked in, but that's not really the problem here. An E6 will die, yes, but you also have an E6. Having that extra height doesn't really do much, especially in a mirror match like that. Hook comes in, the Venomancer getting get hooked in. That's most of your damage output. He actually dies. Where is the bear? The bear's already dead. The Hunter's actually doing quite enough. The Shadow Demon, the Demonic Purge is doing so much breaking passive, slowing attack speed. The bear is going to collapse dead. Enthrall actually pops and pulls out an Enchantress from the grave.
That was actually really close. That was actually, yeah, that was a lot closer to look because if you were watching Furion right there, his arms were going up. It was about to catch
Yeah.
that second raft. Yeah, so that would have taken out a number of units.
Well, they deal 25 damage there as a team, and they knock out their opponent. So now there's actually 3 remaining as Battle Buddies goes out right there. So again, these teams playing for points, a minimum of 2 rounds. Possibility of going all 4 rounds if you make it to the finals, of course. But down to 3 teams.
I didn't see what happened with Zaichu, but I believe Eidolons just ran them down. Again, those Eidolons are the equivalent of a tier 2 Drow, or at least a 2-star Drow, which is they're quite strong, to say the least. If you get an Enigma here, will also definitely improve this. But that Void, oh man, that Void, that Chronosphere, is so good.
All right, we'll watch him this round. Saichu, suppose we'll pronounce it that way.
He's going against Nando here. Chronosphere comes out in the entire Hunter backline. Your front line is completely useless. There is no damage output. They finally come back alive. Puck is actually distracting them as well. However, it's a Dragon Knight and the Razor going to do enough damage. Our Court is only 1-star. Both Ios actually come back and bring something back from the dead. That is a Morphling for Zaichu here. However, the Hunters they're also alive. The Io actually comes back to Slaughter, but Slaughter is doing nothing. He's just sitting there staring while the Io is tethered to that Slaughter in particular. He's going to just die. Bomb's going to drop off. Windrunner's not going to do much. No power shot because he's Master Madness. He's going to go down as Primordials. Too many units.
Yeah, they're strong, man. That's ridiculous, actually. Annoying that is.
I would have never thought to have paired Dragon with Primordial, but like I said, Primordial feels really good right now, especially at that 6-star or that tier 3 bonus. Man, those Eidolons do not mess around.
A thing to be noting as well is that Chronosphere actually completely shut down the Hunters for a solid, I believe, 3 seconds, was it? 4 seconds, in fact. That's ridiculous. That all the front line was dead by the time they got out of that Chrono, and I'm pretty sure Zaichu is probably hoping to not get a bad Chronosphere. If he gets like a Chronosphere on his own team, that'll probably be a disaster.
I'm going to switch to the RL1, by the way. They possibly could be knocked out here, so that's what I'm sitting on. One other note, too, is to make is there is no Aegis. There is no Aegis in duos. It is not allowed to be an option, so you don't need to worry about that coming into play either. And
Kunkka says they will not fail, but they really will not have. They have to not fail because if either of them loses, they will go down here. Ravage comes out. They trade Ravages. However, the R01's Ravage comes out earlier. Therefore, the counter Ravage actually doing much more damage here. Bristleback's still alive though. Gonna get those kill sprays off. Venomancer gets hooked in. That's most of your DPS. The Gale comes out on the Shadow Demon. Demonic Purge already popping the Enchantress. But Enchantress not the biggest target, and he's just gonna heal everything. The opposing Anisix actually already dead. Bristleback also goes down. It's up to the Lone Druid with the Bracers. Actually, no, he does not have a Bracers Deformation. That's a different team, and unfortunately, he will just go down.
Yeah, apparently his teammate also didn't fare too well. They lose 22 life and overkill right there, but a kill nonetheless. So we have a 1 versus 1 now. And let's take a closer look now at these matchups. Of course, it's the 6 Primordial and Saichu, but there's a Primordial on the other side, Nando, although it's 2. So a little bit different, certainly, but they got the 6 Assassins for Mankata. In fact, 3 of those being 3 stars. That's standing out to me the most right now of everything that we're looking at here.
There was a minor patch. I just want to let everyone know there was a minor patch that assassins cannot get chronoed. I'm not sure if that means your own assassins or all assassins in general. So I will be very concerned if that Faceless Void has to fight the assassins because that Chronosphere will do nothing. In fact, it will be a detriment, if anything. Because, again, there was a change. Apparently, it was a bug that assassins got affected by Chronosphere. So that's kind of a scary thought. That's really a scary thought.
Yeah, I didn't even know that. Okay.
Yeah, so apparently Void not supposed to Chronosphere Assassins, so Assassins are immune to Chronosphere. And again, if that Chrono is horrible, these Assassins are gonna be so strong. And there's a tier 3 Slark with a mechanism, a support Slark. But yeah, that's a scary Slark.
Did you just call it a support Slark?
Well, he has a mechanism, so you know what can you do?
Ooh, Daedalus. Does it go Daedalus here?
He is offered it. Dagon, not so much. I mean, Primordials, you have to kill them twice, technically.
Yeah.
It does pick up Daedalus, so. fairly certain that will be on like. Oh, okay, yeah, the Slark. Um, Actually, a good way to use Mechanism is you put it on a unit you think will be the second most affected by damage, right? Because that way mech will be the most efficient. If you put it on the thing that instantly dies, mech will do nothing. If you put it on the thing that dies the last, then that mech does nothing either. So you have to get that right spot, that right hero that takes just enough damage to mech everybody at the same time with maximum efficiency. Of course, that's a game by game basis.
Worth pointing out that Mankata, he has Smuggler, and that helped because he was the only player to get a tier 4 unit that round.
Yeah.
In the item round.
As you can see, this Mankata versus Saichi here, Chronosphere actually does come out. It does Chronosphere the Morphling, so it does not affect. It does affect rather enemy assassins, but it's not going to be enough. The Void's already dead. The Eidolon's going to try, but the Insect buff doing so much work here because those Eidolons don't actually do anything. They're completely missing all their attacks, and that's extra damage coming out. Floor completely uncontested, and unfortunately, Zaichu, as Primordial team, is not doing so well against assassins. Meanwhile, Nando versus Antonio, looks like Nando will also lose, but they only take 2 HP worth of damage, which is surprising.
Yeah, very surprising. Yeah. Mankata didn't wreck his necessarily. He only had, I want to say, 3 units alive at the end, but he won his side. But that's the team play. Teammate didn't do as well, and but only losing 2 life. If it keeps up at that rate, maybe we will go plus 30 rounds.
Oh boy. Uh-oh. We might actually hit round 30. I am quite interested to see how these players will play the tier 5, because again, it's double likelihood, and sometimes tier 5 units are game changers. They might lean into 1 unit. I mean, Brawl Besties have so much economy. They have so much money. It's ridiculous how little Antonio and Mankata has against this.
Well, they are a level advantage. So on that note, that could be why too.
That could be potentially a factor here. Insects versus the Hunter strategy. Assassin's actually just going to eliminate every Hunter in the backline. None of them are 3-star, so there's not really enough output to deal with them. Slark is going ham. He gets broken by the Shadow Demon, who begins auto-attacking the Bounty Hunter instead. We'll just go down. Tide Hunter, unfortunately, by himself.
Cottle got off one heck of a blast right there, man. The Cottle, man, he shredded that line. Oof.
Now, Brawl Besties still loses the overall, though. Mankata, he's winning his battles, but Nando's the one that's struggling. So they only take 5 damage there, but still, Nando need to tighten that up and possibly even think to, okay, they did get level 9. So they actually spend their economy, and they do make it to level 9. So both teams are level 9 now.
Nando was the problem, apparently. We're going to definitely see the assassin strategy definitely dominating, but the thing we have to be careful about is if we look at both strategies, it looks like Antonio and Zaichu actually have a much better balance in terms of their strengths relativity. We're going to be seeing which Hunter stress actually superior here. Nando versus Antonio. Ravage comes out, but is only a 1-star Ravage. So the tier 2 Ravage going to come out and show that Tide Hunter, whose boss Assassin comes out on a clone of Arc Warden. The Arc Warden actually doing no DPS because Arc Warden also gets broken, and he's only a 1-star. He's going to get eliminated 2 bears on the board, though. That's with no Savage Buffs, unfortunately. So those bears actually do much less than anticipated. Assassinate comes out on the Sniper, ironically enough. Slardar still battling against Lifesteal. Lifesteal healing up, of course. But he walks towards the Lone Druid instead of finishing the Slardar. That may have been a bad move. The bear actually gets enthralled by an E6 Sniper not focusing the Windrunner. Windrunner, the real problem here, the bear is just a tank, and the tank is actually going to take out the Drow and the Sniper. Nando losing his round. Meanwhile, Mankata also loses his round, if I believe.
I don't know if he did, actually. I guess there's no way to tell, actually, if he did. But they did take a lot of damage there. 16 damage, I think it was.
Now, they will have a free round after this one, so they're kind of hoping to not die. I mean, they kind of both have to win, or at least one of them, right, to minimize the damage that they take. But
whoa! They are switching. They literally just swapped everything.
Well, they swapped boards?
Yeah, Nando's now the assassins. So, did they do this because of items? He's not even equipping the items. Oh, he put the Mask of Madness on the Slark. That's it.
He put the Daedalus on the Arc Warden as well. We will be seeing Mankata versus Antonio here. Antonio does have that Daedalus Arc Warden on the Tier 2 Primordial. We will see if that strategy actually works out. The Shadow Demon gonna get eliminated here. He does break something in the meanwhile, but the Arc Wardens are completely uncontested. The Sniper gonna get assassinated on the opposing Sniper. Ravage gonna come out, but it's not gonna oppose the Arc Warden. The Arc Warden is the real threat here. The Arc Warden is about to go down, getting attacked by Lifesteal. The Sniper actually gets resurrected by the IO. The Power Shot gonna come out. Hunter's gonna push out enough damage. Gyrocopter on the right-hand side. Global range with the Deadeye actually focusing down the Arc Wardens, but the Sniper's not obliging to that Deadeye buff, but it's not going to be enough. Mankata tried to swap for that Daedalus Arc Warden, but his positioning may have been off, and they're going to get eliminated here as Zaichu and Antonio will secure that.
You know what? We've talked about it in theory. The only reason you would swap a board is for item purposes, because items aren't transferable. But it just takes so much time. And they tried to do it in a later round where they're panic mode, clearly. I mean, I didn't even double check if he had all the units on the board in appropriate area, because, like, positioning's one thing, and then he didn't even have all those items equipped. He got the prime items, but literally half the items weren't even equipped. So I love I mean, they had to try something. They were losing, so I definitely give props for that. And that was certainly fun to see. It's something to expect more in duos, but it was all for naught in the end.
That was very crazy. I think they had to make that decision. I don't think switching boards is a panic decision. It takes way too long. You have to consider positions as well, which is kind of the issue, right? You have to be like, okay, if we lose this round, then we'll swap. You can't be like, oh no, we just lost the round, let's swap. That doesn't work. You have to be ready for it.
Hey, second place. Still not too shabby.
Yeah, no, definitely not. So I'm currently observing Group B, checking out what's going on there. There's still 6 teams left in Group B, and that's
what?
Yeah, they're in round 24. If I don't know if Breaky has.
Well, I got the scoreboard up right now to give people an idea of what we're looking at, but I guess I could join off of you.
I believe you can join off off of one of us. I think that'll be perfectly fine. Yeah. A thing to note is the assassins. Look at all of these assassins. Oh no, there's 3 assassin boards. This is ridiculous.
Good. Why? Why did everyone go assassin?
I do want to talk about this a little bit. I think it's because insects, right? Insects are so good with assassins. But again, we talked about this, right? PA is banned. So going assassins is much worse because you don't have that output, I guess. I actually have no answer to why so many people went assassins. It's crazy.
I can't actually join the game. I'm trying to spectate off of you. It's just giving me the option to create a party, and that's it. That's really weird.
Oh, that's unlucky.
I can't spectate anyone. Oh, wait. Hold on. I can spectate that. Well, which group? Is it Group B?
Yeah.
It
should be
okay, I can spectate off of bot B then. Okay.
Yes. That is the bot you want.
So,
okay, here
Fight
we are.
Friends on the chopping block. Unfortunately, their compositions don't look very solid. I mean, mages are those things where you either commit or you don't, right? I feel like you can't go 3 mages. You have to go 6 mages.
Yeah, I actually agree with that. Like three mages just feels kind of bad. It's like you're not getting enough benefit out of it. Like just that extra 60% damage is really, really nice.
It's one of the strongest, if not the strongest ramp from one level of an alliance to another when you think about it. Because, like, you know, Heartless, you go from 5 to 10 minus armor. You know, get the Warriors, you get Primordials, okay, I guess. But, yeah, Mages from 40% to 100% to doubling your damage. That's quite the increase. So, yeah, you definitely need the 6, and he is having struggle going for that. So I am watching Dead Boy's perspective, though. We'll see how he does in this next battle. As he gets a refresher on his Nature's Prophet.
Just for comparison for the mage buff, actually, it's the equivalent of if Hunters went from -5 armor to -13, not -10. That is how hard that mage buff alliance scales. It goes from like that. That is how much bonus there is when it goes from 5. It goes from 40 to 100. It's so strong. And double Nature's Wrath is not getting it's not the maximum output he's getting because it's not 6 mages on the board. He's still missing 1. I'm not quite sure what's missing rather.
Well, again, he can't get Lena, so it's the Lich, right? That's his only option. There's only 7 mana, I believe. Yeah.
I think that's kind of his problem is that they're level 9, but neither of them are finding liches, perhaps.
Yeah.
But they have to be very careful here because they will be eliminated if they don't win both their rounds, or rather, if they both lose their rounds. But unfortunately, it's looking like the Primordials are just gonna kill them all off. The Call doesn't do enough. The Tinker is actually perma-rooted, gets the rockets off, and E6 doing her best, but again, in the mirror match, it doesn't really matter.
If he has a 1-star Lena out there, I know it's banned, but just in theory, if he has a 1-star Lena out there, getting the 6th Alliance buff or the Mage buff, he 100% wins that fight.
Yeah.
Like,
he would have bursted all of them. He would have absolutely bursted all of them. Yeah.
I do like his idea of throwing a Nature's Prophet into a Mage comp because that just feels great. Like, Nature's Wrath is already super good, and then you get that bonus damage off the Mage Alliance, and yum.
Yeah, I believe that's like at level 3, that's 600 damage scaled by 30% every bounce, which is that's quite a lot of damage.
Yeah, it gets out of control real quick.
But they're still alive. Don't count them out yet. Well, again, they're still looking for Lich, but they have no money.
Yeah,
it's kind of the issue.
I'm gonna jump over to Reactive. Might as well watch his perspective though this round. Again, on the verge of losing, like I said, to remind, no ages. This is still the first round, guys. We just jumped into another group that is currently playing. This is Group B action.
It's Snowf. I did not realize he was in this tournament. Snowf actually going to be going against Reactive here. He has so many 3-star units, actually. It's quite insane. There's 4 on the board for him. He also has a healing ward with an E6, but kind of a deadly combo. Toss already comes down. Bolt actually lands on most of his units, but however, Call Down going to finally drop. Going to drop a lot of damage, but not enough, it doesn't seem like. The front line still holding for both sides until perhaps the Trim Protector falls. But look at the Trim Protector. He doesn't want to die. He's like, who's dead? I'm dead eventually, as he is currently no longer able to sustain. The Pudge, only 1-star, not going to be enough damage output here. Where's the damage? Actually, the Venomancer is sheeped. There's the damage. It's hecked. It's going to get bolted and instantly die here. Someone just sustains harder in that fight, it looks like.
Yeah, I believe you're right. I believe Dead Boy actually might have slightly lost his fight, but yeah, Reactive did plenty of damage himself, and overall -12 for Snowf and Inyati. And yeah, I know I've seen Snowf as well. He's a top tier player for sure.
Yeah, he won the We Play tournament, if I remember correctly. He won a big money tournament.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, I'm glad to see him here, and kind of surprised him and Aniety took a shot to the face right there.
Oh, keep on.
I think his current concerns in that fight was output of damage. Right, when I looked at his backline, I was looking for his damage, and his damage is Venomancer, Gyrocopter, and buying time, honestly, for this Bristleback, or otherwise. That's kind of his problem. He gets a Dragonite, which is very good, but he doesn't have the Dragon buff. He has Viper, he does put it down. So he sacrifices a lot of front line, replaced for a lot more damage. We'll see if that actually is enough here. He will be going against Sunsmile here with a Medusa 600 composition. This is a classic. 3-star Windrunner, 3-star Drow. Hook comes in for the Runner, but Runner just leaps away. The Hook comes out of the Shadow Demon. He gets the break up, but it's only on an E6. An E6 doesn't care. She doesn't really need that. And all Ravage comes out. And you see, even though damage output is increased, without a front line, his damage does nothing. Venomancer's still alive, though. Fights turning in favor of his side. Dragonite doing a lot of damage. Splash. Stone Gaze up in a few more seconds, but he dies before that's able to get launched. Power Shot gonna go through. Dragonite almost dead, finally goes down. Viper will also go down. Unfortunately, not the greatest damage output. However, don't kill that Necrobook. That's gonna do some damage. Actually, no, it's not. He did not get that talent. So these 3 hunters are just gonna engage against a Nisix here. The Ancient Golem, it's actually gonna do something useful this time. No, it's not doing.
No, he's dead. In fact, 28 damage and they die. They're just eliminated. Just like that in 4th place. Wow.
Unfortunately, not quite enough. Snowf, I believe, lost his round, and I guess did the same, just much
Yeah.
more severely.
Oh yeah, no, his teammate must have lost quite a bit. So man, Five Friends, they were the ones very low on life going into the last couple of rounds, but they managed to squeak into third place now, and are still alive. So I want to go back to that. I want to go back to let's watch Dead Boy and his perspective. Back to the mages, still sitting on the 5. Their economy's still ruined, but they are at 3
Yeah,
alive.
that's so sad. He has a 1-star Dragonite as well, so his damage output physically is not even effective. It's kind of a disaster, and he has to go against, I believe, Come What May. Come What May actually has a quite weaker Hunter strategy, kind of adding the the Arc Warden to do more damage. The front line's already dead for his side. That Kodo has to do a lot. Refresher's Orb gonna get popped, but he's stealing to charge up mana. The second Kodo Blast gonna come in. Will that be enough? It is a Nisix. It's gonna kill off the sniper in the back, but he's the only one alive. There's not enough time. There's not enough damage, and without that 2-star alliance, or rather that level 2 alliance mages, the Kodo just doesn't do enough.
Yeah, that's it's what more is there to say? You need that 6th mage. You need the Lich, and a little bit unlucky, but that is Underlords for you. There is certainly that randomness involved, and it will be a knockout for them. 27 live. Talk about overkill.
Reactive also lost, unfortunately. I believe he was going against 6 assassins with a warrior comp. Unfortunately, warriors don't do very well when your damage output dies instantly. Kind of the issue when you run warriors, right, is that your DPS has to stay alive. And you can't do that. Well, you just kind of have a bunch of tanks. Right?
Yeah. I want to watch this assassin's perspective. The 6 assassins had it for a while with the insects once again. So is that something that we should maybe expect? Is that kind of the alliance synergy that people are developing, you think? The 6 assassins with insects?
I think usually, right, the composition with assassins is that you go elusives and insects, because you can transition into those. Like, they're very easy to transition into. Nyx is already an assassin, and Sand King and Broodmother are very good crowd control units with their slow and their stuns. Weaver is pretty much an assassin, right? When he uses his ability, he just goes invisible straight through the enemy. He's in the back line. So he kind of fits right in. And again, if PA was here, we would see 6 assassins, elusive buff, and insect buff. Because insects give assassins sort of a pseudo evasion, because they give everything else a miss rate, which is it's kind of the opposite of that. Which is why we see them so often. Tombstone picked up
with assassins.
Ooh, a Bloodthorn on Come What May.
I mean, that's really good. Yeah.
And the Arc Warden as well. He's gonna silence 2 units.
Ooh,
hopefully,
that's like one of the best targets for it.
Yes.
Yeah, this Tombstone though, that's for an assassin comp feels very odd.
It's high quality target buddy, I guess. I mean, that's pretty much what it is, right? These zombies don't really do much, right? It's a target buddy at this point. He puts down the Alchemist just to get the Warlock buff, although that's not really the biggest idea. Pudge comes out for Come What May. They both equalize to 20 gold just to get that minor investment here. We will be following CCM versus Ceremonials here. Ceremonials with the Savage buff, with just a really tanky lineup here, gonna try and buy time to deal the output. And it looks like the Assassins are not gonna be able to punch through here, or perhaps maybe the Bristleback. Every time that Quill Spray pops up, you can see how much damage the Assassins are taking, and the Assassins are collapsing. It's just TA and the Slark. The Slark, although going berserk here, the Bristleback's still not dead, which means they have to kill him, or else this is gonna be disastrous. The Slark is so strong. If you look at the Slark's damage, he's currently dealing 500 damage, and that's without a crit. He's going so fast. Ravage comes out, but everybody's ignoring him, and E6 is already dead, and boom. Just as what happened, Ceremonials.
27 damage.
27 damage.
Jesus.
That Slark did 36,000 damage.
It's a lot.
Oh my lord.
I legit don't know how you hope you don't lose by much. You hope the Slark is the last one alive in that case, because I really, at this point in the game, I really don't think you're beating that Slark.
Melee Mates was level 10 as well, which is another interesting point. They have a level advantage over Combat Comrades, but coming out in the losing end there, it's obviously...
Yeah, I mean that extra unit isn't really helping at that point, right? If you still lose to that enemy, that opposing composition, I think what's really the problem here is that they don't, the enemy units did not attack the Slark. Ravage comes out actually. In fact, Chronosphere comes out, but it's only on a Knee-6. This Void is actually the most useless Void I've ever seen. The Medusa gets a Stone Gaze off. Actually, by the time the Slark is getting focus fired by all of these hunters, and that's going to be the end of him. And without Slark, these assassins do not do enough. And CCM meets his match, and it looks like the hunters actually completely destroyed this assassin strategy. Meanwhile, Come Up May versus Ceremonials here. We'll see if Come Up May gets this win, and he will. His, ironically enough, his hunter strategy does extremely well against Ceremonials. And it's looking like Ceremonials is a bit of a weakling. A little bit.
So I was actually on Ceremonial's perspective at the beginning of that before I swapped over, but his lone druid with the positioning where he has it, it was a 3-star that round. It got silenced right off the bat and just died immediately. So he didn't even get a summon out either, unfortunately, and that kind of just set the tone. But I think that was the Bloodthorn actually coming into play that we mentioned.
That was the Bloodthorn Arc Warden, right? There's at least 2 units that's going to be silenced, if not the same unit permanently silenced, which is kind of the scary thing there. Again, we're kind of there's kind of this thing where the assassins have to face I believe Ceremonials here. Otherwise, there's kind of the issue with beating the hunters, and he gets his wish granted. He's gonna fight Ceremonials with his assassins. So the last time Slark just wasn't contested. Will it be the same thing this time? He does get ravaged, so he doesn't go ramp up immediately. But look at this. This is what happens when you don't have consistent damage out from a single target. But he gets rooted. He gets rooted. The Slark is just gonna die here. Unless, no, it's not gonna be enough. The Cool Spray is just gonna do so much damage, and everything is dead. CCM gets the better opposing force, but his Slark just gets rooted, crowd controlled, and dies.
They just took 42 damage.
Good.
1 versus 1. Yikes.
They both lost severely on their mirror matches. Unfortunately, getting the other person that they really didn't want to face. Or maybe actually they did get the ones they wanted to face. They just didn't have the damage, I guess.
Yeah. All right, so taking a look at the scoreboard, it's a little tough to see, I know, but hopefully you can make it out somewhat. It has the up-to-date points, and I don't know if all the matches are finished. I think they are, actually. Yeah, all the first groups look like they are finished. So these are the up-to-date points that we have, or at least in the process of being finalized. You look at a couple of teams there, Saichu and Antonio. You got Icarus and it's Martini and Explain and Kusar all tied for first place, winning their groups. And I believe we will be updated with the team that we just saw. Ceremonial and Sunsmile will also join them at the top of the scoreboard there. So that's what we're looking at. Again, this is just the first round. We have ultimately 3 more rounds to play, 1 more before we start eliminating teams. But Blue Sapphire, you had some fun with that first round, your first ever cast of duos. Your reaction overall, I'm curious.
That was it was pretty crazy. I did not expect. I mean, by round 11, someone was eliminated. So I mean, that was crazy, absolutely crazy, right? But it doesn't necessarily mean that they don't go later. It just looks like you can clearly see where people have teamwork and where people do not have teamwork, right? Obviously, in duos you have to have that cohesion. Otherwise, you're just gonna lose, because if one player doesn't do well, you can't be like, "Why are you losing? Stop losing!" Because you have the same HP pool, and that's not how you play duos. Fortunately,
you gotta work together. All right, we are gonna go to a break. We need to get things set up for the second groups and bio and everything, but we will be back. That's a reaction. What are you reacting to?
Oh, I'm sorry. I just looked at the new jail. Slark got banned. Keeper to Light got banned. IO got banned. Windrunner got banned. Shadow Demon got banned.
There's
and Witch Doctor got banned.
Wow.
Those are major composition bans.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
All right, we're gonna sit on it. We're gonna think about it. We're gonna take the short break, and then we'll come back and obviously analyze and get into our second set of matches. How about that? All right, stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. The Underlords Pro Duo event continues next. I'm Break CPK, joined by Zexorus and Blue Sapphire. We'll be back. Okay, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We are good to resume finally. Oh, all right, so we had a little bit of a break there, a little bit longer than we would have liked, unfortunately. So basically the deal is we were waiting on another group to finish. It turns out we actually added a group here in this awesome free community-run event, so shout out to the people working behind the scenes as well with that in mind, and definitely putting in all the effort for you players to be able to participate in such a lovely tournament. Anyways, so we are back now, and we have our second round. That is good to go. So welcome back. Zex, did you enjoy your break?
You're muted.
You're still
Zex.
muted. See, this is why you shouldn't mute yourself, man.
Muted. The production value. I say this every time. I find new and exciting ways to mute myself. But yeah, no, that last round was an absolute blast. Like we were telling Blue, these are gonna go quick. Like you've got to be on top of your game, otherwise you will get stormed under. The pace for duos is so frantic, and it's just so delicious to watch. I love the chaos.
Blue, welcome back. How was your break?
Yeah. Oh, it was pretty good. You know, just before the break, you guys saw me. My mind is blown because this jail is actually gonna change quite a lot.
Yeah.
Without these bans, I just want to mention these are ridiculously game-changing bans. Without Shadow Demon, which is arguably the best alliance, the hero with the best alliances in the game right now, he's banned, which means your early game is gimped. Axe is banned, which means brawny early game is gimped. Slark is banned, which means assassins in general are gimped. Cuddle, I did mention this, is probably the only thing that shouldn't get banned if you want to play mages, and unfortunately he is. So mages are unlikely. IO is banned, which means primordials are very difficult now. Wish Doctor is banned, trolls are difficult. Windrunner, there's a bunch of strategies that's just completely nerfed, but there are strategies that are completely unaffected. Scrappies, elusives, knights, and of course the F4 build, which is what people call the good stuff. The one with Tidehunter and such. So, oh boy, gonna get crazy.
I noticed you said Scrappy, but not Inventor. Inventor.
That's yeah.
Come on, give some love to Inventor. No, I understand why.
Yeah. Yeah, the Inventor is like a side effect. You're like, oh, cool, I have the Inventor buff.
Yeah.
It's unfortunately not. Those buffs go to hand in hand, really. So when someone mentions Scrappy, you kind of assume Inventors. But yeah, so without Coddle, again, I don't think we're gonna see mages. But the important thing to note is also no insects are banned, so we will be seeing insects. And PA is back in the pool. So assassins are actually still fine. It's just that the late game Slark effect is not a threat. You could have the classic PA Anti-Mage TA as your 3 must-haves, plus the insects. Again, Sand King is... in fact, all of the insects are pretty much assassins in how they play, in that their abilities affect so much how backline and frontline is played. Sand King, Burrow Strike is a more accurate Ravage, right? Weaver is essentially an assassin because of his ability. Broodmother's webs is also very solid. The next assassin is literally an assassin, so it's gonna be interesting. I think we're gonna see. I think I did analyze this a bit, but I think we're definitely gonna be seeing insects versus knights, because that's a very interesting matchup actually. Well, hopefully we'll see it. Obviously, we'll definitely we'll take a look at what the duos want, but that's just sort of an idea I had.
Yeah, you certainly look at the jailed heroes going into these matches, and again, obviously with the reset time, it just happens to line up where the first round happens, and then after the first round, we do get the reset, so adding a little bit more spiciness to these events. One patch change that they did add, as well as the UI improvement with the scoreboard for duos, was the private lobby idea that you could actually have your own jail system now. You can customize your own jail system. And I know Zex, you guys were even discussing the idea of using that. Obviously, we're not today, but is that something that's going to be used in the future? You think?
Possibly. Like I really want to put it to the community on if when we start, because I mean, yeah, you're right. There is the switch over in the jail system, which like really forces players to think on their feet as the new heroes get jailed after the first round of our tournament. But like, we'll have to see, honestly. On an administrative side, that's going to be a lot of work to get sorted and implemented in a quick
deciding
in a quick
which
amount of
ones
time.
are jailed. Yeah, that could be difficult.
Yeah, like the simple answer is just use the previous jails. The jail, just use that as the custom ban when we start the tournament.
Well, it could be used for tournaments, like to even custom tournaments themselves, right? Where the idea that you can do like all primordial units are banned. You could just jail all primordial units, so you could have like fun events like that, I suppose. So.
I think another thing to importantly note is that potentially we might see some tournaments with each player gets their own ban, because there's 8 players and there's 8 jailed units, which means that every player gets a ban.
Yeah, I like that.
That could be a thing, right?
That's interesting.
You just get rid of a hero they don't like.
I really like the idea of a draft ban system, but it's got to be implemented. Yeah, it's got to be implemented well.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right, we're in the game, by the way.
I
don't know if you guys saw. So feel free to jump off of me.
You know what? Actually, I want to follow Mixer64. Mixer64 is on Mischief Makers, and I don't know if he's still. Obviously, he's not doing it right now, but he is our Russian caster.
Okay. It is also worth pointing out that how this format works for those that may be newer in general. It's essentially kind of a Swiss-style format where each round you'll be matched up against other people that are similar points to you. So we're following the Group A in a sense, where that means we're always going to be following the players that are essentially on top of the scoring list, essentially the top 8 teams really that we're looking at. So obviously we see, 4 of these teams won their group in the, I guess 5 of these teams, right? Because, yeah, we had 5 groups. So 5 of these teams actually won their group, and now they're facing off against each other. So, again, the Swiss format, it's the longevity that makes it work out well. But that's fun to know. We're definitely getting some fun matchups here.
Now, I would like to point out real quick, like, some of the players in here, TDU, Nando and Mankata, they worked really well together last game. Also, another team to keep in mind is Battle Buddies with Ceremonials and Sunsmile. Ceremonials and Sunsmile, I think that was the team that had to not lose in the Duos Invitational, and they would have won. There was a team that all they had to do was just not go out in 8th place in the final round, and they went out in 8th place in the final round.
Oof.
Brutal.
And it just broke the tournament open at that point. It was just absolutely nuts.
That does ring a bell, actually. You mentioned that, yeah. Okay, we're looking at right now. I see a lot of assassins in general off the bat on top of the list, but again, it's not surprising. I know you mentioned again Slark is banned, but assassins does overall have does it have the most of any alliance? I think it does actually. We're looking at 9 heroes.
It has so many assassins in general at the moment have so many indirect alliances that it's pretty silly if you think about it, right? Assassins build into the single elusive buff. Like that is pretty much the easiest indirect alliance you could get at this point, except for Heartless. But Heartless is pretty much a given, right? Yeah. And I will be expecting some hunters. Knights, F4 builds for again, the player base calls it good stuff. Obviously the late game sort of compositions or Warden and Troll Warlord are back in the pool, so people will definitely be trying. But again, as I mentioned with everybody, right? F4 is not invincible. It's not the only strategy in the universe. So as long as you are uncontested, you will get what you need.
Yeah.
Here's a question to think about as we go into the player rounds. We have a Magnus on Mixer 64. Now the question I'm wondering is, will that cleave with the Walrus Punch? And it looks like yes, that does cleave.
It does. It does, and it's quite a dirty combo where you punch and you. I believe I've seen it before. Punch a punch and then kill the drow behind it. Like it's quite hilarious. Sometimes the interactions with Magnus. When Magnus was first released, actually, a lot of players rated him highly because you could buff melee units. But again, he's fallen out of favor because again, that buff doesn't actually compensate for quite a few of these melee units, right? It's just ranged hard carries are just superior.
Right.
Speaking of a hard carry, that 2-star CK hard carried right there for the opponent. It's Martini and pulls through with the victory as a result. So Mixer 64. This team, Mischief Makers, losing 6 life to start, but plenty more 2-stars to come.
Yeah.
As you see, entering round 5 now.
If I'm being honest, I was a little bit narcissistic about this. I thought I would genuinely see everybody try to F4, but no. In fact, there's quite a lot of diversity, and I'm quite happy for the players actually understanding we can't all do the same thing.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's gonna be pray to RNG. Please give me all of the units I want. It's more okay. What do I want? What do I have? What can I do? And again, there's a bunch of strategies that are completely unaffected.
Well, I think
so
part of that is
we will
duo,
be
though, to be
following.
fair as well. You even mentioned off the bat that the hero pool is just that much more is available. So the idea that you can, maybe be a little more open as far as what you're looking for. We are certainly seeing, at least we saw in that first game, and I remember seeing that quite a bit last week. There were some players, like I mentioned, 1437, he went mage literally every game, but you definitely will see some swapping around. And I go back to what you had mentioned at the beginning of this one with the gel system. I'm curious to look for these knights because I personally, just from the spectating I've been doing and even my personal play experience, which is it's mediocre. I'm going to be honest, but it just doesn't seem like knights are that strong. I mean, what am I missing? The damage output, even when none of them are banned, is it really that good?
It's because it's the Luna and Dragonite effect, right? Those are your hyper carries for the knight composition, and with the addition to Sven, again, initially everyone hated Sven, and obviously a lot of people still don't like Sven because he gets rid of their damage reduction buff. But then, obviously, the other complaint about knights is they don't do enough damage. So, I mean, what do you really want? Do you want them to take longer to die or do more damage? And I think the just players need to kind of understand that Sven is kind of necessary for knights if you want to go into the late game. I've tested Luna Daedalus with a Sven buff. If she crits, those glaives have, I believe, if she crits for around 700, those glaives do, I believe, 540 damage. And the reduction is reduced, right? So mathematically, Luna Mask of Madness is not better than a crit item on her, to be honest. I feel like people are underestimating how much Sven actually does for the knight composition in terms of their damage output.
Another question you could ask is: are people overcommitting to knights when they pop that Sven in? What if they went like 4 knights? That gives them a little. They still gives them that damage reduction and the damage bonus, but allows them a little more flexibility to go into something else.
I did actually want to bring that up. Right, I completely agree because even with 4 knights, you're still giving your Luna double damage. You're giving your Dragonite double damage. You can have Luna and Dragonite as your backline, as your hard carries. You could have Batrider and Sven as your other 2 knights, and it would be effectively perfectly fine. You could have Sven with Abaddon, Sven with Omni Knight. Sven is more of a support than really your damage output, again, because melee units are just not very good carries. It's the fact that you have to get that ult as soon as possible. In fact, Arcane Boots on Sven is pretty good, just because he gets that ult much faster, and then your Luna and your Dragonite does more damage. Of course, the big factor there is if Luna or Dragonite gets doomed, but like that's a scenario
Can't
more
play
so
around
than
that,
just in
yeah.
general. Yeah.
I'm watching Nando's perspective now. The only remaining team at 100 are your melee mates. And Nando himself is looking like he's going to come out on top of this matchup running the Heartless Warrior comp. His teammate Mankata looks like he actually just came out on the losing end. So Nando going to win his side. Might still be a victor in the end. I think they're going to have slightly more. Yeah, -1 coming out for the opposition.
Yeah, just trade. Oh, right. I forgot to ask about this about duos. So essentially, only one team loses HP, not both.
Yes.
Okay.
So
right.
that
that's
is
what I kind of assumed.
It's a confusing aspect. I understand why. You know, when if you're just going to do a duo, but yeah, it takes the difference essentially, and then the team overall has the same life pool. Then it'll take the difference, and then whatever team came out on top of the difference, it then does the minus of the difference.
So technically, having a win hard strategy for one player and just sacking out the other one is technically viable in that sense.
We saw players last week trying it, and there were some that it fell through. Like, all the top teams felt like that they were certainly both very strong, but it is a viable idea, at least earlier on, I think.
I want to point out, one of these assassin strategies already have PA and Anti-Mage, and that Anti-Mage is about to hit 3-star very soon.
Oh,
that's one very strong assassin strategy.
Yeah, I think last game we had an AM at round 9, so if it hits the next round, that would be right on point. I'm still on Nando, and he's actually getting destroyed this time around, going up against a couple of 2-star AMs, in fact, with CCM on the other side. Yeah,
it's going to be a hunt for the Templar Assassin, and, in fact, all of the insects required, right? Because, again, alliances have assassins have been buffed indirectly so many times.
I'm sorry, they just lost 19 life. They went from 100 to 81.
Oh.
Yeah, that was a
round
deep
8
hit right there. Round 8. Good.
Yeah.
And Nando is 1 star away from getting a 3-star Drow Ranger, which will be really handy.
Wow.
To be honest.
Somebody's getting 3-star this round.
Yes, somebody's getting a 3-star this round. I don't see it not happening.
Yeah. Nando's quite close. He's literally 1 away, actually. Yeah. Mankata actually is still going that assassin stretch, but unfortunately, it's not as good as, again, 2 anti-mages. Right? A thing that's underrated, I think, is Assassin's Veil, because what Assassin's Veil does is, if you put it on an assassin, it actually guarantees them to always blink towards the enemy Underlord. And if you put that on anti-mage, in fact, you will actually permanently prevent the enemy Underlord from getting anything, which means they're just out of the fight. And in an E6 case, she kind of needs that, right? I mean, both Underlords need that, but because an E6 can't attack, she's kind of defenseless against those kinds of strategies where you just prevent the enemy Underlord from doing anything and kill them as soon as possible. Because as well, if you obviously kill the enemy Underlord, your hype generation rapidly increases, which is kind of pretty scary.
Yeah, if she can't even cast her Martyr's Boon, which is her first ability, it makes her just obsolete. And, you know, it's funny you mentioned that, too, with the Assassin's Shroud, how that was actually one of the first heroes that came to mind for me. Is that, and Sniper, I think, is certainly another one, you know, being from a distance can snipe. But, yeah, Anti-Mage, the fact that it burns hype could make a lot of sense to use on him.
I did find out if you put a Moon Shard on a 3-star Anti-Mage, you permanently keep them from gaining hype. They will not gain hype. I was delighted to find that out. I still lost, but I was very delighted to find out that you can actually prevent an Underlord from ever touching their first ability.
I mean, that's effectively a Doom, right? Even though Doom cannot Doom the Underlord, that is the equivalent of a Doom on the enemy Underlord.
Yeah.
It's absolutely insane. Another thing to note that is a little bit underrated, actually, is that Shadow Shaman got indirectly buffed because whenever you hex someone, they actually lose hype twice as fast as they gain it. And it's kind of visible every time you see your Underlord get chicken, is that their hype just significantly goes down really quickly. And that's inherently because of, I believe, getting turned into a chicken. I'm not quite sure why that's inherently the reason, but...
It doesn't make any sense, so.
It's interesting, but yeah, it's unfortunately what happens.
Okay, there's no 3 stars yet, so we were wrong. The fact that we just expected to see 3 stars by last round even, and guess they just haven't been getting lucky enough, but it's bound to happen here. As we have
my
Don't
God.
worry, it'll happen. Oh my god.
What's up?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 7 assassin strategies. Wanted to point that out. Literally every second player is building assassin. And then the other player on their team is doing something else. I think I actually vouch more for Icarus and It's Martini because they've completely ignored those and they've said, right, these strategies are uncontested, we're just gonna go with them. And I completely agree with them. If everybody's going assassin, the likelihood of you finishing that goes down. And yeah, it's a bit crazy to
Well,
look
that's
at.
not really what I'm seeing right now because we got a 5 assassin, 3 assassin, 3 assassin, a potential 5. Someone's combat comrades has 6. CCM has already 6 assassins.
And they're last place, by the way.
Yeah.
It's a very good point.
CCM
That
is
is a
one
very
away
good
from
point.
CCM is actually one away from a tier 3 anti-mage as well, so there's a lot of anti-mages, anti-magi. I don't really know how to say
I think
that.
it's mages.
Anti-magi?
Magi,
Yeah,
maybe?
anti-
Anti-magi? I don't know, actually.
Yeah, I mean, Ogre Magi is 2 people, so yeah, I guess anti-magi. But speaking of CCM, actually, he's completely dominating over this opposing assassin strategy, and usually what you want to see with assassins is who kills each other the fastest, right? And it looks like CCM will do it quicker. His partner, I believe, come what may, not as lucky, actually gets dominated by a double Venomancer strategy. But only 1 damage, you can't feel bad about that.
It can feel pretty bad still. It's a brutal spot to be in. They're already down to 62 left, but I guess they're joined by Mischief Makers, who also dropped down. They're down to 62 life themselves. Somebody just took 22 damage. Battle Buddies just took 22. It's crazy to see those numbers popping out at these earlier rounds, especially, but it can happen.
Yeah.
They both get dominated.
It's those kind of situations where it's either sometimes it just when it rains it pours, right? If you lose your round and you suddenly take 23, you realize your teammate is also not having a great time. And it's just one of those things where you have to watch out for. And as you mentioned, 3 stars are popping up. Someone got a 3-star Shaman. Someone got a 3-star Drow. I think someone got a 3-star Anti-Mage, but I don't see it on the board. I saw it pop up on the left-hand side. I might just be crazy.
They accidentally sold it.
Did they?
No, I'm joking.
Oh, okay.
I
was
hope not,
say,
at least. That would be embarrassing.
Oh my god, that would be horrible. But yeah,
There is-
I think, yeah.
There was a game the other day. I accidentally sold 3 2-star Dazzles because I was too slow on shifting them back onto the bench.
Oh, yeah.
And it was just feels bad.
I've done that. Yeah, it's that. I'm always scared to do that. Like I see these pro players doing it in between rounds, putting their guys on the board and rolling through, and I'm just like, every time I try it, I scare myself, and I've definitely had that happen as a result too. So
Yeah,
you gotta be careful.
Like I said, I tried it. I wasn't very good at it.
Yeah. We could see the anti-mage actually pop up maybe potentially after the round. I don't know. Someone got it, or I'm just crazy. Maybe, probably. But yeah. 2 3-stars on the board. There's a bunch of Nyx assassins actually that are very close. Lucky, 667. Closing in on his one. I believe. Oh, there it is. There it is. So, there's a 3-star anti-mage for CCM actually. That's pretty good. Once again, it's all about the TA hunt now, just to get elusive buff. So we're gonna be looking out for that one.
Well, so you need to be level 7 for that, or no, 6? I guess could start finding it.
Yeah, you get start finding it, but low odds. It's negligible, but when you see it, you're just like, gasp!
Yeah,
it's time. But yeah, we'll see. Brawl Besties at 41 HP versus Fight Friends here. Quasar actually going against It's Martini. It's Martini. Look at his team. This is a Knight Druid composition. It is heal to the maximum. And actually, in fact, they're doing so much damage. The Lycan and the Tusk actually fighting the Batrider, but it's not really the problem. The problem is the fact that Treant Protector didn't die.
Yeah.
KSI might fall here, but savages, man, savages going to get stronger here. Enchantress actually not getting any savage bonus. Oh no, sorry, he does not have a savage buff.
No, he doesn't.
On It's Martini, but Treant Protector versus a E6. We'll see who wins here. I think the biggest issue here is that Leech Seed. Yeah, just way too much. Oh, Trumpeter's didn't even die. That sucks. That really does suck.
Yep. Extra
Oh.
damage, and 15 in total they take. They're at 26 life at round 13. It ain't
I
good.
was really surprised to see that Trance survive. Pretty shocking.
Uh,
3 stars
it,
coming
yeah.
out everywhere. Oh wow, Punch Pals are getting a lot of 3 stars.
Okay, so
Looks like Octopus has got a 3-star Enchantress, a 3-star Venomancer. Did Natalie get any 3 stars? No, she did not. Looks like Natalie is the battery for Octopuses in this case.
Unfortunately for Explain, he finds a TA but not the PA. Ironically, the opposite problem. Yeah, no, he actually does have PA but didn't put it on the board. This might be something he'll regret later because that's the elusive buff, and that's pretty important in Assassins, but we'll see. They are at 26 HP. They can't really afford to lose here. Sniper Assassinate goes on the TA with a shield. That's so good. But will it be enough? Pudge on the front line here. Next Assassin actually baiting out the Weaver. The Weaver gets leech seeded. Hulk comes into the Treant Protector, but TA finally dies. Assassinate's already off cooldown because I believe that's a 10. Oh my god! He got hit with the Carapace! The Carapace actually completely counters that Vendetta. Doesn't get the hit off, but the Bear and the Treant Protector, they're invincible.
Treant's gonna win it.
Yeah, Treant is way too tanky, and Leech Seed bounces. Bear that in mind. When your target dies, it bounces. So, yeah, that's so strong. Treant Protector is so tanky,
That is the
man.
worst sniper NA right there. Holy crap. He freaking sniped a Refraction and a Nyx Assassin spiked Carapace. It's like my low-level MMR games.
Oh, what was that? What was that gif of that Shadow Demon like tossing a Requiem onto a Nyx Assassin who popped his spiked Carapace? Like that classic gif? Oh, I love that gif. It makes me happy.
Oh, it's so funny. The Assassinate was mid-air when the Carapace popped. It's quite hilarious to just see. He's like, all right, guys, I'll get this next Assassin this time. Helm of the Undying.
I want to go back to what you're saying, Blue, at the beginning of that round. It's round 15 now, so not as big of a deal still, but he's sitting on the PA on the bench. Are you arguing that maybe he puts the PA for one of the anti-mages just to get the elusive? Would that be better?
I think his thought process is that I want mana burn more, but in this case, right, I think I want the elusive. Because that gives you more attack speed on the TA and the PA. It's still the assassin buff, and again, yeah, I kind of want to see that PA on the board. I guess he's waiting for level 7. But I wouldn't be surprised if he was waiting for level 7. Unfortunately, they're both really poor, so I guess they're having money issues as well. But I just don't see why the PA is not on the board yet. Oh, okay, he's going for insects. He wants those insects before he gets the assassin buff, which I guess you could argue, right? 30%, yeah, 30% evasion or mischance over that elusive buff. I guess you could argue. So we'll see if that works in his favor. Oh, that's dirty. I really love that Blade Mail Treant Protector. Leech Seed. Effectively, Treant Protector has double his health pool. That Treant Protector is disgustingly tanky. Well, rather deceptively tanky, I would say. Right, you wouldn't necessarily think Treant Protector will be tankier than Pudge, but in a lot of cases it is because his Leech Seed is just, or it's not even called Leech Seed. It is called Leech Seed.
Yeah.
And it's just so tanky. It's ridiculous.
Oh, there it goes.
Oh,
yeah,
there we go.
The
So
PA in. So
yeah, he was waiting for level 7.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, he swaps it out.
No, he puts out the insect buff.
He wants insects.
Instead, he puts in the Weaver in conjunction. We will see if that was the right decision. Insects do damage, so perhaps that was the thought process. Again, Blade Mail Treant Protector will probably be useful. Get that leash sheet off, he will. But Broodmother doesn't even pop his ability because the anti-mage mana burns it. Ironically enough, the assassins are attacking the Necronomicon unit by an E6, and look at these insects doing a lot of damage, and it looks like the assassins actually, for his side, manages to get things done. It looks like it was the right decision to go insects rather than elusive buff.
Yeah, I would actually hard agree with that right there. The insects looked like they just put in a lot of work to kind of boost the sustainability of those assassins by inflicting those mischances right there. So yeah, I actually really like what he did right there.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it is almost a pseudo elusive, and I think you pointed that out in the previous game too. So the idea that you're getting that pseudo elusive, it allows you to run the Weaver, which I mean, Weaver compared to a Phantom Assassin, they are good, both good in their own right. I guess Weaver provides a little more AoE presence with Shikuchi, but still. Wait, does that do damage, by the way? Shikuchi?
Yeah,
Tsukuchi,
Shikuchi
yes,
does. Yes, it does deal damage. Just want to make sure.
it does
So
also disjoint. It also does disjoint projectiles. I've dodged an assassinate by hitting Sakuchi.
yep.
Nice.
It's a solid ability. Makes him a pseudo assassin. I wanted to point out Mankata has a better insect buff, not necessarily because it's a better alliance or whatever. It's because he has better units for it. He has Broodmother, Nyx Assassin, and Sand King. And Sand King Burrow Strike is a pseudo ravage in my opinion. It's
good.
so good. And it's just much better as an ability. It also buys time for the Broodmother here. As we saw earlier in this fight, the assassins just got so many free hits off because the Burrow Strike bought so much time into that Broodmother web and then into just a disastrous fight thereafter. And that's not to say that Weaver is a bad hero, it's just that Weaver is not necessarily the best when you want to run Assassin Insect.
Unfortunately, the team loses there despite Mankata's victory. But yeah, I've always been a fan of Sand King, even before these changes to it with this whole insect coming into play. It's, again, the mini Ravage, the idea of that line stun, it just brings some solid crowd control. Back when he was an assassin, I actually liked running him for that purpose too, for the crowd control. But it feels like it's even better now with running with this insect savage synergy instead. Is the Knights, by the way, still the only one Knights. It's Martini, the only one running Knights, and he just got a couple of 3-star Knights. I mean, when you're the only one doing it, I suppose you're bound to get a bunch of these 3-stars. So that's going to be big. Now, they're at 42 life as a team, but we'll see if he can continue to develop those Knights.
What's really scary is that it's only Knight strategy in a doubled pool. That is ridiculously a lot amount of Knights. And the thing with Knights is that their tier 3 is so good. It's because of that damage reduction. The more HP they have, the better, right? And obviously, he'll be looking for Sven late game when he wants that damage. And maybe perhaps he wants to stick with this, but I do really think I implore him to go Sven just for that extra damage if he thinks he needs that. But at the moment, it's looking like it's looking fairly solid. Although
What I'm really surprised about right now is that this Bat Rider doing topping the damage for It's Martini right now. Well, it was barely is second place with 7,000 damage that round. Luna coming in at 74 or 7,400 damage. That's a really effective Bat Rider if I'm honest.
Yeah. Although the sticky napalm is 80 damage per tick, and during that fight, he got so many hits off. In fact, I believe at one point there was a unit at 8, so that's another 360 damage per hit from the Bat Rider, who already is buffed by the attack speed bonus from Trolls, which is why he was attacking so fast. And I think that Arcane Boots was, and I actually love this Arcane Boots because what Arcane Boots is when you're at 50% mana, it just gives you another 50. And because Bat Rider only has a 50 mana pool, and when he attacks once, he gets to half immediately. He basically gets that Arcane Boots off immediately, right? And that's so good, especially when you have a Dazzle, Necrophos, and Omni.
That's true, yeah. Ooh, that's a big unit.
That's a 3-star. Yeah, that's a big boy. That's a 3-star Terrorblade on the field.
Oh boy, where he is.
Quasar is Quasar 273 under Brawl Besties.
The thing we have to be careful about is even if your board wins, if your teammate doesn't win or just like lose less, it's not gonna help, right?
Yeah.
We'll watch his board here, see if he can beat assassins here. But speaking of which, actually, it looks like he will be against CCM, who does have that elusive buff. Terrorblade though, look at that damage! He's so crazy. PA is dodging bullets, but it's not gonna be enough. Oh my God, that Terrorblade doing so much work. Elusive buff, not gonna be enough. Terrorblade 3-star going AWOL, destroying everything in his path. Unfortunately, Nyx Assassin died as he popped Carapace, so Terrorblade didn't actually get stunned.
It's that Terrorblade. I was a little concerned about the positioning. It actually also got silenced right off the bat, and I was like, oh no, this is pretty dreadful. But then he popped meta, and there's like, holy crap, the damage came out. And even with gloves of haste, he did plenty. Now, if they can make it to round 20 and they get some big item on him, that could certainly be a carry. But they're still at 8 life. They won that round. You're at 8 life, though. Guys, we're at round 20, and something we haven't talked about yet. I want you all to open up your scoreboard, press tab, hold tab even, and look at the left-hand side on the Underlords there.
I was just getting ready to bring that up. All in E6.
Yep.
Yeah. Is that telling of something?
She's good. She's really good.
She's very solid. Especially again, it's much easier to set up stuff around her. In general, right? Again, it's this mentality that if you want to play Hobby, you have to win harder. But if you have a teammate, right, and technically your perspective in the game is that you want to share sort of the victories, you can't really do that. I think that's why. I mean, an E6 in general is just again like a better and easier time to play as. And yeah, I guess that's why just there's so many in E6.
I also wonder if mages essentially being banned with Coddle being banned, that downgrades Hobgen as well, right? Like that's one of his better alliances to play with. So another play that comes into mind.
And yeah, definitely, right? And Hobgen actually doesn't very much like love playing with assassins. Assassins are the big thing right now. It's the flavor, right? Because of this jail, and assassins are completely unaffected. Hobgen loved playing with something that actually has a front line, so he can buff the back line, and that's sort of the whole point, right? Perhaps with Knight, that he would have been amazing, but again, players can't predict what they're gonna get, right? So an E6 is just easier because at the moment, the odds of getting a good composition with your E6 is higher than getting a good composition with a Hobgen.
So
I think I'd like to note, based on that Overlord bit we just brought up, I'm looking at the scoreboard right now, and it's just a sea of an E6. I can probably count maybe six Hobgen players out of. Yeah. So everyone just spun on a heel.
It seems like the competitive tier does favor her, and this is evident as well. I'm watching, actually, who am I watching? I'm watching Sideshoe here. He's for Scuffle Squad there at 4 life. He's actually running Inventor with the Scrappy. He is the only one doing so, trying to keep him and his team alive at this point. That Ogre Magi, though, that thing is massive right now.
He's currently doing 1,100 damage per hit, so that just a typical Tuesday for the Ogre Magi. Actually, insta-giving the Dragon Knight. Insects helping quite a lot, but it's not going to be enough. Luckily, Timbersaw does not care for little bites. In fact, all of the insects were attacking, so he didn't even get miss rates. So
that they still lose, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah. Octopuses.
And I really want to like that Timbersaw pickup because the Timbersaw can kill the spiders with whirling death. Like they're untargetable, but it's an AOE, so it hits everything around them. So I mean that was a good idea.
Yeah, I mean I think it's just the case that Scrappies are just not very solid right now. Even in their notable strategy, which is Scrappy Mages, it's literally just better to go 6 mages than 4 Scrappy 3 mages. It's just not effective enough at this point in time. And also Scrappies are completely ruined by the jail, so everything is currently against them. And back to the Anisix thing, right? A thing I'm really concerned about is that Anisix gets overtly nerfed, and she doesn't really deserve that. Her late game, again, I mentioned, right? I took a look at what she provides, and her late game is just not as good. And I feel like if you nerf her early game, then what does she really do? I feel like the adjustments perhaps could be exaggerated, and I'm just kind of concerned about that.
Right. Can we talk about this 3-star Lycan on Quasar?
I was watching that, yeah.
With a blade mail, that's just a beefy dude, right?
With the 3-star Terror Blade as well, by the way. This is massive.
Yeah, they're both literally tankier than the punch. So, there's just something to say.
You got 2 blade mails on top of that. Like Quasar is just going this really neat defense strat. Like he's relying on like these 2 just giant units in the front and waiting for that Terrorblade just to pop meta and just start, Well, chucking snowballs at people now with that Iascati on.
But again, being duo, you have to think about your teammate as well. But I gotta say, Explains actually made a solid stand as well. He's got the insect synergy, running with the 3 assassins. He's got at least a 1-3 star with the anti-mage, even the 2-star broodmother. Not too shabby to have. He hasn't been able to mix the elusive in there yet, but still.
At this point, Quasar really does have to carry Explain. Explain just doesn't have the best. Yes, he has the insect buff. Yes, he has assassins, but in both categories, he does not have the best. Right? No elusive buff. He has to compensate with druids. The Weaver is not the best insect either in this composition. Nyx assassin just gets popped.
Yeah, he's getting wrecked. I'm watching Explain right now, and he is getting rolled over, so you're certainly right. How badly is Qzar winning if he's winning? He's not winning that badly, so I think this is it.
Quasar has to secure a solid victory, otherwise it's going to be disaster. Terrorblade dies. They're going to take damage, and unfortunately, it's not enough.
Double knockout, I believe. Yeah, we saw Combat Comrades also going down right before them, so suddenly there's 4 teams. Feels like 2 rounds ago, all 8 teams were still in it, but now we're down to 4. We got our top 4. It's Fight Friends even at the top, but they only have 42 life, so that's a 3-star sniper, by the way.
Oh boy, that is a lot of 3-star units coming out. I think with the Knight, ironically, the Knights are not getting any 3 stars, so that's kind of an issue there, right? They got the full composition, but
yeah.
You need 3 stars on your DPS, either Luna or Dragon Knight. Chaos Knight 3-star won't do enough. Bat Rider 3-star is just flavor at this point. Gonna be looking for those.
You don't have any faith in the 3-star CK?
It's just melee, right? Again, in the late game, there's so much crowd control for melee units. It's not feasible to rely on a 3-star melee unit. He might actually get some success here. Unfortunately, Luna is tossed to the back where she can't do anything, but unfortunately, Sniper kills off the Dazzle, so the Luna finally gets the damage off. And as you can see here, the Chaos Knight is doing quite a lot of damage. Ooh, actually, I spoke too soon. Assassin comes out on E6. But yeah, actually, that Chaos Knight actually bought a lot of time to turn that fight, and perhaps not yet. The Chaos Knight is actually doing quite a lot.
Yeah,
he led damage that round.
By a lot.
Yeah. It's quite interesting. I mean, Luna got tossed to oblivion, so she couldn't attack, but that doesn't excuse that. Yeah, the Chaos Knight with 50% damage reduction means that it's technically 9,000 HP Chaos Knight. And with all those heals, it's certainly bought some time. I feel like the Chaos Knight wasn't CC'd enough, or wasn't focused down. It's a 3-star unit after all. It will do some damage, but in my opinion, right, I think 3-star Luna is just much better in a lot of cases.
I would like to point out Team Melee Mate. Their economy is very healthy, but they're on 17 health.
It is a neutral round. They should be fine.
yeah, they'll be fine this round.
They should spend after though.
Yeah, I hardest of agrees right there. Like they've got to get something. They got to get something going right now because they are in knockout range.
I actually, if you look at Mankata's build again, he has the best of all aspects of the required assassin buff. Right? He has the elusives. He got the best insects. Like he's got all the units he really wants. The problem is he's not getting them upgraded, which is, oh boy, that is something they really have to start looking for.
Yeah, that definitely feels bad in my opinion.
Oh, they're spending. You can see.
Oh yeah, they spent everything. Oh, that really hurts. Nando has 2 frontline units at 1 star. That's not useful, my guy. Oh no. You need to buy time for hunters, and if your frontline is weak, it's not gonna help. I mean, 2-star, a double ravage will help maybe. But yeah, he oh no.
So they push level 9 there, and they get the warrior buff, or Nano does.
Yeah. Yeah, so he's going to be banking on the fact that his frontline doesn't die, so that the sniper can actually do some work. Also, you notice that he has a poaching knife, so Deadeye poaching knife is actually pretty solid because you focus the lowest HP unit, and they get to low HP really quickly, so those crits pop off really fast. But again, we'll see here. They'll be going against Sunsmile and Ceremonials. Unfortunately, they'll be going against Assassins here, so the Warriors will kind of have to do this on their own unless the sniper doesn't die. Actually, in fact, the sniper is perfectly fine. He does not decide to assassinate. No, he assassinates the TA, but the TA shield actually goes down just before assassinate lands. So he gets that off. Double Ravage actually securing that victory, and Nisix got hooked in, so she's already dead. For Sunsmile, Nando gets another assassinate off, and yeah, he actually wins that fight very well. The Ravage clipping all of the assassins in the backline, and Sniper was literally in the safest place in the world.
I'm looking at Mankata's board, and he's going to be on the losing end. May get one more kill as Golem is out, but it is going to be some damage coming in, so it's going to be close. I don't think there's going to be a lot of damage done here to either team.
He got the kill on an E6.
He
so
did.
The Golem is still up. The Insect's actually gonna try and carry here. No, it's not enough. But that's a lot of damage control.
Yeah. Yeah, allows him to deal 11. He actually took out the Tusk as well on top of that. So that was some big damage considering how close it was looking right there.
I think that's kind of an idea that will happen eventually. Is that I mean I mentioned this, but like one player stalls while the other does the damage, and we kind of see it in like a smaller sense there. The insects the Anisix bought so much time just making sure that those insects pick off units, and eventually, right, it just wasn't enough to offset how much Punch Pal's lost on Nando's board.
Economy's ruined for Punch Pals and Melee Mates. Battle Buddies and Fight Friends, though, both have a solid one. However, they're also at level 8 each, so that's where the biggest difference is. The economy may be ruined, but they got the level advantage on those two lower teams. I am watching Mankata this time around against It's Martini, the massive Knights, the 6 Knights coming out.
The Chronosphere, though, we have to watch that out. Where is the Faceless Void? He did use Chrono, but it looks like it did some insignificant damage. Waveform comes out, but it only tickles the Knights. And the thing we have to watch out for is the fact that Luna hasn't been hit by insects yet. Actually, in fact, there's one insect biting her, but that won't be enough. The Knights taking some time here. They're doing quite a lot of damage. They're gonna buy their time, and it looks like it might be enough. The Bat Rider and the Luna, the only ones alive, but then the Web slows their attack speed. The insects finally get to the Luna, and she will pop.
Draw. Oh, wow, they drew right there.
Oh, wow. Yeah,
wait,
that's a rarity this late in the game?
They dealt perfect damage?
They dealt the same damage each,
zero?
yeah.
Oh my god.
Like, it's not that uncommon to see in the early rounds, but round 27, yeah. I'm kind of surprised at that one. That's pretty shocking, actually.
That I thought Icarus had that fight. I mean, I'm sure he had that fight with the 3-star Terrorblade, but oh wow, that's interesting. I mean, a draw is the best thing you can ask for, right? It just buys more time for you to get your items. But I mean, unfortunately, they've spent all their money, so there is no need to buy time technically. So
okay,
yeah.
They spent it to get level 9. So yeah, not everyone is level 9, but everyone's economy is absolute trash right now as a result.
Yeah, and the dilemma now is if I lose, I can't save up, because if I lose, I die with my money, and that's kind of the big problem right now for everybody, is that they don't want to save up because they might die right now. And speaking of which, I'm gonna be watching. Looks like Icarus versus Sunsmile here. The Sunsmile with the Hunter strategy. Rather Icarus with the Hunter strategy, trying to push forward to the assassins. But oh my god, that Terrorblade came up. Ravage buying so much time. Burrow Strike, actually. But again, the Terrorblade completely uncontested. Anti-Mage is attacking the Tiny. That's not the one you want. The Sand King finally dies. The TA 2-star. In fact, we're waiting for the elusive buff to finally proc here, because that will change the state of the game. Terrorblade is getting attacked by all 12 insects. That's not a good thing. She's actually missing every hit. He's just gonna die. And Terrorblade can't carry if he's getting attacked by all the insects. That's the problem.
But apparently It's Martini can. His team dealt 8 damage despite that loss right there. So It's Martini dealing damage on the other side. I will say, I was watching that Terrorblade the whole fight, and his meta shift was actually a little bit later on, and that minion, the brute or whatever from an Nexus, bashed him like 3 times. It stunned him like 3 different times. So that was pretty hilarious to watch, but obviously not for Icarus. However, again, that's a team. They still come out on top, but a bit of a close call there.
And I'm really glad that the Knights are actually coming out on top. Again, it's kind of proving the fact that, I mean, we didn't see a single F4 build this game. We didn't see that high-cost Warrior, Ravage, Medusa build. And that maybe because they have to share economy, but it is interesting to see that nobody went for that high expensive build. Rather, they're focusing on the actual alliances that are mid-range in general with a good late game. And I'm following Martini versus Nando here. Nando, the Dragon Knight, actually in the back, so he's not attacking very much. He finally gets the opportunity to do so. Arrow comes out, but only on the Necronomicon unit. Dragon Knight out of position, which means no Knight buff. Luna gets assassinated, and Dragon Knight's about to die. That's a lot of your DPS gone, and Sniper and Drow's still alive. An E6 gets hooked in, but that's not really the biggest issue. The biggest issue is that both DPS units are dead. And Necrophos just gonna do his best, but not going to be enough.
I was going to say, Five Friends is going to take some damage here because I saw Icarus also losing his, and man, that is damage. 25. They're down to 10. Everyone, the highest life right now is 17, and there's 4 teams remaining at this point.
Punchpal, Octopus, and Ceremonials actually still engaging. Yeah. Ceremonials finally beats Octopuses there, and they still take 9 damage because Natalie won hers super hard.
Okay, so down to 2 life. The top life being 17 again with 4 teams remaining. Absolutely insanity as we hit round 30, but we have hit it. I don't think we're making it to round 35. I would put money on that one now. That.
Well, I mean, what are the odds of five rounds of draws? You know, I mean,
not gonna happen.
No.
There's a Daedalus on Arc Warden, by the way, for Octopuses.
Ooh,
it's a pretty good item.
Nice.
Well, we haven't even had this neutral round, though. That's true. So this is where you... And he actually has a Smuggler. Again, something like a Bloodthorn would certainly even still be an upgrade.
Oh, I don't know if I like the Moon Shard on Doom.
Yeah, I agree.
Like Moon Shard on Doom?
I guess just more attack. I mean, he does do a lot of damage. Doom does. But, yeah, I don't think that justifies that. I do want to offset that with the fact that he has a tier 3 Venomancer with a Massive Manus. I'm so glad to see that he didn't drop that unit because, again, that unit does so much damage. And it's a 3-star now, so, oh boy, you gotta watch out.
All right, let's see what he chooses. We're gonna be one with him. Gonna see his options.
Yeah, I think, I guess Moonshard on Lone Druid, I don't know.
He's got Smuggler, so it might not be impossible to see a +1 roster. I think.
No, that was higher class of criminal. Oh wait, who were you watching there?
Okay, so just for everyone's sake, 3 Moonshards was picked up. 2 Natalie and Octopuses. So Octopus got a Moonshard. Natalie got a Daedalus. Battle Buddies got a Moonshard and a Daedalus. Fight Friends got a Moonshard and Desperate Measures, I think. Or was it a Dagon? I think it was Moonshard and a Dagon.
Mankata got the Desperate Measures.
Yeah. Okay. So that's and then Nando got a heart on the Tusk, actually. Oh my god, that is one beefy boy. I think I'd like it more than the Mirana, just so the Mirana doesn't die, get those leaps off, and our arrows, because arrows do quite a lot of damage. But, you know, we'll see.
I want to watch Mankata. I want to see this Desperate Measure coming into play.
Same.
Yeah, so... Yeah, that's damage amplification on all those assassins. And if the Chronosphere lands on a right position, that Chronosphere is going to change the game. Chronosphere finally lands, there we go, lands on so many assassins in the backline, but the insects, it's the battle of the bugs over here. The assassins actually, for Sunsmile, getting obliterated. That Chronosphere bought just enough time so that the enemy assassins get enough, but the TA lasts so long, but not long enough.
Jumping over to Nando's fight. He is looking good. He's looking pretty. Again, that heart on his Tusk. The Tusk is an absolute beast, more so than he usually is at 7,600 life currently. Sniper with the Assassinate, and they are definitely winning this. This might be a knock. Oh, this is 100% a knockout. There's only 2 life in Battle Buddies.
Yeah, Tusk doesn't want to die. He just, like, damage what? Oh, my God.
Just look at that health regen, man. It's just...
Huh.
That's 2% of 7,600, which is 152 HP per second. So, yeah.
I'm glad you know that, because I suck at math.
Yeah, wait, did you just do that in your head that quickly? Holy crap.
I did. I just did that in my head, yeah.
That was... I didn't even realize what you did. Jesus, that was impressive.
No, but yeah, he is healing 152 HP per second, which means you're gonna have to focus fire him or leave him for last, because that boy is not dying if you're not going to focus him down. A thing to note is that if the assassins fight the knights, I believe the knights will actually have that because they have a 3-star Luna. Oh, baby, that's a lot of damage.
All right, we'll watch Nando this time. I also, interesting positioning. That was a double knockout, by the way. Battle Buddies and Punch Pals going down, so it is a 1 versus 1. Tuska's positioned in the very far back as well. I find that curious. He's the one with the heart after all, but he comes in late, and here we go. Ravage is out.
Terrorblade is permanently stunned here, but it doesn't really matter. Dagon finally pops on him. Tusk trying to punch mid-air. Terrorblade actually getting focused on by the Drow. Punch finally comes in. He's auto-attacking the Tusk, but the Tusk really doesn't care. He's just going to walk up and be like, oh, what was that tickle? He's going to push forward here. Tiny trying to do some damage. Both Maranas fired their arrows, but one arrow is going to be more superior than the other. Tusk finally going to die. No, he finally does. That took way too long, though, and as you can see, that time bought from attacking the Tusk may potentially change the fate of this fight. The Tiny 3-star buying so much time. Marana, if she dies here, she has no DPS anymore. Nando is gonna push forward here slowly but surely. Tiny is the only one surviving. The arrow connects before the toss lands, and that golem is definitely not gonna last against a Drow and a Marana.
Nando's Marana was a lot more clutch there. Yeah, that arrow at the last second hitting a full life Tiny as he's charging at them. Certainly helping to make the difference, but overall, wait, what damage was
they only took 3 damage. It's Martini
gosh.
won his and offset that fairly easily.
Okay.
So that is 2-star void. Oh no.
Yeah, you don't see that much.
That is spooky. Oh yeah, a thing to not sleep on is the fact that there's a 5% chance for in a perfect damage avoidance on top of 30% miss chance on top of 10% elusive chance. That's a lot of evasion.
Yeah, it is.
That's quite a lot of evasion, especially for the assassin strategy. Who will be going against the Knight strat again? No, he will be going against the Hunters. Mankata will be seeing if his team does well against Hunters. Your Chronosphere does finally come out, but it's only the front line currently affected. Tidehunter wasn't affected at all by that Chronosphere actually, so the Ravage gonna come out, land on 5 assassins. The assassins trying to push forward, but the Arc 1 is perfectly fine. Although the insects are attacking their backside, doesn't really matter. Terrorblade hasn't even metaformed yet. He's getting silenced, stunned, and he's actually never gonna get that. Olaf finally gets it off. Gonna start autoing here. The right-hand side, the assassins are still alive. Templar Assassin and Queen of Pain still alive.
He's hitting hard.
Very low. Terrorblade, yeah, in the meantime,
he's attacking
doing so much damage, but he's the only target buddy. I mean, Tombstone target buddy.
I'm like, okay, that is it, by the way. Yeah, Melee Mates does take it, deals 26 damage. They are victorious. Mankata and Nando, your victors. Here in Group A for round 2, but yeah, that Terrorblade, he finally gets meta off. It's like, all right, now here we go, and it's like, oh, let me kill this huge target buddy, volume 2. In the meantime, and
he metamorphed as the last other unit died, so it was literally just him against like 5 assassins that was still so. Unfortunately, too late.
That it was. Well, obviously, in the end, his teammate also coming on the losing end, so was a loss there. But again, congratulations to the victors. So that's the end of this round. But at least for this group, I wouldn't be surprised if other ones are still going on. Let's take a look at the scoreboard. Looks like you're typing somebody. Every other lobby is done. Okay. Well, there we go. We got confirmation. So I do got the scoreboard up, and let me actually get a closer look myself. Ceremonials and Sunsmile currently on top, but it's not updated with the results that we just had, I believe. Because, yeah, Mankata and Nando aren't up there yet, so they got 15 points. So, actually, they're going to be on top. Mankata and Nando, I believe, will be on top once it is updated, but we're getting
that would give him 27 points, yeah.
Yeah. So, that's what we're looking at.
Yeah, familiar names, from the solos as well. A few familiar names from solos in the top 10. In fact, Octopuses. I believe Sunsmile Ceremonials, obviously, right? It's quite interesting that solo does sort of transition into duos, but the extra thing you have to watch out for is again teamwork, right? It incorporates teamwork that is absolutely necessary for duos.
So looking at the scoreboard right now, we have a tie for first between Team TDU. I'm just going to call them that from now on. They're both TDU, and Icarus and It's Martini. Three-way tie. Lambda, Delta, and Newtone.
It is starting to update for me now, so yeah, I'll catch that in a second. But it's going to be a three-way tie. Now, it's worth noting, you said, so we're going to, because there were 5 groups, so we're actually going to eliminate the bottom, what would be the bottom 2 groups, so the bottom 16 teams.
Correct.
And then that means we're going to have 3 groups playing now. And then at the end of this next group, we'll have our top 8 teams go on to what will be the final game of the night. So that's what's happening here.
That will definitely be interesting to see. We'll see what they bring in. Probably not Hobgen, most likely, because again, it's just a favorite, right? Again, I really hope she doesn't get nerfed to the ground. I don't think she's justified to get nerfed to the ground.
They need to add more Underlords before they do that,
yes.
I feel.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think as soon as we start, we'll be able to better judge once we see the Jewel, and I can never little dude.
I believe it's this midget guy. I don't remember what his name is.
Yeah, but Jewel is the walrus guy.
Yeah. I feel like Jewel is gonna be like, has like a talent that's like, oh, you can get up to 6 investment now, which is barely better, but I feel like
it's just
it's gonna be
stuff.
a money thing. Yeah, I feel like that's the thing. I just was kind of assuming. And the other one was Eno. The other one is Eno. You can also in fact see Eno in the bot match image. So
right.
It's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be interesting to see what both of them do. And we'll be seeing whether or not they'll be both melee or not, because we have 2 ranged Underlords, but we have never seen a melee one. So perhaps one of them is melee.
Yeah.
Looking at it, I would say Jewel would be the melee guy.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see. We're waiting patiently for that.
I think one's gonna be like, because it's the tiny guy, like the gnomish guy, I guess. And then there's the big fat dude that's just chilling. The walrus guy, right?
Ooh,
yeah, the fancy tusk.
Yeah.
Yeah, the fancy tusk.
I think he's gonna be more about broading, more about absorbing damage for the team
reduction?
And a tank and stuff. And then the other guy's gonna be more assassin-like, is what I would go with. More like he may even have like jump in the backline ability like an assassin, do like a backstab or things like that. So that's what I would.
That would be dope. I would like that. That would be really cool.
Yeah,
I would like to see an Underlord for every alliance.
I would.
Except champion.
Except champion. Actually, in fact, I do want to see Legion Commander buff. Please buff Legion Commander.
She's gonna get buffed.
Yeah. She's not very good in literally any composition right now. I don't think any unit deserves that. At least buff her HP or something.
I feel like disagreeing with you on that because
you're wrong. Then
I put her in the back line when I was running a Hunter Demon Bloodbound comp, and she just destroyed things. Okay, now in my defense, I had like 4 BTCs in my inventory. Like, I don't know how I got 4 BTCs, but that's what happened. And she just destroyed things. As soon as she was the last one on the field, man, she was just chopping fools.
She's fun to theory craft with, but I feel like everyone's tried all the theories at this point, and none of them have really worked out well in the end. And I think the biggest issue is her ability itself. The dual ability, it feels weak. It's like it's so random based. And the fact that it even has a downside to it is just ridiculous. I understand they're translating the Dota form to the Underlords form, but the fact that it's so random based in the first place, it's silly to me. Like, I honestly think she should get overwhelming odds instead of her duel. I know duel's an iconic ability for her, but that would be an upgrade in itself. If she just had overwhelming odds instead, that might even be enough, honestly. I really think that.
I think the issue was that they looked at Legion Commander and we want something that benefits from everything, but we're afraid it's gonna be too broken. So they literally made her bad in every aspect, and that's what you see.
Hear me out. So she replicates all the alliances that are active. Yep. What if overwhelming odds was part of the Dragon Alliance?
Oh,
because Dragon Alliance always unlocks an additional ability for the dragons.
I still don't like that, because it forces you to go dragons to even remotely give her a chance to make her work, and she still has her duel. Like it ties her into setting up a duel with somebody as the ability works, and it feels weird to me. It doesn't feel like an ability that should be in a already very heavy random game in a lot of ways. It's great in Dota, especially unless you're getting a jungle LC, and as a position 4 in your games, but it usually is good in Dota in theory there. But I don't think it fits in
Yeah,
Underlords.
I don't know why, but initially I thought that duel would be instant, and it would just like LC and the target would be unable to do anything else during that. But I guess it's just
If it
yeah.
if it gave her the Ags effect, that might be interesting. Meaning,
Yeah.
what the Ags does is no one else can interrupt their duel, like or do anything to them while they're dueling. So that actually could be a curious way to approach it too. But
Yeah. Again, at the moment, Legion Commander's just really bad at everything, and she's on top of that, she's melee. And again, in my opinion, melee is just not very good scaling into the late game.
yeah. All right, we are waiting on the groups. It looks like they are being made. But again, we continue to follow the Group A line, which is the top players as far as them advancing on from the previous round. So that's the cool benefit that we have. And this is setting up to be quite the group. And I'm looking at the names right now. I'll pull it up over here. As you mentioned, the three-way tie. Again, the top 8 teams we should be expecting to see in our group. Cuts off, I'd explain, and Quasar there.
Yeah, Quasar. I mean, I know so many names in that list. I mean, Nando, right? Like I've already known that name. It's Martini is in there. Sunsmile and Ceremonials are names. Natalie Octopuses. Like these players are extremely good, and I just enjoy the fact that everyone in our previous lobby actually tried to do something different. Not necessarily the assassins maybe, but there was at least one unique strategy in every aspect, right? There was someone who tried scrappies, someone who tried knights, someone who went hunters, elusives, druids. Most of the compositions were actually worked there, except champions. But yeah.
Are there any names on this list that are outside of the top 8 where you're like, I expect to see them in the finals, or?
Okay, so looking at this list, so from like I'm assuming 9 to 16, right?
Sure.
So CCM, I think I would expect in the finals, right? Come up May, CCM, I think they definitely still have a shot. That is a name I've seen before in like the Group A lobbies, right? He's not a bad player, so I'm hoping to see him in Group A perhaps in the final round. Smoggy, I think I've heard, but actually, a surprise for me is the fact that Spieler is not higher. But yeah, so aside from that, looks like the top 8 is actually pretty solid and not
surprised.
necessarily what I expect. But yeah,
I'm legit surprised Snowf isn't higher.
yeah,
Canadian
as well.
Snowf,
Yeah,
like it's sitting at rank 23. I mean, they're getting in, but like, man, I'm actually kind of surprised that those two aren't higher.
They need to have first place in their group to have a chance at that point, yeah.
Yeah, they really do.
it might be. I mean, I don't want to assume, but it might be teamwork issues or just not understanding how to play duos, or like as in like the meta of duos, right? Maybe it's one of those things, right? Because Snowf is a great player. Like we all know that Snowf is an amazing player. And that's the first time I've heard of that name. Again, perhaps teamwork issues, just strategy issues, something like that. But again,
it's 2 games.
Can't win them all.
There's also that. It's I compare this a lot to poker, and because I think it absolutely deserves it. You could be the best player in a lot of ways when it comes to strategy and thinking in a game like this, but ultimately there is the heavy random element to it. That sure, it's about setting yourself up in the best position, and there's a reason why certain players are always on top of the list in a lot of these tournaments, but some days it just is not going to go your way.
Yes, sometimes just a bad day, and maybe it's a bad day, or maybe maybe there's just some setup that needs to be done or some adjustment. They always have to look forward to those.
Let's go on a break. Let's go on a quick bio break here, and we'll come back once the third lobby is going to be good to go. So, because I believe they are setting it up now, but so just 5 minutes at the most, probably less. That's what we're looking at, and we'll be coming back. So, ladies and gentlemen, sit tight. We'll be back. Some more Underlords Pro Duo action coming at you. Stay tuned. right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We're not going to waste any time, not look at our ugly faces. We're going to go right into the game.
Nobody wants to see that, and nobody wants to see my face anyway.
Yeah,
So
I'm
I'm
speaking
okay
for
with that.
myself, of course. Speaking for myself. All
Hey,
right.
I thought it was gonna be 16 and E6, but no, there's two Hopkins.
Oh
Oh, the
wow,
joy.
we see two pairings in here with mischief makers and melee mates both going an E6 Hobgin.
Yeah.
I don't
You,
know if
you,
I like
you
that.
seem stunned.
I'm more surprised that they would mix and match. Because like up to this point, we've seen pretty much every team double up on the hero that they want, and that's always been an E6.
Yeah, I believe in the first round we did spectate. The winner was Hopkins and E6, so I maybe perhaps I don't think it's actually a bad thing. I think it is pretty decent because it again although Hopkins doesn't really have any defensive properties, he is very aggressive in the sense that um like often if you lose barely in the early game. Again, once if you play it correctly, he already has a tier 2 anti-mage, so off to a good start at the moment.
You know, kind of spitballing here a little bit, and obviously Underlords, still many changes still to come, and it's early beta, etc. With these Underlords, we've noticed this now the second week here at Duos. Wouldn't it be kind of interesting if they added some kind of an alliance for Underlords themselves into Duos? So the idea that it would almost incentivize you to have one Hobgin and one in Essex rather than stacking one or the other. I think that could be an interesting take on it too. Again, ultimately adding more Underlords will certainly help, but
Yeah.
that would be fun, a unique thing for Duos.
That would actually, I would like to see, and I was kind of bringing this up earlier. I would like to see at least a Underlord deck could be potentially representative of each alliance. You know, I think that would give you a great choice of heroes because there's a ton of alliances in the game. You know,
Yeah.
and just having someone specifically geared towards each alliance would be like really cool because like I'm a sucker for like Bloodbound and like scrappy comps, but they're, let's be honest, garbage.
They're pretty bad.
Like you're not going to get very far unless everyone else is literally asleep at their computers. You know?
Right.
Even then.
Yeah. I think once again I think what they're going for with the Underlords is that they compensate for different alliances that you wish to go for. Like for instance, Hobgin is damage resistance, and although everyone kind of agrees that's really useless, I would assume that maybe Jewel or maybe again more Underlords will have different skill sets. Again, if you look at an E6, right, her early game is like superior, absolutely superior to Hobgin's. Maybe perhaps new Underlord is very aggressive, even more aggressive than Hobgin, and is that backline. Like for instance, we discussed like an assassin type Underlord would actually probably destroy an E6 in a sense that it just in the backline immediately attacks the enemy Underlord. That would be interesting.
Yeah.
And speaking of, we just went into the combat rounds actually, and someone got a tier 2 Dazzle and a tier 2 Shadow Shaman already. That's a lot of crowd control and a lot of heal, especially with an E6. Oh my god, that's disgusting.
Holy crap, that is. A Scuffle Squad down there. Lambda
Yep.
Delta, and they draw.
Ooh. Hey, you know what? And Lambda Delta, that we were talking about that. That's another. We're in Group A. Yeah, they're about where I would think they should be. Lambda Delta
Yeah,
is
Lambda
a
Delta.
really strong player. I think he won season 1 of the singles. So if I off the
Oh.
top of my head, he was definitely top 3 for sure. I think Antonio, who's also playing in this tournament, he was 3rd place in season 1 as well. So like, you know, established players like showing up really strong here.
Okay, so once again, kind of the same sort of for lack of word, the same median amount of the alliances kind of expected, similar to last time, was the fact that again there's knights, trolls, assassins, pretty much everything in the book except for, once again, everything that got obliterated, such as mages, right? So yeah, we're gonna expect to see sort of similar things happening. The question is, right, is how they transition into that late game, because even if the strategies are similar, I think what it comes down to is how well they play the early game. Because obviously, even if you have like a Knight strat, if you lose too much HP, then you're never gonna make it to that point where you have a 3-star Luna, 2-star DK, stuff like that.
I'm watching Lambda
Oh.
Delta, and this crowd control, this 2-star Rasta is really annoying to go against.
Yeah,
heals
and if you
Effective
take a
2
look,
seconds of cooldown, you know,
Yeah.
on that chicken, like that's disgusting.
I believe in one fight that Dazzle actually healed like 2,000 HP, so that was a bit crazy. Also, I want to mention, we had, I believe, 2 draws that round. So that was quite interesting. A bunch of draws actually.
Yeah.
They might just. I'm actually not quite sure why we're getting so many draws so often.
You know, I'm gonna be honest. I think it's really at this point. I think it's just the level of skill between the players at this point, because you know we're 3 rounds into this tournament, and now we're seeing like the actual
Sure.
like the good players, you know, coming into these top
How dare
rounds,
you,
and-
sir? Everyone's a good player. We're all positive.
Yeah, that's
here.
right.
No, you do bring up a good point, though. You absolutely do. And you know, well, actually, last week as well, the final round, it was by far the closest of the 4 rounds that we had, and it came down to the wire and everything. Where the previous rounds, there was like 1 or 2 teams that were clearly above the others throughout the play there. So no, it's definitely a good point to bring up here as we're entering round 3 now.
Yeah, you definitely see you definitely see who's on their game at this point. Like who's communicating well, who has like a lot of these teams at this point are coming in with pre-established strategies. Hey, we're gonna try to go for this. If that doesn't pan out by this round, we're gonna transition into this. And you see that in some of these builds, they'll make small adjustments that have like really big impacts.
I mean, absolutely. It's so amazing to me how fast these players adapted. It's it's crazy. The jail literally happened 2 hours ago, and now everyone's already figured out what to do. It's amazing.
I love the jail system.
Okay,
It's great.
I'm watching Lambda Delta still, and he's gonna go for a quick 4 troll.
Oh,
Just needs 1 more troll, and he's got it. So he needs a
Well,
witch doctor.
No,
Or a
because
Bat
that's
Rider.
banned. No. Witch Doctor's banned. So that's actually an interesting call by him. Because
That's,
That is.
That's
I
leaves
That is a
forgot
gambit.
that.
that is indeed a gambit. He is gonna be hoping for a Troll Warlord by level 8. I mean, that's really late in the game. So I'm kind of assuming trolls are very good early. Like it's not to say that he wants these trolls. It's just that these trolls are very good early game, and I don't really blame him for being like, hey, I have a lot of them, might as well use them, right?
Now,
Yeah.
if you were going a troll build, wouldn't you want to go Hobgen instead of an E6? Or
Yes,
do you-
absolutely.
Or do you want, if you build into the minion, do you want to stay
The
because there
minion
are
does
minion
not do
builds.
a lot. Yeah, in my opinion, right, the golem. I mean, the E6 minion is solid. It's solid
Mhm.
in that early game. It's an extra unit. It's just that later on, that troll buff actually doesn't do much for the ancient golem. The ancient golem is just so squishy. He looks massive, but his HP pool is not great. It's not great. His damage output is okay, and it's melee. So, I think troll builds do better with a Hobgin because that just ramps that up really quickly. Again, I believe just to reference the you Underlords Pro solos, right? In one of the games, Ochikarik had Hobgin with a troll buff, and when he supercharged the Venomancer was attacking for 2.5 attacks per second. That's ridiculous with a Savage buff, and I think that's kind of the
Ugh.
general idea is with a Troll buff and Hobgin, you will have a machine gun carry. But with an E6, you kind of the what your hope with an E6 in that composition is that you buy enough time for the trolls to get there. But Hobgin's just like supercharges. It's like go quicker, go faster, you know. And I guess that's just sort of the difference. You kind of see here.
Well,
Um,
what about Anisix? Because it's not Anisix does have some damage ramp, and not one that we see really often. But the end of medicine, that round 10 one, 30% damage increase. It makes it so she doesn't heal anymore, but increasing by 30% damage. You look at like hunters, you look at these trolls as you're talking about. I wonder. I'm keeping an eye on Lambda Delta, honestly, if he's committed to this trolls type strategy. Now it goes down to 2 trolls as we say that, but I'm curious.
yeah. I think I've actually never seen someone go end of medicine, and that's because again, people don't look at an E6 and say, right, I'm gonna play DPS with this Underlord. They think, right, this is gonna be my support for the entire game, and that's sort of it's not an issue. It's just how she plays, right? People don't look at an E6 and say, I want to play mages, or I'm obligated to play mages, or I want to amplify my damage because. Yes, that damage is pretty solid, but a lot of players just love that heal. The heal is just much better in general.
God, Brawl Besties, by the way, who's their opponents right now, at 40 life as we're around 9.
What?
Yeah, that has to be the lowest we've ever seen pre-round 10. They just apparently, and he has a level 3 Nyx Assassin, 3-star Nyx Assassin for Natalie. Like, I don't know what's going on there, but holy crap.
Well, what was it? Kola and Gara during the Invitational, they were in a different group than what we were casting, and they ran into, in a row, 3-star Beastmasters and lost 60 health over the course of those 3 rounds.
Oh god.
Yeah, and so yeah, the damage can just blindside you, as I think what just happened to Brawl Besties. You know, they just ran into 3 counters in a row, and sometimes that's just what happens.
Yeah, because their comps don't seem too bad, honestly. So again, I'm a little surprised.
If you guys noticed, actually, nobody went end of medicine. And again, it kind of brings up the point again, like, it's just not something they want to lose, is that heal. In fact, Octopuses went the different direction and went Arcane Ritual. I'm not quite sure if that means he wants to attempt mages, perhaps just as, like, a bonus. But, like, yeah,
I've tried it outside of mages a little. It feels okay, even if you're running non-mages. I mean, everyone does require mana. Obviously, mages more than others, but
yeah, of course. It's a bit different because quite a few people actually went Brill Bruiser, probably expecting these assassins to come out, right? Because that's a very good way to dodge assassins. The fact that you know to just be there and tank a few hits, and an E6 I think instantly summons it back. I'm not quite sure if that's correct, but I've never seen downtime on the an E6 companion unit. So
and the one last thing to note on all that is that you're obviously going that over something else, and as you mentioned, they usually get the shield minion. But there is the other talent that actually just got that nerf. Where it was the next 3 attacks will deal the % damage buff, or the attack speed or something. They made it now just the next attack instead of the next 3.
Yeah.
So they toned that down a little bit.
I believe that's Chaotic Hunter. I believe previously it was 2 extra attacks for 35%, or just 25%. But now, they gave that unit so many. That companion felt a bit too fancy, in my opinion. It wasn't. Again, I'm just kind of worried that eventually all her early game abilities just get nerfed to the ground, and that's kind of the thing we don't want, is that an E6 is so bad that Hobgin is good by comparison. Because that's not really the Dota philosophy. The Dota philosophy is everything is broken.
Power creep, man.
Therefore,
Octopuses, by the way, I'm watching his perspective because he has 4 Savage with a Bristleback already. That's actually pretty impressive.
Bristleback? Oh no, the Terrorblade spotted the Bristleback and was like, get out of my game. Instantly kills him off. Anisix gets hooked in. Terrorblade's focusing him in now as well. But Terrorblade should be focusing on this Venomancer, who is currently doing 250 damage a hit. Now 270 damage a hit. Terrorblade will not last.
No.
Oh, so much damage from Venomancer. Even with just the Gloves of Haste. Imagine if it was supercharged or had a troll buff.
Well, it's funny we're talking about how powerful Venomancer is, but not only did it get that Venomous Gale nerf, but again, Savage in general got nerfed. It went down it went from 4 to 3 to 8 to 6 to 16 to 12 at those 3 levels. So, but it's still a powerful unit, as you're suggesting, as we've seen several times today. But again, having 4 Savage, especially this early on, even with the nerf, feels pretty good. And they've stabled out. This is a team that we were talking about at 40 life like 2 rounds ago, and then they've won their last 2 PvP rounds now.
Yeah, they've absolutely stabilized, right? Natalie's composition, I believe, is assassins. Meanwhile, Octopuses is going for that savages. I really do like the fact that Bristleback is on this board so early for Octopuses, because that just means with an E6, right, that Bristleback's gonna have a lot of time to build up. Also, it's a good distraction, just in general, because it's a tanky unit, right? Even at 1 star, yes, Cool Spray doesn't do that much right now, but again, it's a distraction. Also, it's a beast buff. Unfortunately, we'll be going against assassins here, so if the Metamancer dies, that's quite a lot of damage eliminated instantly. And there you go. Goes down. Toss comes out on the Pudge. Pudge is stuck in the back, but all the assassins are actually dead. Cool Spray doing more than I thought it would. Oh my god, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, how do you feel about Bristleback without Io, since Io is in jail currently? Because that's usually a really strong combo from what I've seen. But
Looks like...
yeah, never mind. He's doing fine. He's
Yeah.
putting in work.
Bristleback is an independent beast, okay? He does not need an IO. He dealt 10,000... He dealt 10,000 damage that fight just because he was completely ignored. Venomancer didn't get the... Venomancer was focused, sure, but then Bristleback, I believe, got, at the end there, 10 Cool Spray stacks, so that amped real quickly.
Fortunately, his teammate lost, though, and they do lose 3 life overall that round, but considering how things have been looking so far, you'll be fine with that, I suppose, as we do enter round 13 now.
Natalie pocketing that Timber Saw, instantly selling it, realizing that's not the play. No. But yeah, so unfortunately,
on that, I mean, is it maybe because he's all assassins here, and the idea like he needs some kind of front line, or he's gonna pick up a Pudge?
Well, not necessarily. She's not running a Hobgun, so you don't need the front line, right? You're running an E6, so the Mortar's Boon doesn't care about your distance, right? It cares about if you're alive or not, and assassins have trouble staying alive anyway, so that's why Martyr's Boon is really good with them. But yeah, I don't think they really need a front line. It is assassins after all. As I say that, unfortunately, he is unable to go through the sustain. But yeah, the current issue is the fact that he's hunting for, she's hunting for, I believe, the insect buff. And that means Weaver has to be in her lineup, and looking for that third insect's gonna be a problem.
I would like to talk about real quick. Octopus is Natalie's partner on the team.
Yeah.
He has
Ooh.
in a 2. Oh my god!
Those
I was going
glowing
to talk about.
eyes.
I was going to say, Octopus put in a 2-star treant to pair with the Enchantress he already has in there, and I think that's a really smart move, because that's gonna, like, as soon as he gets that 3-star Enchantress rolling, then it's an automatic upgrade for treant protector,
Yeah.
And
The
so
treant
he's gonna have
protector,
2-3 stars just wailing on people, providing tons of healing. Big boy Rootwellen is gonna just never die.
Absolutely. And the thing with Treant Protector as well, right, is aside from Nature's Prophet, who is good in certain situations, Treant Protector is just good in most situations because he's a frontline tank, and that Leech Seed is so much healing. And as you can see here, Treant Protector is just punching. And the best part about Leech Seed is that it bounces. And when it bounces, it deals damage, which blows my mind, because it doesn't do that once it's active, which is quite interesting. And also, he hits like a truck. He has 300 damage a hit, so...
Yeah, Treant says, screw your fancy spells, hold this branch across your face.
Exactly.
Is that what he said? Yeah.
It's extremely sustain heavy. Treant Protector goes well with Anesis. I actually do love the Anesis Treant Protector pairing, because Leech comes in, then Martyr's Boon, and then Leech Seed again, and then Martyr's Boon, and it's just a devastating loop. But yeah, it's quite interesting how those two work well together. Finally gets that 3-star Enchantress. So yes, guaranteed tier 3 Treant Protector. I would like to see Blade Mail on the Treant Protector, because again, Leech Seed just gives him so much life. If you look at the healing, he got an extra 4.5 thousand HP for his team. That is ridiculously high.
Yeah, that's a lot of healing coming out of that sector. I really agree with you on that. I think he's just going with the basic idea of he has more HP, so he'll be more effective. Not really taking into account the amount of healing Treant can do and tanks. So
I guess I guess it comes down to also slight preference. I mean, I guess she's kind of I don't know, he's kind of assuming that Leech Seed will then heal Pudge, will then mean Pudge is alive anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But I feel like Treant being blade mailed would be better in this situation.
Yeah, the blade mail.
Yeah, the looking at it as well. Whoa. I want to just highlight Quest N7 and Strong Estet, which is, I believe, Mischief Makers. A pure assassin and a pure assassin, pure assassin and pure hunter strat. That's
okay.
That is unique, to say the least. That is basically the equivalent of saying one of us will win. We don't know who, but we will win and we will draw or reduce the damage we take. That's pretty smart. Well, not pretty smart. Pretty interesting, at least. You know. Oh boy.
That's fun. I like this. Seeing this out of Mischief Maker. We'll watch Queston 7's perspective. He's the one with the hunters.
He will be going against Octopuses, unfortunately, who has a Blade Mail and Leech Seed and Martyr's Boon. So unfortunately, these hunters will not survive. The Blade Mail and the Leech Seed just too much.
Well, and the 3 stars, by the way, because of the Druid synergy on top of that. Like, this is... Yeah, he's stacked on Octopus's side.
Yeah, there's so much damage. I mean, Brawl Besties took so much damage early, but then made quite a good comeback. And Punch Pal's at the bottom now. In the meantime, Mission Makers actually takes 7 damage, which means that perhaps Estet won his round, or just maybe lost less. I'm not quite sure, but...
He barely won.
He barely won. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, it was pretty close. I switched over there right before the end of the round, and he had like two stars left or something like that.
At the start of the match, we highlighted Lam Delta and his mission to get troll buff. As we can see, he's still sitting on that troll buff. Already looking for that tier 3 Shadow Shaman. He is hoping for the 4 troll ward buff, which is gonna be interesting to see whether or not that will be something that will change. Well, they're obviously winning, but like perhaps increase that win harder.
But I'm wondering, how much do they force it? But again, they're in first place. They have 98 life. The idea of like, do they go for level 8 sooner than later, or are they just playing the patient game right now? Looking for that troll warlord eventually. Right now, it seems like they can get away with being patient because obviously they're doing something right. As I am on Lambda Delta's perspective, matched up against It's Martini on the other side. Looks like he is running the Knights once again. Didn't he run the Knights last time actually? So
yeah. I absolutely love the fact that It's Martini is going Knights because, again, not a lot of people do so. Ironically enough, Ceremonials is also trying to do the same thing, but it looks like the Knight strat is going to be better than the Trolls here because look at that tier 3 Bat Rider's damage output. That's a maximum stacks on Anasis. But no, he got hexed for 4 seconds straight. Oh, no. Oh, perhaps.
No.
3-shot Anasis, another hex comes out. Shadow Shaman just doing Shadow Shaman things.
Dealing 17 damage to Fight Friends there. Stays on top at 98 life for Scuffle Squad. So, again, they continue their momentum. Punch Pals, the opposite of that. They're down to 3 life, so at least still alive. But round 18, it's coming up. So we'll watch. Explain. Again, he's got a tier 3 or a 3-star even Terrorblade on his side with the 3-star Drow. You'd figure this is potentially pretty good.
I don't agree with his positioning. Anasis at the front line as an extra tank. Drow is literally far away from anything to boost attack speed of. I think I don't know. No, he took Bro Bruiser, so buffing the melee unit is not even the play here. I'm not quite sure why this Drow is isolated. That's another 30% bonus attack speed that could be on that Terror Blade, especially when it metamorphoses. Really not sure. I mean, it's Assassin bait, but that's your 3-star unit. That's one of your 3-star units at least. I mean, it seems to be working here. That 3-star Terror Blade definitely paying off very much so, as the assassins are not quite good enough for strong instead, which is also which are also on the chopping block. Quasar on his side, fortunately
Wow.
for strong instead, they actually win as well.
They
So,
actually knocked out their opponents. Not only do they win, but they're the ones with 3
Yep.
life, and they just knocked out their opponents that round.
They dealt 29 damage, was it, or 23? I'm not quite sure.
It was 23, and it doesn't matter when you come online, as long as you do it before you lose.
Absolutely
Wiser
right.
words right there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think why Scuffle Scrub is winning so hard actually is that the Lamb Delta again is going for that actually transition from trolls to F4 build. If you see, he already has a Konka 2-star on the board, and Scuffle Squad has what I love to say is the perfect insect buff, because Sand King and Broom Mother are on the board, and if you look at his bench, that is PA and TA just waiting to get on that board to get to benefit from that elusive buff and then do their damage as well. So pretty crazy, pretty amazing board, honestly. And their economy as well is so good. They both have 50 gold. Obviously, Sun Smile Ceremonials have the same. Sobaka and the R01 actually also have sort of similar economies. But yeah, it looks like Lam Delta and New Tony will be fighting Icarus and this Martini, and they have 16 HP. So we'll be seeing if New Tony will be able to deal with this Knight strat here. The Knights are pushing forward, and Martyr's Boon keeping all of the Knights alive. The Assassins in the backline trying to kill off Batrider, but he gains mana so fast that mana burn doesn't even matter to him. The front line is also still alive for It's Martini, and It's Martini is gonna just shove forward and dominate against New Tony. Meanwhile, Lam Delta does the same, which means they kind of offset each other in a sense, and only take 7 damage.
Yeah, I mean, they're still at 91 life, so really not the worst loss ever for them. And again, we go back to it. It's level 8 is going to be important. That's when you can start getting those ace units, and certainly going to be hunting that troll warlord. Or actually, is he? Did he sell the other troll? Oh, no, he has dazzles. Okay.
Let me
wait.
Check.
Oh, he only has 2 trolls. Never mind.
Oh, no, he's decided to drop that. I mean, that's fair enough. Wants the healer buff more than the troll buff. Fair enough. I think I have to know. Yeah.
Like, it's a little splash of everything. A little bit of human for the healing to help with healing. The troll for attack speed, a little bit of armor, and a little bit of armor reduction. And yeah, this, like, I really like this comp. It's just like a splash of a little bit of everything, you know. But it's all the strongest units that you would want in those positions.
I have to ask the question though, where's your carry in the team? I mean, sure, right now it's working, but we always often see, you know, compositions do so well because it's so much sustain, but then you take a look at this comp and you say, who's damage? Who is our damage dealer? And then you wait and you notice that it's probably Arc Warden, but right now it's not on the board. There it is. As I say it, there's your hyper carry, right? Arc Warden will be your damage output. And I will not be surprised if it does.
Well, according to last round, it was Shadow Shaman that was just carry.
Yeah, that 3-star Shadow Shaman has an 8-second hex. That's an 8-second hex. That's the entire fight. You're out of the fight. You are doomed, essentially, in that scenario. Doom lasts 10 seconds. Hex lasts 8. It's a doom. It's absolutely.
There's no effective cooldown on hex either. It's, you know, lasts 8 seconds and it's an 8-second cooldown. If he's got
imagine if that
he's throwing another one out immediately.
Imagine if there's an Octarine core in the Shadow Shaman. This would be 2 hexes at all times. That is disgusting to imagine.
Not quite. They did nerf it. It's a 30% now instead of 50%.
Oh no, I meant the Shadow Shaman hex ability, not the Shaman ability. The Shadow Shaman transforming an enemy unit into a harmless creature.
Yeah,
if he had Octarine core, that hex would be on 2 targets at all times, which is crazy to think about.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Right now,
you're right.
Yeah, right now, as we can see, they're fighting the second most HP, I believe. Lem Delta R or oh no, they're fighting
A ghost.
yeah, they're fighting a ghost.
Yeah,
uh,
they're
yeah.
Sobaka's team.
Especially when you're so far ahead like that. That's honestly even more frustrating when you're fighting a team that's not even actually there in the ghost, and because it's like, yeah, we just gotta win, and we dealt 0 damage, so didn't really.
Yeah, they
progress
both won their
ourselves.
boards, so they would have dealt so much damage. Unfortunately,
Well,
not the
that's
case.
a good sign for the future for them. If they beat the Ghost rather handily, then, well, honestly, Melee Mates. I think that was the team they were facing. Melee Mates. Yeah,
They
should be
have
a little nervous about that if they both got rolled.
they also might be a bit nervous because that's a maximum Savage buff with a Hobgin and a 3-star Venomancer. I mentioned this, but Supercharged Venomancer is a monster. Unfortunately, no Mask of Madness, so it's not attacking faster. But that's 12 damage a hit.
Yeah, we'll watch their 01's perspective this time around.
Be against Natalie here, who has the Insect Assassin, so perhaps this Venomancer will not have the time to get that off. Actually gets instantly Burrow Strike into Carapace. Oh, what a disaster. If he dies, that is a lot of damage gone instantly. Tusk actually buying some time. The Sand King focusing. The waveform comes in, and all of the damage getting spread out. Actually, Bristleback's still alive. And you look at his damage output from just auto attacks. He's dealing 360 damage a hit, 480 damage a hit. And oh my god, these savages do so much damage.
Bristleback's also really good for dealing with the spiders, and he was facing against the insects there on the opposition, and they were just dying instantly. So,
real question: does Quill Spray proc Savage buff?
I don't know actually.
I
it
don't
says
know. That's a great question.
Or it says or cast a damaging spell, which means the longer this game goes, the more Bristleback does. That is
So
Cool Spray.
I
Cool
suppose
Spray
it
on
does,
8
yeah.
units. So every Cool Spray proc is another 96 damage.
I think you're
Bristleback?
overthinking that. I think you're.
All right,
I think
maybe-
you're overthinking that.
Yeah,
I think it's each time it
maybe-
casts, not each time it
Okay,
lands
so-
damage.
Okay, I realized that would have been crazy. So it's 12 damage per cast. Okay, that
Yeah.
seems that makes more sense.
But
in
at the rate he
yeah.
gains mana, you're gonna want to throw an Octarine core.
Yeah, absolutely. The
I don't mind that. I don't mind the Helm of Undying, but Octarine would feel like a lot better to. But I'm also bad at the game, so.
It's just a suggestion. And interestingly, actually, Delta gets a tier 3 Dazzle. That's pretty scary. It's quite a lot of damage, in fact. So, or rather, a lot of healing. So we'll definitely see how that goes for Delta here. Again, they're still top of the board, so taking a loss won't be the biggest issue as long as it's not a landslide loss. Going against Octopuses here with kind of a similar self-sustaining build here. They do have a Bristleback, and you can see the Bristleback getting those Quill Spray stacks slowly ramping up. Eventually, the real Arc Warden will die because those Quill Spray stacks are gonna get stronger. Actually, Arc Warden is out of range for the Quill Spray stacks, so it doesn't even apply to him. And eventually, Bristleback will die, and that's your main DPS aside from Arc Warden 1-star. But unfortunately, the enemy player just has a much better Arc Warden position, I guess, as Delta just pushes forward, gets that good win in, and yeah, secures that victory. Meanwhile, New Tony, his partner, actually also oh wait, they lost
He
that
must have
round.
got crushed, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Natalie has 4 3-star assassins. Wow.
That wouldn't be the first time I've seen that many assassins fail. Like we saw it last week at the Invitational, and we were all marveling, oh my god, 4 3-stars. How could this possibly lose? Literally the next round, it just gets obliterated, and we're that's how.
A thing to point out is the Bounty Hunter with the Battle Fury. That cleave crit will hurt really badly. I think the missed opportunity here is Natalie finding a void, but yeah, Natalie and Octopuses cannot afford to lose here, or ironically enough, they will be fighting the other team at the bottom. So one of these teams will be eliminated if everything goes accordingly to to the matchups, Natalie, with so many tier 3 hunters actually just overpowering the tier 3 assassins, maybe. Terrorblade's still alive. Tier 3 Lycan actually so much, so tanky and so much damage, especially with that 60% crit. Oh no, that's only a 40% crit. But yeah, unfortunately, it looks like Punch Pals will be eliminated, or is I believe, yeah, no, that's Brawl Best that will be eliminated if Octopuses did not win his handily. He is about to win, but I'm not sure if that's gonna be enough. No, in fact, he doesn't even win. So unfortunately, they will be eliminated. In the meantime, Melee Mates versus Scuffle Squad. Remember, Scuffle Squad fought Melee Mates Ghost and won handedly, but in the real deal, Melee Mates took 14 damage onto Scuffle Squad. So that's something to consider there.
A lot of Phantom Pains coming out. Seen everyone pretty much
Molten
pick up
armor.
that one.
Yeah.
Metal
And then
Gear.
Absolutely. And then the one Hobgun player picks up Molten Armor.
I actually like that. I actually like that talent on Hobgun. I really like Molten
I
Armor.
really love it.
Like, just for the fact that anything hitting you, like, I've never gotten it to work, but I really like the silence talent where when he sets something on fire, they get silenced. I really like that talent. I haven't gotten it to work.
Yeah.
Like, I've never been successful.
A lot of the things actually with Hobgun is that a lot of players, I mentioned this, but Hobgun is another hard carry. And that's why you see a lot of Hobgun players just pick up all of his passives. Because then he's just another damage output unit, right? So much damage output. Melting Point is such a good ability. Combined with all of his other passes. Burning down the house with Hot Rod. Ooh, that's a lot of attack speed, a lot of damage really fast. Again, still hoping for an attack speed item for the Venomancer. Probably not the Tusk because again, it's just easier for the Venomancer to get attacks off earlier. And he's in the back line. I mean, there are assassins, but that's not your biggest deal. Okay, I for a second there I thought Scuffle Squads was low, but no, that's Battle Buddies at 38 HP.
No, Scuffle Squad's very good spot right now, around 26, already still with 74 life. Yeah, actually, and you know something I noticed earlier as we're on them, Sabaka, he actually even had the 3 Brute earlier that he was running. He had a tree in with the Doom and the Lifestealer, but currently just the Doom and the Lifestealer. But that is not an alliance we have seen at all yet up until this game, and his team's in second place right now.
It's genuinely very good.
Excuse me.
Yeah, so the alliance is actually genuinely very good, just because that ruins a lot of the alliance bonus damage stuff, right? Like if you're against assassins and you get hit with a brute, you do 15% less damage, and at level 2 you do 40% less. So yeah, that's something to consider. Actually, they're gonna get the rematch: Melee Mates versus Scuffle Squad again. Sobaka versus Newtoni here. Assassins versus the brute composition. We'll see which one comes out on top here. The Slardar will die, but as you can see, the brutes actually just shutting down quite a lot of these assassins just by attacking them once. Doom comes out on the TA, and the Scream of Pain absolutely does nothing. Sand King trying his best, but he ain't no assassin anymore. All he can do is buy time for the Queen of Pain to do damage. Actually, the fight is turning. The insects doing quite a lot of damage here and giving off a lot of evasion. So many Scream of Pains have been dropped, and the Doom is silenced for so long, and that fight turned real quickly. Meanwhile, the R01 actually loses to Lam Delta, who finally got a Troll Warlord.
Oh, no kidding.
He went back for it even. Okay. Because he actually sold his other, so he must have rebought a troll again. Yeah, he has a 1-star Bat Rider on the board to make this work, but he's got it.
He absolutely does. And look at how many. Imagine if he had a slot for a champion here. That champion would be benefiting from so many things. Look at that. Heartless, Troll buff, Warrior buff, Knight buff. Oh my god.
Commander's not
Now's the
bad
time.
at all.
By the way, there was another knockout. Nando and Moncada do get knocked out there in what's 6th place. So that's important. It's we're entering what's going to be the final round next, and you get knocked out going into that final round. It's you may not ultimately move on as a result. So keep an eye on the score there.
Sunsmile has a tier 3 Luna, tier 3 Chaos Knight, and tier 3 Bat Rider. technically that's all of his current DPS at their full potential at this point. Fighting the only Hoblin player left, which is I believe R01 here. We'll see if the Knights actually do enough to deal with these savages. The Glaives, unfortunately not bouncing far enough because Kunkka finally dies, so it's not bouncing anymore, but that might be unnecessary. The Venomancer currently attacking 2 attacks per second, but he dies because of the Glaive bounces. The bombs drop from the Hobkin, but they don't do enough. And unfortunately, it's looking like R01 will fall here. The Knight's way too tanky. Meanwhile, Sabaka, his teammate, is currently in a stalemate, but Anisix is already dead for him, and it looks like he will be collapsed inwards by Ceremonials. Just more damage output, and the Pudge actually managing to... rather, the enemy Anisix just got eliminated.
27 damage.
They take another 27 damage. 27 damage. Ugh.
Want to buy an Aegis, please?
Nope. Not in duos.
You're not allowed.
Punch Pals at eliminated there in 5th place. A Fight Friends all the way down to 4th place with 1 life, but they are still alive. Telling me there's a chance. It's Martini and Icarus.
They fought the Scuffle Squad, and the Scuffle Squad should be renamed to something like the Death March or something, because every time someone encounters them, they take so much damage. It's so much damage. In fact, I believe one of the compositions actually beat another opposing team on the Scuffle Squad, but if you look at Fight Friends' composition, it's not bad, but oh no, they have to fight them again. Icarus has to face Newtoni. It's Martini versus Lamb Delta. The Burrow Strike comes out, hits all of the hunters, unfortunately, and you can see all the hunters are already dead. It's just Medusa, Beastmaster. Actually, no, half the hunters are still alive, but then the insects, the mischance is so much, as well as the elusive buff. All of the hunters just die because of the assassins just jumping forward, and the insects giving that mischance. And no, not even Tier 3 Beastmaster can do anything here. Tiny gonna get popped, and unfortunately, Icarus will lose. Meanwhile, it's Martini with his Knight composition versus the Trolls. Actually, is winning. He's winning super hard. He, in fact, runs over Lamb Delta. We'll see if that offsets the damage he took, because 1 damage is enough, and he does. That's 4 damage to Scuffle Squad.
Thank you. It's Martini. That's what Icarus is saying right now, because obviously keeping the minute. As they managed to deal damage, but close call.
That is God, 1 HP in a dream.
My butt would be so clenched right now if I was Icarus and Martini, because like if you go out now at this point in the tournament, you're kind of really nervous about making top 8. And 1 HP left, and I love this lineup. It's for duos, it's unconventional.
Yeah,
from,
absolutely.
Martini. It's a really fun high heal, high defense build with attack speed and mana regen built into it. And I hope this takes them a little farther.
Somebody's getting knocked out here. Battle Buddies.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's gonna be It's Martini versus Ceremonials. It's Martini again. Look at that Knight comp. They're taking no damage. They're like, wait, what is that? Were you dealing damage just now? Actually, in fact, may have spoken too soon here. Another bolt comes out. There might be enough damage. Ceremonials is finally outputting enough here. If that Anisix dies, though, that'll be a lot of height rotating around. Oh, yeah. They push forward here.
We're gonna push forward with this. CK up there doing his best impression of a slap chop on the Arc Warden right there. As we go in, as we have Blue sort out some audio issues just real quick. They're gonna be able to clean up this Tusk and that Eidolon there at the end, knocking out Sunsmile and Ceremonials into 4th place. And okay, so then that's just me.
I was gonna say I didn't hear anything wrong. I mean,
you just went super robot on me, bro. Okay.
Oh, really? So sorry. I was checking my settings as well. That was weird. But anyways, it should be fine. And yeah, elimination for Ceremonials and Sunsmile are gonna be eliminated. Icarus and It's Martini still in it. They're still 3rd. They're still going, which is quite impressive. Scuffle Squad obviously not as healthy as they were. If it bleeds, it can be defeated. So there is that potential. He's not
I
fighting the
like-
strongest Warlord.
Okay, so the RO1, real quick, he just went Keep It Secret, which was the talent I was talking about, Hovgen, where units on fire get silenced. And I want to see if he can pull this off, because I have personally never been able to pull off a win when I picked that talent.
The a thing you have to take note is that this Hobgen is not a pushover. He in fact attacks twice as fast now. In fact, more than twice as fast. So I believe is dishing out 1.5 attacks per second. And if he's attacking the same unit, that will indeed bounce. And in about 4 seconds, at least 4 units will be silenced. So we'll see if that works. I mean, if Moonshard picked up by the R01. Moonshard Venomancer. Yes, my prayers have been answered. I want to see that Venomancer supercharge. I want to see that 3 times attack per second, because that will definitely win him the game. If that Venomancer gets supercharged, that is supercharge, I believe, gives another 135. He gets double Moonsharded. In fact, more than double Moonsharded.
There's
So-
another item, by the way, that's certainly worth noting is Desperate Measures picked up by Icarus for Fight Friends. That's a team with 1 life, literally getting maximum value out of Desperate Measures. So.
Oh wow, that's actually that's a good point. That's it. Hunter comp with a Medusa as well. That's so much value. And speaking of which, they will be going against the Ghost here, so we will be following melee mates for Scuffle Squad. The R01 versus Lamb Delta. We will see if the Venomancer will hard carry this composition, or will it fall flat on its face. The Supercharge coming in close but stun, reducing the hype coming out from the Hobgen, and you can see Silence actually popping off. The Necrophos is perma-silenced, so it's the Omni Knight. The Venomancer gonna get Supercharge eventually here. Ravage gonna buy more time. Supercharge about to pop on that Venomancer. 2.5 attacks per second, currently doing 500 damage per second. That's a free Rapier. That's 400 damage per hit, but it's gonna get popped because it's now the only unit left standing for R01. He took too long. The Hobgen was stunned for the entire time till Warlord finally dies, but that's not going to be enough. It's just Hobgen now. Yes, all units are silent at the moment, but Hobgen alone is not enough. And you just saw the Venomancer did a lot of damage, but no sustain. Meanwhile, Sobaka versus New Tony, it was like Sobaka was unable to win that, so they dropped to 1 HP.
And a knockout. And Fight Friends does end up falling to the Ghost, so they end up finishing in 3rd place. But yeah, melee mates with 1 HP now. They're coming off a pretty devastating loss the previous round. I don't think this one's going another round. Scuffle Squad setting up to be the victors here in this one, unless I guess positioning change could help, but it's going to be difficult. Well, you do switch off as far as who you face against, so maybe that'll come into play too. But
you saw that Venomancer do 600 damage a hit. In fact, it did 1,200 damage that fight. But the problem was the front line died before Supercharge happened, and that was because Hobgen got stunned for years. Literally years. He could not get the Supercharge off. He was unable to get that buff off. Therefore, Venomancer was not doing his optimum damage. R01 will be fighting New Tony, which is it's Assassins this time. So he does have a higher odds of getting that Venomancer to that peak performance. Burrow Strike comes out, but bear in mind, Venomancer isn't getting focused. Neither is Hobgen here. Hobgen about to get that Supercharge as long as he doesn't get assassinated here. Supercharge, gonna get popped. Burrow Strike comes out again. Hobgen's gonna die before Supercharge comes out. That might be dangerous. Actually, no! He's alive just long enough for the Supercharge! And Venomancer, look at that damage output. The damage so much, however, broken by Anisix actually, and gonna die. The break gonna change the fate of this game unless Insects doing a lot as well. The Tusk hitting the wrong thing. That's a companion. It just comes back. Necrophos trying to carry. Actually, every time he uses it, no, it's not enough.
Wait, so real quick,
all that hype, and then all of a sudden, no, it's not enough.
Well, all that hype, and by the way, their team won though. His team, Sobaka ended up winning his side, so they're still remaining alive, as we see here.
Yeah, it looks like R01 is kind of the weak link at this point. He's doing damage, yes, but he's not living long enough to tell the tale.
So,
I think yeah.
Well, I got to confirm this real quickly. We kind of saw this. So when he gets broken, does that literally just remove the Savage buff altogether?
Yes, it
Yes.
literally resets your savage buff, which is
Oh,
the
it's a full
massive
reset.
problem.
Okay, yeah, that's huge.
Yeah, it will remove the brawny HP. It will remove, you know,
Yeah,
it
I knew
will
stuff like
remove,
that.
yeah.
I just maybe assumed it stopped you from gaining more charges, if anything. But I didn't realize it actually literally just removes all that damage.
I mean, the R01's going to be fighting Lem Delta here. Previously, Sobaka did not do so well against Newtoni, so hopefully R01 can carry his own weight here. Ravage comes out, but not on the main damage in the backline. The Venomancer gets hexed. Supercharge comes out on a lone druid, and he's still ramping up damage. Supercharge comes out on a Necrophos. That's not the units you want. You want the Venomancer to do damage. Call down comes out, but it's not going to be the main damage source here. Again, Venomancer going to start ramping up here. He's finally supercharged, but it might be a little bit too late as he's hexed again! The hexes are so strong. He's permanently hexed. He's still a check, and he finally turns back to normal, but already dead. And my god, that hex took so long. There's too much stun. Meanwhile, Sobaka versus Newtoni. It looks like Sobaka,
This is it.
not, unfortunately, faces the wrong player. And if he faced Lime Delta again, perhaps Sobaka would be able to keep his team in this fight, but unfortunately not, and they will fall second place.
Yep, there you go. Scuffle Squad takes it. So Newtoni and Lambda Delta, they pull through in the end. The 4 trolls come through. The Troll Warlord when it's all said and done, but obviously good teamwork for them. Victorious. But Hobgan, again, made it to a second place, so that's fun to see. The other one ultimately getting last place, and worth noting there. But now we got to keep an eye and see what we're looking at as far as the scoreboard goes. Apparently, one of the other groups is finishing up very shortly.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm watching the scoreboard right now, and what I really need in my life right now is I need Scuffle Squad to win Group B, so we can have Scuffle Squad supremacy.
Oh, I see. You mean double scuffle victory? I see. I see.
Yeah. I'm already repping the Scuffle Squad team colors. It's just a White Castle T-shirt.
I think they actually, the game just ended,
It
round
just ended,
37. But we'll see who won that one. Was it Scuffle Squad?
Nope, it was Punch Pals.
Oh.
Unlucky.
I mean, that lobby, I just want to highlight, right? Hobgin was second and last. So, if you want to say anything, it's not the Hobgin. I honestly believe it's the player, right? It's all up to how you play with Hobgin. And he got to second place. I mean, that's not an easy feat, especially when everybody says an E6 is just so much better, right?
Yeah, no, impressive stuff. And again, we got the final round coming up, so we'll keep an eye to see how many Hobgins we do have going into that one. But let me pull up the scoreboard. Obviously, it's going to start getting updated. So we'll get an idea of who we're seeing ultimately moving on. Again, this is not updated yet, or it kind of is. It is getting updated. Okay. So, again, it's going to be top 8 that advance on. Lambda, Delta, Newtoni, they will bump up, so they're definitely going to be there. And I think that means it's going to be close, because, he still has to update a couple of scores. So, don't take this just yet.
Yeah, Lam Delta, Newtoni, Natalie, and Octopuses are really struggling there. They're a 1 point difference for the final slot. We'll see if Natalie and Octopuses got high enough that it secures them points, because I believe Lam Delta and Newtoni actually they won the lobby.
Yeah,
so
they're definitely going.
Yeah, so they have to beat, I believe, Lucky 666 and Mixer, who I don't actually remember what their position was in our game. Was it
Lucky? They were, wasn't
Seventh.
that?
They got Lucky and
they were
Mixer.
down there.
Yeah, they got 7th in the second game.
Okay. So as long as Natalie and Octopuses get at least 6th, if I get that correctly, as long as they get 6th, they'll advance. So yeah. They
will not, because they got 7th.
Oh.
Just outside.
That sucks.
We're waiting on the final standings, like we've been talking about. But I think.
Yeah, here I'll go off of them for now, because obviously it's probably confusing people too. They're still being updated, so don't want to have any confusion there. But the admin's figuring it out, and then we're gonna have our top 8 that will be taking place. So it's been a fun day of duos. Definitely some entertaining matches, and just like last week, I'm sure we're expecting the final match to go very close and very well. It's funny enough that last round was actually one of the more one-sided ones we had with the team that was victorious in the end so far today. So
yeah. Now that I think about it, you're right.
I wonder if we're going to see more nice strategies coming up. It's Martini especially suggesting 2 in a row, making it work. And we saw the one other team trying it out as well. So it seems like something that, with the main open as far as the bans go, certainly one of the more powerful alliances you can argue for right now. And if no one else is going it, then that much more powerful.
I'm curious to see if someone will try that Savage strategy again, that 6 Savage strategy. You made it to second place, and that was because all of those Savage units did so much damage, regardless of who they were at that point, because, again, that's a plus 12 per hit. The Warless Punch would do a lot. Lone Druid attacking do a lot. It was an interesting composition. Unfortunately, Venomancer just died too fast. In fact, all the units died too fast, right? So that is an interesting strategy I didn't expect to see.
Okay.
So.
Okay, it looks like we are. I believe everything is updated, if I'm seeing it correctly.
Oh, one more update.
One more, maybe. Okay, well.
Okay.
Yeah, everyone looks like they
we
have
have
the
a
3-way matches.
Yeah, we have a 3-way tie for 8, 9, 10. Is it based
Oh.
on? Is it based on their positions? I believe.
It's whoever it goes. The main one is what lobby they came from.
Okay.
So if they came from a higher lobby, that's the tiebreaker. If they come from the same lobby, it's whoever placed higher that round.
Okay.
Well, CCM, were they in the lobby that we just watched? I think so. Were they not?
CCM.
Oh no, they wouldn't have been. No, they would have been in another one. Never mind.
Yeah, they were. I believe they were in Group B or Group C at least. So.
Yeah, and we haven't run across Captain Fifi or Guabao this tournament, and that's really sad because they got third.
Yeah, consistency there.
Just by placing third consistently, that feels bad.
I mean, they're consistent. That's nothing to be sad about. That's consistency. It's pretty good, right? If
that's not even always the bridesmaid, never the bride. That's always I'm in the wedding party at least.
Wait,
yeah.
am I seeing this right though as well? Where Spieler and Price Royal they didn't even place the first match.
They didn't. So what the X symbolizes is something happened and they didn't show up in time.
So they've literally only played 2 matches, yet they're 10th place.
Yeah, because first place and second place.
Jeez.
They're really good too. Like Spieler is a really, really solid player. So is Gualbao. So that's a team they could have easily won. I don't know what happened first round. Things happen, but watch for that. If they enter again next week, definitely watch for these guys because they will place high.
Technically speaking, we will probably see Captain Fifth and Fifth. Sorry, I can't read that. Captain Fifi, right? And Guabao. Captain Guabao are probably going to be advanced. No, not sorry. CCM. What am I looking at? I'm so lost. CCM and Come Out May will probably move on because they got second previous lobby, and I believe they were Group B. Because they were in Group A. Last lobby, I believe. Right, so
let's let the admins figure it out. I'm gonna go.
All right, let's
rather than sitting here going every single scenario. Again, 1 through 7, we're very confident with. It's just a matter of which of those 2 teams, maybe even those 3, will also be joining. But what we are gonna do, let's go on a break, set up the finals, get that lobby set up, and look forward to having a fun finish here for this duos event. So, ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned. We'll be back. Our final match coming up next. Don't want to miss it. We'll be back. All right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Here we go. Our final game of the night here for the Duos event. And this is it. The winner. Well, no, let me correct myself. It's not necessarily the winner of this, as it works, as we've said in the previous events. There's points still that are on the line. It's just a matter of, obviously, they're now added on. In fact, it is the same amount of points. In the past, we've sometimes did like double points for the finals. I believe it has been decided that it's just going to be the same amount of points. So going into this, it still definitely mattered, what your points look like. It's not just a matter of, we're top 8. We can now get first year and win it outright. So that still matters. Worth mentioning. But here we go, guys. We've made it to our final match. And we got one Hobgame in the game, just one. It's just the RO1, only one playing it.
He's sticking to his guns, and I respect that.
I believe. Okay, yeah. Hold on, Blue's muted. I believe. Sorry.
Yeah, there we go. I fixed
it.
Okay. So I just wanted to say, he's sticking to his guns. I do appreciate the fact that he's been learning Hopgun, right? It's clear that he knows what he's doing with the Hopgun. In fact, he got second in a previous lobby, so clearly he knows what he's doing. So yeah, I'm kind of looking forward to what he does. Probably 6 Savages. I wouldn't be surprised if he added Trolls into that mix just to buff up their attack speed. But yeah, we'll see.
It's honestly making me want to try. It's the idea that I was whenever I put Hob, just like, maybe I'll try it with the mages, but certainly going with a Savage strategy is absolutely something to try. And you already see both the Tusk and the Enchantress on the board, so I'm sure that's what we should expect to have. Oh, worth pointing out as well, the team that advanced on, Come What May and CCM, they were one of those. I guess they ended up winning the tiebreaker. Again, not 100% sure how it played out, but they were the ones that won the tiebreaker, and thus they are in the finals now.
That is solid. Looking around, there's a bunch of 2-star units dropped already. Delta was actually the first one getting that Venomancer relatively quickly, and as we mentioned, right, Venomancer is so good as a unit at this point, even without the Venomous Gale. It's just because of the range plus a Savage. And aside from that, currently there's It's Martini is going Knights. I mean,
yeah,
name a better duo.
it's what he likes. It's funny, again, he didn't go the first game, or was he in the first game? Either way, again, we had the ban switch after the first round and the second round, where Knights became open there. So he at least, he's the one really. Again, we saw somebody else trying it as well last game, I suppose, but It's Martini certainly making the statement.
I wouldn't be surprised if everyone stuck to their gun, if I'm being honest, right? Like, a lot of these players are actually doing exact same things as we saw them. Ceremonials and Sunsmile. Ceremonials, I believe, went Assassins previously. Lam Delta went Trolls. This time, starting with a Savage opening, but I'm sure once he finds those Trolls, might transition into a possible F4 build, right? CCM, an assassin strat again. I don't think I've ever seen him not play assassins. So, it's a bunch of players doing what got them a high position, essentially.
Yeah. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's a saying for a reason. That's
Absolutely.
What they're going
for. And what sucks is there is no Scrappy strat. I'm assuming nobody's gonna go Scrappies, but yeah. It's kind of unfortunate that they've really, really fallen to the wayside. Even though, like, people kept saying, right, Scrappies, they suck if something is jailed. But literally none of them are jailed. But still nobody wants to play them.
That's been my logic as well. I'm glad you said that, because it always feels like, one of the inventors, Timbersaw, Clockwork, whatever, happens to just be banned. It's like, well, you just can't do it if even one of them are banned. But everyone's open. Still not going for it.
Yeah, if like this is the same point I had with the Knights, right? If one unit banned means you can't play the composition, then the composition is not good at all in the first place, right? I mean, there are exceptions, like for instance, if Coddle gets banned in a mage comp, but like those exceptions are few and far between for different alliances.
Yeah.
One of the things I want to point out that's kind of goofy to me right now is Mixer 64. I forget what I don't. team he's
Brawl
on?
Besties, yeah.
Brawl Besties, yeah. He's got 2 Helms of the Undying, and he put them both on Ogre Magi. I love the man. He's
No
great,
Bloodbound,
man.
though, which is kind of interesting, but yeah. One on each.
Ogre Smash. Just gonna bonk everything to death. I mean, just like normal Ogre in Dota, it's pretty tanky, high armor. Obviously damage is okay. But yeah, I don't think 2 Ogres are gonna club an E6 to death, not doing enough damage at all. Oh Helm, and
Yeah,
she
might
Martyr's
kill her.
Boon. They might actually get this an E6 kill. Oh no.
Oh, so close. Good
they-
try,
they got-
Mixer.
They got to she dropped to under 100s. I mean, I guess that's an achievement,
Well,
but unfortunately, no.
his teammate won, so they actually win the round, and they only deal 1 damage, but still, it's a victory, and they remain at 100 life, one of 3 teams still sitting at 100. But yeah, probably not going to commit to the Ogres. We do see a couple of Bloodbound alliances throughout the board. Icarus actually the only one right now having it, but of course that's one of those. You get it early, and then you leave it sooner than later.
Yeah, he got the Bloodbound contract. Was like, might as well. But honestly, that's just vitality booster with an extra step. It's 500 HP late game, and like, not really. Aside from that, it's just sort of just, again, it's just a vitality booster at that point, right?
Yeah.
Because Ogre Magi, in my opinion, honestly, Ogre Magi used to be better when he just instantly bloodlusted your carry instead of bloodlusting himself and then the carry. But of course, that was when Ogre was really good. Now he's okay, right? He's still very good in mages, but unfortunately, mages are not very effective when Caudle is banned. And we see there Icarus actually gets decimated by Lucky.
14 damage onto Come What May and CCM's team.
Ooh.
13 damage onto Punch Pals. 12 damage onto Melee Mates.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming.
That's an intense amount of damage this quick.
Ugh.
Yikes.
I want to point out as well that CCM and Come What May did barely get into this lobby at 8th place. Is that perhaps is the current standings so far sort of maybe perhaps showcasing the skill levels, or rather their positioning in the tournament, perhaps?
I mean,
or it's just
at round 7, that seems a little absurd.
Okay, that's a bit absurd to say, but currently the top 3 is Lamb Delta, Mixer, and Ceremonials, and I mean, no doubt Lamb Delta previously obviously won that fight, so you know, it's quite interesting to see.
I see what you're saying.
These players at the top.
I am watching CCM right now to see what we can figure out with them, as they're matched up against Combat Comrades, and CCM is going to lose this one, unfortunately. He's got several pretty low, but unable to finish the job there, although Mako the Quap, never mind. So he goes down. Will his teammate lose as well? Yes, they lose 10 more life, so it just the struggle does continue for them.
Yeah, R01 wins because Treant Protector is very, very good.
Yeah.
Just leech seeded his way to victory at that point. But aside from that, yeah, they really do have to step it up, or at least transition into something, right? Because they're already at sub 70, and yes, we've seen people be way lower at this point, but this is the final lobby. Surely everybody is. Surely everybody is good.
Lambda Delta with a 3-star Veno already, round 8.
I think that's our earliest one, actually.
Yeah, that's a hyper carry and a half right there. That is, oh boy, that is. New Tony is literally pumping all of his money into Lamb Delta. What is this?
Again, it doesn't really matter. It's technically gold for both, and they can pass back and forth free willing, but yeah, he wanted to give him 20.
But this is the equivalent of saying carry me, and just arms open wide, just receiving all of the gold. And we can see here, even with the basic Savage buff, the Venomancer is not a joke. He's currently doing 270, about to break 300 there, and he barely got touched. And this early in the game, Venomancer is really, 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 I don't want to say invincible, but pretty hard to deal with.
Yeah, that's got to be one of the better one-cost units to get 3 stars ASAP for sure. Maybe an anti-mage you could argue as well, but yeah, they deal 10 damage to Brawl Besties, a team that prior to this round had 100 life. That's their first damage taken, and dropping to 90 just like that. So good hit for sure.
Melee mates at 60 HP. They took quite a lot of beating previous round. I believe they lost on both sides, therefore they took quite a considerable amount. So yeah, probably gonna need to
Surprising
step
thing
up
about
their
melee
game.
mates is they're still on level 4. Everyone else is at 5. They're just kind of hanging back right now.
Oh yeah, they're chilling.
they-
That makes me nervous.
Yeah, it's not good to be losing and then losing in the level advantage and then losing rounds. It's rough.
Well,
you have to be winning at something.
I'm
right?
looking at Antonio, and look at his bench. Antonio literally has full knights on his bench, and he doesn't have Knight of Lights on the board. So he's playing for the eventual get 4 knights out there, some 2 stars. But yeah, it's that's an interesting bench. It's no wonder their economy is where it's at.
I think what has to be noted is that It's Martini doesn't see this board because he will be so mad because again he's a knight spammer. And look at all these knights. He's one off from a 2-star Luna. Yeah, he's just robbing It's Martini blind here. One Bat Rider away from that 3-star Bat Rider, right? Looking for that 2-star Luna, 2-star KS9. Bat Rider this early, actually, I really like Bat Rider this early, just because of that sticky napalm into bonus damage. But the question is, will they live to see this Knight strat come into fruition? In fact, It's Martini at the moment. Yes, he's going Knight strat, but he's making sure that he doesn't die doing it. Having that Ogre Magi, that Tiny to buy some time, and yeah, he in fact gets that tier 2 Ogre. So yeah, it's quite curious to see what these compositions are up to.
So round 10, more neutrals.
Yeah, more neutrals. I pressed tab, then I saw a Scrappy buff, and I must be dreaming because Mixer 64 is picked up a Clockwork.
Yes, let's go Mixer.
He has two Clockworks on the bench. 1 Clockwork on the bench. A Timber Saw. Is it?
Do it.
Is this reality?
Do it.
Is he really gonna go for it?
He's going. Well, Inventor and 3 mages. He's got a puck sitting there as well with the ogre on the board. Like it's Crystal made it. Yeah, he's certainly thinking that.
To be fair, he's uncontested. Okay, to be fair, he's uncontested. So
that's a shocker.
Yeah, right.
Doing Scrappy.
Yeah, he's going the most 2 unlikely alliances in Mage and Inventor right now, considering the ban, especially on Caudle. So.
Hey. More power to him. I'm usually the person that says, even though something is banned, doesn't mean something is terrible. But the Caudle ban hurts. It hurts a lot. That's your main damage output. But he says, no, I don't care. My Scrappy will carry me. And we'll see if he's right. At this point.
I wonder what his partner thinks about that. He's like, oh god, well, why are you on my team now?
Okay, so Mixer's, just mixed in Warlock and Bloodbound. And he's throwing the Warlock in the welcoming committee, as I'll call it. 1-star Warlock up in front, just so that Ogre can just start slapping people en masse.
Ooh. You know what would really suck is if Melee Mates actually lost to the Scrappy team, because again, they can't really afford to lose much, and this is probably, I don't, no offense to this strategy, but this is probably their best opportunity to get some damage into someone else, instead of losing their own damage themselves, and it looks like they will. Mixer 64, unfortunately, really not doing enough there to justify that Scrappy lineup. Meanwhile, his teammate Lucky 667 actually probably will lose his this fight against Antonio here, or he's getting really close. Actually, he wins by landslide because nothing dies.
Yeah.
Oh
and they
my
barely
god,
win as a team.
That's infuriating. That's absolutely infuriating to see so many. I checked all 3 of their health bars. They were at sub 100 HP. Oh. That is so frustrating to see. Oh, that's the disaster right there.
They did only take 1 damage that round, though.
Well, that's because we have a Scrappy strat. As his teammate Lucky 66 is carrying super hard at this point. right? I'm sure Mixer is saying, "Trust me, trust me, trust me. I got this. I got this." And
And you know,
yeah,
I feel like that's kind of right because I think Mixer's whole strat here is to lose, but not by much. He wants a strong board, what he can work with. He wants the strongest possible board with what he can work with while feeding Lucky all that gold. And we'll see if
yeah.
that works out. I don't know if it's going to work out, but like I like where his head is personally. I think it could work.
The hook actually kind of helping Mixer here as Bounty Hunter gets hooked back to the front line, which kind of saves him from getting bursted too quickly. Ogre Magi has a Bloodbound buff. He isn't broken yet. The opposing Anisix instead decides to break Venomancer, which doesn't really have any passives active. So that's pretty wasted. However, it's just Venomancer versus Venomancer here and Drow. It is broken, but kind of the problem with an E6, right, is the fact that kind of rely on that companion, and the Venomancer doesn't even die. That sucks. And they finally do take damage.
I'll see you rise.
I apologize. I was watching another battle here. Watching Antonio, though. It's good play-by-play,
Yep.
but I was watching his 4 Knights, and this 3-star Bat Rider who's actually just taking all the damage, and he's on the verge of at least going to win his side in this battle. So that's the 3-star Bat Rider certainly coming through. He also has an Omni Knight now on the board, so yeah, he's committed to this Soul Knight strategy. And it looks like he will come
Absolutely.
out on top. Oh, no, that was a draw of a round. It took too long. That's funny.
And because it was a draw, they lost HP.
Yeah.
Because his teammate lost his round, so that sucks. A thing
Oh yeah,
to
that
note,
would happen,
yeah.
wouldn't it? Okay.
yeah, drawing a match is actually really bad if your teammate hasn't won the round. So it's kind of unfortunate right there. We have to note, right, that It's Martini's doing the exact same thing. Currently unable to find what he wants. I mean, he does actually have what he wants. In fact, he has Luna on the board, but opting for double Bat Rider instead of that Luna on the board immediately. Dazzle is such a good unit as well.
Yeah, I don't hate the double Bat Rider. It double stacks. Your Bat Riders are gonna hit max damage quicker. Like, yeah, I kind of like that.
Yeah, currently all of the assassins are attacking so slowly because of that sticky napalm, and yeah, this might be a win one round. That's a lot of damage. Oh my god. Ugh. And unfortunately, E6 doesn't do anything by herself. We'll just die.
How did Icarus do? We'll find out. Icarus did pretty well too. They deal
So
21 damage to the Mischief Makers.
That's gotta sting.
Guys, don't go out before round 20.
That's Nando and Mankata as well, by the way. Those definitely have had some higher finishes here.
Yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't say unlucky, right? I mean, we saw the exact two kinds of playstyles lose in the previous round. Previous round, remember we saw someone go 6 assassins and someone else go 6 hunters in the same team, and I think that's the problem here is that there's two greedy compositions. In my opinion, I think one player should play greedy, like for instance assassins, and then one player should go something more conservative. But I don't know. I mean, we'll definitely see if this pays off. Because again, there's only so much money you can get, and certainly assassins and hunters really want 3-star units.
Watching Mankata right now. He's with the assassins, and those Nyx assassins chewing away in the slaughter of the back lines. Gonna pop that spike to Carapace. Vendetta's the archer.
The Nyx assassins are actually carrying super hard here. Bounty Hunter not gonna do enough. Shuriken tosses the tiny. And unfortunately, unless these Nyx assassins blink, they will be unable to kill anything else here. Because Vendetta is their main damage outsource. Nyx assassin buys it even more time, but no, not enough damage. Doesn't even crit to kill the Tuskoff, and that will be more damage into... actually, no, Brawl Besties lost that fight, as Nando won his hard enough.
Yeah, the Hunters, on the other hand, do carry through that 2-star Terrorblade. I'm sure a big part of it. So hanging on at 29 life, and round 14 now going to be upon us. So how is that? The Mages is in. Mixer, going back to him. He's got Mage in right now. Did he give up on Inventors? No, they're still there on the board, or on the bench even.
I am so surprised they're still second place. Lucky is actually I'm not sure if Mixer is holding his own weight or if Lucky is carrying him, but they're second place, and that's impressive considering again, I personally I crossed out Scrappy's, but he's like, no, Scrappies are good. I got this. It still has double Ogre Magi. Doesn't opt to put down Puck. I guess not enough damage from Puck at this point.
You bring up an interesting idea, actually. I would love to see this implemented. Individual records for the players on the scoreboard, just to be able to see like who's actually carrying the other, if so, right? Because we don't 100% know that, to be fair, but you would figure that Lucky's one probably given more of the credit for the team, but we'll see if that gets implemented.
Unfortunately, Mixer at the moment is struggling against the neutrals, which is why I think Lucky is carrying him. He does win eventually, but he lost so many units. I actually was concerned he might actually lose that round, but no, he's fine. Unfortunately, the Wolves do not crit enough to eliminate him.
Here comes a third Helm of the Undying Watch.
No.
Oh.
He's gonna go murder gong here. Maybe the Blink Dagger.
Blink Dagger.
No,
Dawn of Restool.
Really?
With an Anisix? You're not playing Hopkin. That's really bad.
Well, you better not play Scrappy Inventors now either. That also hurts them quite a bit.
That's if you know that meme where the guy is pointing a gun at himself. This is exactly what this is. He has an Anisix. That Boon is gonna do half as much. Scrappy's gonna do half as much. I don't know. I don't know if this is the right play.
Yeah, that seemed odd to me. He had a chance to get a Blink Dagger, and he chose that over it. I don't like that. Considering what he's running.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
I'm trying to figure out a way to defend him, and I can't. I legitimately can't think of why he grabbed that. Now, in his defense, I did this exact thing. I misclicked and grabbed a Dawning of Ristool in an Anisix game, and I actually won the game.
Oh,
so
I mean, it's possible.
Maybe some hidden tech.
No, there's no hidden tech here.
Yeah, he might know something that we don't. I mean, most likely it was a conscious decision, but yeah, at the moment, Lucky is not going to carry him this time. They are against Lam Delta and Newtoni, which again, number one on the board. And look at that Venomancer, man. Venomancer currently doing 300 damage a pop. Drow is not going to stand a chance. We got close, but not enough.
Yeah, and it's scary to think that he's had that Venomancer for a while now. At 3 stars.
Still carrying.
Yeah, it's still only 2 Savage on top of that. There is a 4 Savage. The RO1 for Combat Comrades is running the 4 Savages currently. No 3-star. It does have a 3-star. It has a 3-star Enchantress, which means the tree will also be 3-star, actually. So, pretty good.
I'm assuming he's hunting for the Bristleback, right? Probably Bristleback and the Lone Druid just to complete this set. Potentially, I'm kind of assuming that the Treant Protector's just kind of a placeholder until he finds that. I mean, maybe Kunkka's the placeholder here. Who knows, right? But that's a warrior buff, actually. So, probably there to stay. I'm going to be curious to see how he turns into this. Of course, previously we saw him go 6 Savages, and that worked pretty well. Got second place in it. And yeah, I'm kind of curious to see where his lineup this time will go. Again, with Hobgin, right, you just kind of have to go damage mode, Explosivo, Supercharge, does a lot. And looks like it is pretty solid here, winning. Treant Protector still alive. Leech Seed managed to keep him in time. Force Staff actually removes the defender of Anisix, and Anisix, as everyone knows, cannot fend for herself, so she just dies.
There you go. The team wins as a whole. They did get 8 damage in. So good for them. Whoa, that's a lot of damage.
They beat Lam Delta's team. That's quite interesting. Brawl Besties take 20 damage against TDU, playing as Mischief Maker. Interesting. I thought this composition would be too greedy. I mean, they're still at the bottom, but that was a lot of damage. So perhaps greedy, but not greedy enough. I don't know. We'll definitely see. if they're in this game, or if that will get the best of them. Mixer
TDU.
64 actually.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. Oh, no, I was gonna say Mixer 64 finally got a Tier 2 Timber Saw, so that was a thing.
Okay.
That popped up on my screen.
Okay, we'll
But
see.
yeah.
The Inventors, is he actually running it out yet? No, it doesn't look like it.
He got Alchemist on the board. Oh.
I was going to mention
don't know.
TDU, Mischief Maker is a team in last place right now, but they're actually on a streak. They're the only team currently on a win streak, as they've
Whoa.
won 3 in a row. So you got the 6 Assassins for Mankata. Nando has his Hunter, so this very greedy idea between both of them. But they got at least a streak going for now. The 3 stars are appearing for Mankata. And I'm watching his perspective right now as an Essex tank and some damage. But
yeah. Mankata actually carrying extremely hard with these 3-star assassins. In fact, Nyx and Bounty Hunter being 3-star means that their shurikens and those carapaces do so much work. And also they're really tanky. 3-star units in general are tanky, especially in the mid game like this one. And all those getting, I mean, I wouldn't say high rolling, but getting those solid assassins this early is definitely helping.
couple of comps running 6 Assassins
go ahead.
now. Yeah, there's actually 4 comps from what I see. Well, 3, but Ceremonials has 5 of the 6 Assassins, so there's nearly 4-6 Assassin comps currently being ran.
Yeah, that's kind of the risk, right? There's four Assassin comps. Most likely 2 of them will hit their peak as per se, and the other 2 might just fall off. Although, again, sometimes we just see 4 Assassins top. That is potentially a possibility, but most likely 2 of these assassin strats will be unable to complete before just other compositions run over them, and the other 2 will thrive. As currently CCM finally finished his insect, that's evasion, and Ceremonials gets his insect buff. So I'm kind of looking at them too as the outstanding leaders. But I mean, New Tony is number 1 with Lamb Delta, so perhaps. I mean, I wouldn't say Lam Delta's carrying him. I'm assuming these assassins are doing their side of the deal if they're this high up. But you know, you never know. We will definitely see.
Let's watch New Tony.
Yeah, he will. He is ironically against Mankata here, so it's a battle of assassin v assassin. It is gonna be a higher tier army for Mankata here, and you can see how many units get popped instantly by his high tier units. But both an E6 die. Now it's up to the tier 3 units to do what they need. The Spike Carapace, Shuriken tosses coming out, Scream of Pain, the PA dies, Morphling Waveforms, but Vendetta dodge, perfect by that 3-star Nyx. It looks like the higher tier you are, the better MMR these units become. As
they're going to
Tony
take
gets that
damage here,
win.
by the way. Yeah, they take 16.
And
I went over to the Lambda Delta right there. Had some trouble with that time around, but yeah, he was also low, and sure enough, losing it in the end. So good check of damage. And again, it goes to show you that you get an early lead doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be working that way throughout the whole game, and vice versa as well. You take a good amount of damage. And TDU, they continue to be on a hot streak. They've been at 29 live for 5-6 rounds now at this point.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see, right? If we look at the bottom, right now it's melee mix with the Knight strat and the Zaichu strat. And this is this is my opinion. This is the weakness of Knight strats, right? Is that I don't think you should rush immediately into Knights, and that's exactly what Antonio is doing. He has no actually like a separate strategy or just something to hybrid while he's trying to hit that 6 Knight peak. He's not fighting Dragon Knight, which means he's not gonna get that buff, which means there's some problems he's getting here, right? There's no Dazzle, no Troll buff. He's kind of relying on these Knights to output damage, but that's not what they do. That they buy time. They have to have time bought for them, I should say, to do that damage, or perhaps get a Sven later and then just be all-out aggression. So it's gonna be interesting to see how he gets out of this predicament. And his partner, in fact, has a tier 3 Beastmaster and a tier 3 Tusk. So hopefully those 2 things will keep them in the game. And as you mentioned, TDU went from last place to 5th. So that's pretty good.
Yeah, with how the lethality of these duos as we've seen, as far as the amount of damage that can just suddenly happen to a team, they really, I mean, this is still absolutely winnable for them. Although even in
Mixer
first
is
place.
Mixer is a crazy, crazy man. He has accomplished it. He's done it. If you look at his board, he has 4 Scrappy, 3 Mages. Currently at 2 Eventers, looking for that Techies or Gyrocopter to complete that. Obviously, that's going to be in the late game. But the Mad Lad, he did it. He is actually doing it. He is going to build into Scrappies. And he's getting a lot of 2-star units. And to be fair, he is technically, he is currently right uncontested, so he will get those Scrappies. And the thing I'm worried about for everyone else is that 3-star Scrappies are not bad units. In fact, they're amazing units.
Yeah.
Infinite missiles,
Yeah.
infinite battery assault, whirling death. It's ridiculous how much damage they do.
Yeah, like I love me some Scrappies, and yeah, all of the Scrappy units are just really good in their own individual way. It's just a real shame that their alliance is really bad at the moment. I miss the old Scrappy bonus. I think it was HP and like armor as well, but I understand why they moved it away from that. But as we're watching this, it looks like they're not going to win, but they're not going to lose by as much as you think.
Yeah, if
they?
another volley, no. Yeah, it was quite close, right? That reduced the damage he would take. They're actually against Lam Delta and Newtoni again, and they're losing again. Fight Friends, another loss as Lucky dominates his side.
And this is what I had brought up earlier, is that Mixer is playing not to lose. He's not playing to win. He's playing not to lose. And yes, people, like they're all going to tell you, yeah, those are 2 completely different things, you know. And really, it's kind of working. And I'm really surprised because I didn't think it would work as well as it had.
Well,
I see Scuffle Squad go out.
Yeah, that's true, actually. So Scuffle Squad, the last team to come into the final, it's safe to say that they are going to be finishing that 8th place spot overall, so a valiant effort.
It's Martini's 100% going to be so salty about this. Antonio has 4 3-star knights. This is a monster board. This is the most destructive board I've ever seen. Oh my god. This is so monstrous, actually. I mean, if they lose here, I'll be embarrassed, but oh my god, this is one hell of a board. So many indestructible knights. Look at them. They got slowed, Burrow struck, Assassin critted, Necrophos finally dies, but the knights are fine. They're taking no damage. They're like, what is this water boy going through us? I mean, I don't understand. I don't know what he was doing. And all of them are alive. I mean, Chaos Knight might die here. No, he get healed and then Aphotic shielded. None of the knights died. Oh my god.
Ooh, 22 damage dealt. As his teammate also won, apparently. So Mischief Maker staying alive, but down to 2 life after that. This is TDU. Again, that was actually... So they've lost now a couple of rounds after holding on for so long and going on a bit of a streak. But maybe they finally hit that peak as far as tapering off here, because down to 2 life and 1 round away from being eliminated.
Yeah, it's definitely a panic situation for them right now, and they don't have the econ to really pull themselves up. So they're literally living by RNG right now.
Yeah. At this point, I think what kind of happened is that both of them re-rolled to look for their own units. But I feel like in these kind of situations, I feel like you should convert all your money to another player or to your allied player, and then sort of try and find your outs that way. Or perhaps they did try and they were unable to find it. But again, they are in the chopping block. They're against Sunsmount and Ceremonials here, who have been relatively in the middle of the pack for quite some time. Does have the tier 3 Nyx Assassin, tier 3 Anti-Mage, and it doesn't look very nice for Fernando here. He's dropping all of his units. Actually, perhaps the Terrorblade changing the tides of war, but the thing you have to note is the insects. The insects are coming and they're attacking everything here. If those insects get to that Terrorblade, in fact, the Scream of Pain gets to that Terrorblade, it kills him off. The Helm of the Dominator only slows down the inevitable, as both of them will die, not getting any more secure victory. Meanwhile, Mankata, on his side, gets destroyed.
Yeah, he got destroyed. I was watching him first, and that's 25 damage, so TDU will be knocked down in 7th place themselves. And again, not the finish they're hoping for, but that's where they'll finish in this game.
I'd like to point out, Brawl Besties lost by 2 HP. They are indeed, as Zex has been saying, not losing, which is the key, I guess, right? Because, oh my God, oh, okay, it's going up.
Oh, it's coming together for Mixer right now, and oh lordy, I am just trembling over here. That 3-star Timbersaw is going to be putting in some work. Oh God.
Okay, I just want to say we might be seeing a bunch of Apex strategies fighting all at once. So Baka has a tier 3 Lycan and a Drow in a Hunter composition. We have Mixer with his Tinker Clockwork and Timbersaw. Night Strat for Antonio. There's just so many 3-stars on the board. It's kind of insane. Mixer versus Icarus right now. We will see if the Scrappies will do their work. And you see the Battery Assault actually perma-stuns the Terrorblade. He gets not enough damage out. And you can see the machine gun bullets dealing so much damage. Yes, the Alchemist gets tossed back. But look at the Clockwork. He's not dead and he has a Blade Mail. He just tanks everything. That's disgusting. He just tanks through. And he looks like he'll be the one carrying. Currently, Lucky is... I believe still fighting forward, currently closing in to the end here. Both players have sustained, but one of them will eventually rise to the top here. Bear in mind, Mixer has already won his round, which means that It's Martini has to win this by a solid margin if he wants to compensate for that, but it looks like he won't be. In fact, he'll be losing by quite a bit here. As long as the Tusk doesn't die, that will be 3 extra damage to the books, and it will be, and that's a lot of damage. And it looks like Brawl Besties do quite a lot of damage to Punch Pals. That's 18 damage.
Ooh, yeah, that's a fair chunk for the comps they're sporting. Like, now I know we just hyped up Mixer's team. Now they're gonna lose next round. They're gonna get knocked out. That's just how it goes.
I hope they don't lose this next round. That'd be embarrassing. Round 20.
That would be embarrassing, wouldn't it? Losing on a neutral round.
Around 26.
Just like, yeah, get out.
Yeah. Currently, New Tony has 3 3-star assassins, one of them being PA, which we highlighted as probably one of the best assassins right now. So that's dangerous to watch. We're definitely going to be seeing how that will go, but yeah, we'll see how this assassin strat goes. I really do. Oh, no, it's just a neutral round. I didn't even notice the round timer. I'm just super excited to see how all these compositions. All these compositions are coming together, and I think it's because everyone's trying to play uniquely. In my opinion, this is probably the most unique compositions I've seen so far. Like the top top 5 top 5 teams all have different play styles, it seems, right? We have ceremonials with the F4, 2 assassins. Crazy.
And this follows a pattern from last week, right, Reiki, where like we saw the most variety in the final round. Everybody was trying something different.
Yeah, and again, just how close it is. We're certainly getting that here for the final round, as you expect. Starting to go, we're in top 5 right now, but this is still absolutely anyone's game, despite being in that top 5 spot. I really want to keep an eye on Mixer once again, as far as seeing this inventor strategy, and whether or not he can get that possible techies even would be, of course, huge. To be able to throw
if he gets that techies, that's a massive out. I mean, it's not even an out. It's unfair to call it an out because it just makes his composition better. He is looking for DK actually instead. I guess that's an idea as well. Yeah, an important thing to note is that he won't have money to look for Tinker 3-star, which in my opinion would actually just seal the deal with his composition. That's infinite missiles, just a Magic Immune Timbersaw, a Blade Mail Clockwork with Battery Assault. That's crazy. It would have definitely secured his game, right? But unfortunately, he's going to have to live with a 2-star Tinker. It's not like it's a bad unit. It could be better, though.
Well, we're going to find out here against It's Martini.
Against It's Martini, who has a 3-star Luna, several knights here. BKB finally pops. Warlock instantly dies, but that's exactly what he wants because that the Ogre Magi doing some some right-click damage with an acid spray, stacking up very well. The Timber Saw and the Clockwork still very healthy, but so is the Luna. The Luna Glaives actually just tickling these scrappy units because that's reduced damage. They're starting to lose some HP, but that's what Anisix is for. Anisix keeps these Clockwork and the Timber Saw alive. Clockwork might finally pop. Not closer. Pop closer. He gets close enough and explodes in the face of Luna, who dies immediately after that pop. And the Ancients finally summoned by the opposing Anisix, but it's not going to be enough as a Mixer gets another solid win. And I'm being impressed by the Scrappy. I'm not going to lie. This is impressive. Unfortunately, Lucky is not so lucky this time. Loses to Icarus. And in the meantime, Sobaka and R01 actually get eliminated.
Yep. Combat Comrades is out. So we have our top 4 right now. Right, and it is worth reiterating as we're looking at our top 4. Again, it's not necessarily how you finish here and where you finish overall. It's points still matter. So don't take it necessarily at face value, but at the same time, of course, the higher you finish, the more points you get.
New Tony has 5 out of 6 assassins at 3-star.
That's all right.
It's okay. I've seen better.
I'll watch it. I'm actually curious to see how this just wrecks. It feels like it should just shred anything. Especially
in fact,
other
he's
assassins.
Fighting a mirror match.
Oh no.
Yeah, I mean there's a Chronosphere on the opposing team. He blinks in towards the Queen of Pain here, but look at the opposing assassins on the opposite end. They're killing everything. They're all dying. The next assassin, Spike Carapace. Actually, Spike Carapace is a crit from the anti-mage. Instantly dies. And oh my god, that was a clean sweep.
Yeah.
Or in fact, that was a clean fight, rather.
What about Lambda Delta jumping over to his fight? It's still going on currently. And he's got that Venomancer ramping up quite a bit. His Mask-O-Mantis on him. Nope, he just got broke by something. So suddenly that plus damage is all gone.
I believe that was Breathe Fire, actually, reducing his damage. It finally comes back, but he's the only one standing. So that is unfortunately not going to be enough. As that Breathe Fire actually did quite a lot because that reduced his damage by half, which which is devastating.
And Mixer's out with Lucky. Brawl Besties finishes 4th. So they ended up getting knocked out, actually. So the Inventor Dream. Did he end up getting a Techies? He had 4 Inventor. He must have.
I think he did. He must have gotten a Tinker. Sorry, not a Tinker. A Techies or a Gyrocopter to seal that deal.
So, yeah.
But yeah, unfortunately, we didn't see how it ended. We are in our top 3 here, and it's Martini. Must be very happy that the other Night Strat died a long, long time ago because he's getting this 3 stars now.
Yeah. He's like, it's about time. Yeah, this has been my strategy this whole time. I'll take that. Thank you very much. The economy shredded on everyone. New Tony's got 10 gold. Everyone else has 0 gold. Everyone is level 9. No, Punch Pals is actually still level 8. So that's also pretty significant as we continue on here.
It's Martini versus Lam Delta I'm gonna be watching here because I will be quite curious if this Night Strat will be able to hold up against this tier 3 Venomancer who is again Mask-O-Mantis. Unfortunately, no break has gone on him yet, and yes, even though the Savages got nerfed, his scaling is still quite insane the longer the fight goes. Fully uncontested still. He's still dishing out the damage. The Chaos Knight finally falls here. Luna dishing out the damage with the Glaives. The Dragon Knight's still alive. Venomancer exposed here because the front line's already dead. But as long as they buy time, this should be enough. The Venomancer picks off the Abaddon, and Anisix gonna get auto-attacked here. The Batrider gonna die, and Venomancer, yeah, completely uncontested, finally gets auto-attacked, but the Dragon Knight is silenced, and Luna's the only one alive. The Glaives will not do enough here, and if you look at the output for both teams, Anisix and Venomancer are actually doing the most that fight.
Yeah, Arc Warden also up there for him, but Luna can only carry so hard, and apparently that's a knockout. Oh my god, 36 damage dealt that fight to Punch Pals.
I think that was New Tony just obliterating Icarus. I'm not gonna lie, with an Arc Warden on his backline as well. That means he both has a front line. He has DPS in the back and the front, just because Assassins jump, and then the Arc Wardens are at the far back. So Fight Friends, or rather Battle Buddies, will really have to think of a way to beat this. Assassin's Veil and the Nyx Assassin might prove useful. Not against Assassins, obviously, because they don't care about their Underlords, but might prove useful against, I guess, Lam Delta. And we will see Ceremonial's versus, Sunsmile versus Lamb Delta here. The Nyx Assassin gonna blink forward, gonna instantly remove all of the hype from an E6, instantly dies, Chronosphere gets popped. Actually gonna buy some time here. Lamb Delta, double Chronosphere actually, sorry, from Refresher Void, buying so much time. Ravage finally pops, but I think it's a little bit too late. All the DPS is already dead. The Venomancer cannot stand by himself. He needs that front line, but when you're Chronosphered for infinity, it's not going to be enough. Meanwhile, Ceremonials versus Newtoni, it's not looking very good for Ceremonials here as he gets wiped again. These assassins are so strong. And Battle Buddies might just be out here. Is that enough? No, that's just 4 damage.
No.
They actually deal
Fight
damage.
Friends lost that fight.
Yep.
That is interesting.
Sunsmile won a little harder.
Yeah, I think the current consensus for the Battle Buddies is that you have to win hard against them Delta or you're gonna lose because this assassin strat feels unbeatable at this point.
I think the double Chrono's obviously a big part of that, having Faceless Void as an assassin unit in general, and what he brings as the ace unit, but also a double, Chrono Cube, as it's called in Underlords. Pretty damn good. Remember, Faceless Void actually did get nerfed as well. What was it, yesterday or whatever, that patch came out, where his Chrono Cube is now a 60-second cooldown, so you would never get 2 off anymore unless you have something like a Refresher.
It is an item round. Battle Buddies are probably hoping that Newtoni doesn't get a Daedalus on his PA, because that will definitely end the game. But aside from that, right, the items, maybe a Hex. I would actually like to see a Hex, maybe, just to get rid of one assassin for a few seconds, even if it's not by much. Maybe there's better items, but I don't know. It's just really hard to deal with anything if everything is a problem.
If you have Smuggler, you could get that tier 5. So I'm watching Sunsmile right now. See what he's going to have to choose from. I mean, yeah, sure. He'll take that.
He could.
Yeah, why not? Rapier at this point, go all in, just like Dota.
Well, there's a scythe. Yeah. Oh, he goes for Desperate Measures, though.
He goes for Desperate Measures. That's really helpful with crits, actually, because that means that's 80 HP missing, which is 16% more damage on all of your assassins, which is that's not insignificant by any means. Yeah. So, that does buy time. I still do think if he goes assassin v assassin, he will lose severely. He will not survive. It's just, I don't see it. There's just too many assassins that are much, much stronger. Chrono Cube, yes, is good, but Faceless Void is not Chrono Cubing all of those 3-star units. There's way too many to consider. So hopefully Sunsmile will collide with Lamb Delta again, because last time that was how they carried it. But no, he will be fighting against Newtoni here. He has to win this one because this assassin strat will collapse inwards. The Chronosphere, Chrono Cube, not out yet. The webs both come out in roughly the same positions, but look at these assassins. They don't care. Faceless Void finally drops Chrono Cube, but for what? All of your assassins are dead. Who's gonna help you? Another Chrono Cube, buying time to survive the inevitable, I guess. Look at all of these 3-star units. They're still alive. Morphling's still dealing damage. PA is still dealing damage. Antimage is still dealing damage. It's not enough, and Sunsmile is unable to secure that. He was very close, but very close is not good enough if your partner is unable to secure a win.
So this actually could be it. Is it going to be 20 damage is the question, as the bear is pretty much all that's left, and then an Nexus herself. And they might, that's actually, no, that's not going to matter, actually. Kill the Arc Ward and Illusion.
It looks like this may be like 22 or something.
Yeah, I think
that
is it. 22 damage. What a call there. What a call.
What a perfect call, as Newtoni and Lamb Delta in these past 2 rounds are so dominant. That was impressive work.
Absolutely. They come through. Newtoni and Lamb Delta, your finals match, Victor. As mentioned, though, we're going to now wait and see how the scores update and what we're looking at when it comes to the overall finish right here. As did we even mention what are they playing for? What's the prize pool here, Zex?
The prize pool is $60. I believe it's spread out over top 4, actually. Okay. So I can't remember the exact breakdown, but
money.
It's still money.
Money's nice. Let's pull
money
up the
is money.
All All right, so wait, Lambda Delta and Newtoni won, right? Okay, so they're actually 100% first place. They were already in
Yeah,
first place going into it.
Yeah, that was
Okay.
it was their first place, and then they secured their first place. I did want to mention this, but I believe they had to lose minimum fourth place to not win. And unfortunately, once it was top four and they didn't look like they were stopping, it was pretty much secured at that point. Unfortunately, Icarus and its Martini, as I believe I can see here, their chance at this was that it was that Newtoni and Lam Delta lost fourth and then they won first. I believe is the math. I might be wrong, but that's as far as I know.
I'm honestly just impressed. Lam Delta Newtoni, how about that? Second place and then 3 first places in a row. That says something. As I mentioned earlier, this is there is randomness involved, but when you're that consistently against top tier players, that says something. So props to them for sure.
They definitely have a mind meld going on here, understanding what the other player needs. Both their compositions were very, very strong, especially Newtoni's, obviously. But every round, it just looked like they were this extremely dominant force. Again, it's just impressive to see.
Yeah. All right, so it's not updated yet. So just to be clear, this isn't the updated score. I guess we'll just come back to us. I don't know if that's going to happen or not, but all right. So yeah, we at least have our first place with them there, and big congratulations once again. Certainly means something. Again, it's impressive stuff. Duo, it's still a fairly new mode when you really think about it. This duo mode, and obviously the big patch came out a little over a week ago. There's so much evolution to be had when it comes to the mode itself, on top of just balance changes happening throughout time as well. So I'm loving covering these events, though. It has been a lot of fun and a good opportunity to be able to do this both last week and this week. So are we going to wrap up, though, or are we going to make it official first, Zax? Is he updating the scores?
I am trying to get a hold of Asian to get a confirmation if the scores are final. The scores are final. So what you saw on the scoreboard are the final placings.
Okay. Oh, yeah, there we go. He's updating them right now. Okay. Yeah, literally as I'm switching over to it. Okay. So there we go. It looks like, Lambda Delta Newtoni, no surprise, in first. Icarus and It's Martini do hang on to second. And then Ceremonials and Sunsmile in that third place spot is how you're looking at the top 3 when it comes to it. So there's the top 8 as a whole as well. But congratulations again, especially to Lambda Delta and Newtoni. Impressive stuff. A second place and a 3 first place in a row. Even solo, duo, whatever. That's good when you're facing off against good talent here. So
I'm just really happy that a Hobgun player got to top 4. That's especially with how many an E6 player is in ratio. I'm pretty happy about that.
Yeah. All right, I think we are good then to start wrapping things up here for our broadcast. I want to thank you all for tuning in, and as always, I'd like to give the opportunity, give you guys a chance. Any shout-outs, any last words? Blue Sapphire, we'll start with you. Anything you got?
Just amazing to see duos for the first time. Again, it was quite crazy. You weren't lying when you said there was a bunch of 3 stars by round 12. And yeah, I'm looking forward, maybe perhaps seeing more duos in the future. Maybe trying that out for myself. Gonna have to find a partner though, because I don't think
tough part.
Pub. Yeah, exactly. Pub queuing may not be the best idea.
No, you don't want to do that. I've said that you do not implement the fact that there's even no communication tool in the game. They better not implement duo matchmaking with random partners unless they do a plenty more. But Zex, what do you got?
I want to give a shout out to you and Blue Sapphire for joining us tonight on this cast. Blue, I know you got a big day ahead of you in a few hours because you will be casting the season finals of UPL season 3 along with Robin Rose and Tin Man. Cool. But yeah, shout outs to the players, shout outs to everyone who has helped us put this together. We would not shout outs to Asian Dumb Bun. The man we wouldn't be here without him, to be perfectly honest. His bots and everything like that, he gets us through it. But yeah, that's all from me, really.
All right. Well, I think it's good to wrap things up then as far as the Underlords Pro duo event goes. As you mentioned, Zex, the what is it? The Invitationals tomorrow.
No, grand
The
finals
grand
for season
finals.
3.
Sorry, the grand finals for season 3 is tomorrow. When is that? What time is that at?
The action will get started at 1 p.m. EST. That would be 10 o'clock Pacific Standard Time.
Yeah.
You're on your own for GMT and anything.
Or anything else.
Work off of that.
I am absolute garbage at EU times.
13 hours from now. There you go. That's how you can also look at it if you're tuning in right now at this time. Okay, so look forward to checking that out and more duo events in the future. But our official week 1 for Underlords Pro duo event is coming to a conclusion. As far as myself, Breaky CPK, I want to thank you guys for tuning in. I had some fun as always, and happy to be here. Shout out to Zex and Blue Sapphire, my co-casters, and to everyone tuning in as well. Before we do go, got one cool video to play for you guys, and then we're going to send you over to another Underlord streamer, I believe 1437, the man. We're going to be rating here shortly. So have a good night, guys. We'll see you next time. Congratulations once again to our winners, and we'll see you then.